but has the lanceolate leaf band that distinguishes it from Banisteriopsis caapi. Probably could do 10 years for the book. The publisher on this one is a weird one. It's Balkema, Balkema of Rotterdam. So it's a Dutch publisher. The author's name is Dutoit, D-U-T-O-I-T. Yeah, this is a good one. And so then, sort of moving out of the realm of pharmacology and psychology and into the specifically anthropological stuff, this is one that a number of various contributors, alternate states of consciousness, multiple perspectives on the study of consciousness, edited by Norman Zinberg of Harvard. And this deals not only with shamanic drug usage, but heroin, the heroin subculture, and a number of different things. Urban drug cultures are discussed as well. Mostly a sociological perspective here. Zinberg. And then moving into the more specifically anthropological stuff, in what order? Let's see. Well, here's my favorite one. Before he got into drumming, Michael Harner edited this book, Hallucinogens and Shamanism, Oxford University Press, available in print, in paper. And number of writers contributed to this. There are about 3 articles on ayahuasca that you just will not find anywhere else. 4 articles. Articles on peyote. A wonderful article by Henry Munn called The Mushrooms of Language. Just a classic article on mushrooms. So this I highly recommend. No, hallucinogens and shamanism.
Before, and I'll say it again. Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while. You could
Well, to have most of them, that would be a breakthrough. The place I would start would be Moe's in Berkeley, and then Black Oak in Berkeley, and then Green Apple in the city. And you just basically Pellucidar in Albany. The better bookstores with large inventories of used books. Yeah, they have a drug section at Shambhala. Well, it's because they only have, or mostly have, in-print books. Most of these books are not in print and have to be searched for. This may be, I don't know, I haven't kept up. A sort of similar book, but by a different author, is Flesh of the Gods, The Ritual Use of Hallucinogens, by Peter First, who's an anthropologist who made his reputation among the Huichol in Mexico. And this is, again, articles by Wasson First, Doug Sharon, William M. Bowden, Fernandez, Reichel Dolmatov, the usual names in this ethnobotanical field. One of the things that's so striking about shamanism in the native context is the absence of mental illness, the absence of serious neurotic patterns of behavior. This is because this translinguistic reality is allowed to work its will through shamanism, is allowed to regulate the society. In other words, our model of how society works is we are at war with nature, and we must push it back, seize a beachhead, fortify our position, dig in these kinds of metaphors, metaphors of capture and control, while the shamanic approach is we must communicate with nature in order that nature can communicate with us, in order that we may know what should be done. And shamanism as classically practiced is hunting magic, weather magic, healing magic. In other words, ways of getting into the evolving of state-bound system patterns within nature. Weather, we would presume, can to some degree be predicted by looking at past weather states. Hunting can to some degree be predicted by looking at the migration and movement of game in past situations. So shamanism then becomes a kind of mnemonic exercise where by keeping track of what has happened, you can build up a model of what will happen. And originally this was done through great mnemonic feats of memory, you know, like the Yugoslavian folktale singers or the Homeric epics or the people who sang the Edda. These were works of hundreds of thousands of lines that were passed down virtually without change over millennia. But there's a strange phenomenon at least in the evolution of cultures, and perhaps more generally, which is every step into freedom contains within it the potential for greater bondage. Now, what I mean by that is, here's an example of it. Women in charge of the gathering phase in hunting, gathering cultures developed language, I believe, because they had great need of the ability to make fine distinctions. In other words, here you have 50 grasses, small herbs, shrubs. They have roots, fruits, berries, seeds, inflorescences. Some of these things are poisonous, some of these things are foods, some grow in the spring, some in the fall, some along the river courses, some on the hilltops, so forth and so on. A great many descriptive dimensions come to bear on this. So consequently, I think women are to be held responsible for the evolution of language in order to discuss the extremely important matter of what is good to eat and what is not, and where do you find it, and how do you preserve it, and what do you combine it with, and so forth and so on. Men, on the other hand, who were in charge of the hunting because of the different body type and bladder capacity and so on, the premium there was placed on silence, stoicism, being able to stalk and for days make no noise possibly, and to just, sort of integrate into this silent kind of thing. Well, this same kind of freedom which binds occurred in the shamanic effort to steer culture by mnemonic means, because eventually even the greatest of the shamanic memory artists were overwhelmed by the amount of data, by the size of the epics, by the sheer length of these genealogies. So then symbolic notation is brought in, and shamanism turns into scribecraft, and signifying magical forces turns into writing down their names, and there is a tremendous binding, a compression, a limitation of freedom because the strategy of freedom became too successful. So this reaching beyond ourselves is a process that is continuous. We transcend a state, we then lock ourselves into the transcendent state. It becomes defined by its own set of limitations, and we move beyond it. And this kind of bootstrapping mechanism, I think, has been at work throughout the evolution of language, throughout the evolution of shamanism. Now we have come to a similar kind of bind, having to do with the bankruptcy of analytical analysis and rationalism, which has led us to a pretty complete mastery of inert matter. But when pushed into the quantum realm, suddenly contradictions begin to multiply, and impossible conclusions force themselves upon the investigator. Well, what this means is that rationalism has simply reached its limit. There is no reason to think that it doesn't have a limit. It was just the inflated fantasy of the 17th century that thought that God's mind must work like the mind of a watchmaker. But in fact, what with chaos theory and catastrophism and numerous other non-equilibrium partial differential processes in nature, we now know that nature is extremely unpredictable, highly variable, not subject to analytical understanding except in very limited domains. What this understanding that quantum physics has brought the physicists and that the psychedelic state has brought the people who pursue that, it has not fed back into the mainstream of society. We're still living in a male-dominated, object-dominated, subject other kind of world model, a world model inherited from the 18th century, really even more than from the 19th century. Well, is it going to kill us? Is it too late? What can we do about it? This is what I talked about last night about the archaic revival as the notion of making a sharp left turn away from the momentum that the historical vehicle wants to follow, which is thanatoptic. Don't kid yourself. And you cannot have three religions stacked up on top of each other, stretching back 4,000 years, pursuing this monotheistic vision which ends in an apocalypse, without building a tremendous morphogenetic predilection for the apocalypse. And our demonic investigations into matter have led us to create the machinery to produce the apocalypse. It's interesting, somebody said of the Reagan administration, this was when James Watt was running around saying we didn't have to save the trees because Jesus was coming anyway, so it didn't matter. And someone said, the jerks want to be in the Bible. And that's precisely the historical situation. The jerks want to be in the Bible. In other words, every petty potentate from Frederick Barbarossa to Ronald Reagan has secretly believed that they were living in the time of the Antichrist and would participate in the scenario of the book of Revelations. I mean, this is psychosis if you meet it in a person. If you meet it in a culture, it's called religious piety and conviction. And it has been going on so long that it has actually created a very narrow neck in the historical process that cannot be avoided. We now have no choice in the matter of business as usual. There will not apparently be business as usual. There will either be an apocalyptic destruction of the planet, a kind of Ragnarok, a Götterdämmerung, a complete storm of fire brought on by the eruption of the psychotic mythologies that have driven the matter-centered monotheistic male ego culture. Or there will be a plucking of victory from the jaws of that defeat, and not an apocalypse, but a kind of cultural millennium, a complete breaking out of the pattern into something else. And some of you may know Rian Eisler's work, The Chalice and the Blade. If you haven't read this book, I recommend it to you. For psychedelic people, for feminists, for people concerned with the state of society, this is certainly an important book. And what she's saying is partnership. It is not true that the story of the human race is the story of a pendulum swing between matriarchy and patriarchy, each with its own flaws. Rather, it is that human beings have always lived in an equilibrium-style partnership society, except during the last 8,000 years. This pattern has been disrupted by the rise of the male ego, the suppression of the logos-like connection to nature, and a certain evolutionary path taken in the epigenetic coding of information. In other words, the phonetic alphabet. The phonetic alphabet, which has no reference to the icon of the things expressed, is utterly cool, utterly unable then to give you any feeling of engagement with what is being described. This gives permission for analytical science and the detachment of rationalism and the sorts of philosophies that have created the tremendous split between head and heart that characterizes the political systems of the last several hundred years. Well, this thing which the shamans are contacting, which we can call another dimension, hyperspace, the collective unconscious, whatever it is the ground of our becoming. And the only way to sort of unhitch ourselves from the ego is to open pathways of communication to this invisible field of intentionality in which we are embedded. And this is a very difficult task because the culture in which we live denies that this thing even exists. I mean, if you start saying that you feel the heartbeat of the planet, or that you are in resonance with the local ecosystem, or still worse, if you say that you hear the voices of elves and fairies, this is psychopathy. Automatically, you have to be observed, sedated, and cured, because you're participating in a model of reality that is not consensually validated. Nevertheless, I think what we're trying to do with meetings like this is empower this particular meme, empower this idea. I can't remember who developed the idea of memes, but it's basically the notion that ideas compete with each other the way animals and plants compete in an ecosystem, that ideas adapt and spread and occupy niches and defend territory and redefine environments. And so my mentioning last night of the woman who said to me, I thought I was crazy until I heard you speak. For me, that is really the nugget of this work and the most satisfying kind of comment that anybody could make, because what has happened since the 1960s is the straight people all went off together. And by this I don't refer to sexual preference, I use straight in the earlier sense. The straight people all went off and became very weird together. You know, with their golden Mercedes and their Picasso ceramics and all that. The freaks all went off and became strange alone, each apart in our own way, because community was shattered, affinity groups were suppressed, people went all kinds of directions. Now, the people who went through the 60s, approaching or in their 40s, have had 20 years to see how they like that kind of alienated aloneness. And so this morning as we went around, I heard many people saying, you know, that they had done these things in the 60s, but not for a long time, and now they were returning to it. I think this is because it finally dawns on you that, you know, this may be the only shot you've got at it. I mean, reincarnation is fine, past lives are fine, but we're all getting daily older, and we don't know where we came from, you know, what lies beyond the zygote. And we don't know where we're going, what lies beyond the pine box. Who can say? So out of the incredible mystery of whatever the universe is, a microsecond of opportunity against impossible odds has sprung into being. We are embedded in that moment of opportunity. So what are you going to do with it? Are you going to sweep up around the ashram for 30 years and then decide that that was a mistake? Or, you know, are you going to just give yourself over to the arms of Holy Mother Church for a lifetime? I mean, people do this. You cannot escape making some kind of commitment to something. Nobody gets through life without being asked to sign up, either in their own club or somebody else's. The mushroom said to me once, in the way that it does when it delivers these aphorisms, it said, you must have a plan. If you have no plan, you will become part of somebody else's plan. You either have a plan or you are part of somebody else's plan. And so I think people are waking up to the fact that we must use what works. Because you see, someone on this side of the room, when we went around, talked about yoga and how the psychedelic gives the experience on demand, but are we ready, and how do you gain skills, and this sort of thing. To my mind, the goal is not the psychedelic experience. The beginning of the path is the psychedelic experience. So if yoga promises that after 20 years it will deliver you to the beginning of the path, then, you know, there's something seriously wrong here. The psychedelic sets you at the beginning of the path. And then people do all kinds of things with it. I mean, I am amazed. I feel there is more variation in how we deal with this than in almost any other phase of human activity, because some people seem to have almost no self-reflection. And I've noticed it also touches sexuality, because I don't know how many of you have ever encountered the Penthouse Forum, but this is where people write into Penthouse and detail these astonishing sexual, unpredictable sexual exploits, threesomes, foursomes, and twelvesomes that just fell upon them. And whenever I have, for some reason, some occasion to read these things, what is amazing to me is that this appears to be descriptions of the behavior of an alien species, because there is no self-reflection on what does this mean? You know, what does this mean that I get stuck in an elevator and end up copulating with 12 stockbrokers? It's just accepted as how it is. Well, you get this same thing with psychedelics, where you say to someone and they say, oh yeah, in the 60s I took psychedelics. You know, wow, it was really strange. All these colors and voices and apparently no self-reflection, no realization that this is actually happening to you. This is happening to you. Therefore, the implications must be fairly central. And then other people immediately get it. They say, you know, my gosh, this plant, this pill shows me that reality is at least 1,000 times larger than I thought it was, showed me that I don't know who I am, where I am, what I am, or anything else. And I don't know what it takes to instill that in people. Maybe intellectual self-reflection. One of the things that is so puzzling about shamans when you actually deal with them in the field is they are not like the other people in the tribe. The other people in the tribe are very tribal people. In other words, they have all the curious cultural limitations of people in every culture. They think you smell funny, they think you look funny, everything you do is amusing. They stand around in small groups giggling and pointing and like that. The shamans, on the other hand, it's nothing like that. They accept you totally as a person. They make no cultural judgments. You don't look funny, smell funny, so forth and so on, because they are what I call extra-environmentals. They are deconditioned from the assumptions of their own culture. So they may be the Witoto shaman, but the Witoto shaman is less Witoto than any other Witoto, because the Witoto shaman operates in the context of Witoto-ness embedded in the larger reality. And so I think what we need to do when we try to revivify shamanism in our own lives is recover the profound reality of what it's doing. Sometimes I have flashes when I'm giving these talks of how different it is to be stoned than to talk about being stoned. I mean, here we sit, you know, in our cotton underwear, just with where we came from, our schedules in front of us. The mundaneness of it is so all-pervasive. And we could be discussing Gnosticism or a political action project, but we're discussing instead something really appalling, I think. I mean, we're calmly discussing the fact that there is another world overlapping our own, and very few people will even admit the fact. So I always think, and this is my symbol of myself, to myself, I always think of a wonderful B science fiction movie I saw when I was a kid, where there's a dinosaur in the swamp, and it's set somewhere in Mexico, and the typical campesino is sent by the patron of the ranch to gather firewood in the jungle. And he, of course, encounters this extremely large rubber reptile roaring around, and then comes back to the ranch and is pointing back in the woods and is completely inarticulate, trying to say, you know, a creature from the id, a beast from another dimension is rampaging around in the forest. Well, they just dismiss him as, you know, these peasants, they believe anything, you can't trust them for a moment. This is the sort of situation we're in. The extraterrestrial invasion that so many people anticipate, or the extraterrestrial contact that so many people hope for and that sells so many cheap newspapers, is well underway. It's simply that the words we have to describe it are utterly inadequate. So words like extraterrestrial invasion, contact with an intelligent species, end of history, migration into hyperspace, these are pathetic signifiers of what is actually happening to us. What is actually happening to us is pretty darn hard to wrap your mind around. We are caught in a vortex of concrescence and compression that was set in motion at least as early as the melting of the last glaciation. We are reaping the fruits of 10,000, 50,000 years of sowing of the fields of mind, and it is being dropped into our laps for us to create human-machine interfacing, control of genetic material, redefinition of social reality, re-engineering of languages, revisioning of the planetary ecology. All these things fall upon us, and for us to be worthy of it, for us to make sense of it, for us to be anything other than victimized by the 20th century, we need, I think, to reach back into time and to anchor ourselves with the transcendent mystery, which is somehow tied up with our own being, somehow present on the planet, but mostly a large list of unanswered questions. We don't know what is going on this planet. We don't know why there is life here, whether it's an accident, somebody's plan. We don't know why intelligence is here. Again, accident, plan, if plan, whose plan, if plan, for what, if plan, where are we in the plan? I mean, we all tend, when we abandon ourselves to cultural values, to focus in so tightly that we lose the big picture. And if psychedelics are anything, they are a zoom lens back to the broadest possible point of view. Well, why don't we stop there and take just a 10-minute break or something, and then we'll come back and do dialogue on this. So why don't we use the rest of this morning to see if we're getting oriented right, and to just discuss any questions you have or anything that comes up for you out of this so far. Does anybody have anything? Yeah.
I was curious about what you were talking about with extraterrestrials and not having the appropriate language to really discuss it, and like your view of what's going on, and can you put it in words so that we can understand it?
Well, it changes for me all the time. I mean, I don't have a point of view. And my primary job is not public speaking or writing, but exploring. when I first started taking mushrooms and throughout the 70s, when we wrote the Mushroom Grower's Guide, I held several opinions, but my most strongly held opinion was it actually is an extraterrestrial. Just no shit, flat out, it is an extraterrestrial. And what's surprising to me is that a single mushroom trip of a certain sort could probably put me right back there again. Getting it worked down to Gaia or the overmind of the species is a kind of process of coming down from the real assimilatable context of the experience. It's like an extraterrestrial. I would certainly say this, if extraterrestrials appeared over Washington and Moscow tomorrow, it wouldn't make this any less mysterious or puzzling. In fact, the extraterrestrials might turn out to be mundane. This is not. How it speaks, this is the most astonishing thing for me to get used to. The visual hallucinations, somehow I can work it around that these are floods of imagery set off from deep structures of the brain and dumping of memory banks, but that it can just address you in real time and say, Terrence, and then proceed to blow my mind. And now several things may be happening here. The only time when we have the experience of focusing on an incoming message, decoding it in real time, and responding to it immediately is when we have a conversation with someone. So if you find yourself responding to a message in real time, your brain automatically thinks you're having a conversation, saying, if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, it must be a duck. So here I am listening and responding to someone speaking to me in English. Therefore, this must be a conversation. There are physical arguments for viewing the mushroom as extraterrestrial. First of all, what is psilocybin? Psilocybin is 4-phosphoryloxy-NN-dimethyltryptamine. Of all the indole compounds in nature, only psilocybin is hydroxylated at the 4 position. Well, now, if you were to design a computer program to search Earth, to search the life forms of Earth for evidence of extraterrestrial origin, one of the things you would tell this program to do is look for unusual molecules that have no apparent cousins or relatives among other organisms. Well, here is psilocybin, phosphorylated in the 4 position. Nothing else on Earth is. A material argument for its origin outside of the terrestrial ecosystem. A slightly different argument that would see the mushroom as extraterrestrial is look at its style, for want of a better word. What is a mushroom? First of all, they reproduce by spores. Spores are the most economical biological unit imaginable. They can survive the radiation levels of interstellar space. They can survive for eons under conditions very close to those encountered in deep space. The mushroom spore falls into an ecosystem, immediately undergoes cell division, a fine thread-like network full of neurotransmitters begins to spread itself through the soil. It's very closely analogous to the neural network of a higher animal, including a human being. Now, we're accustomed to thinking that an extraterrestrial would bear the imprint of the evolutionary situation in which it came to be. In other words, if it evolved on a low-gravity planet, it will be tall and thin. If it evolved in a methane atmosphere, it will have an exotic body chemistry and so forth. But that's because we ourselves have possessed the knowledge of how DNA works for only about 40 years. It's reasonable to assume, I think, that if an intelligent species gets 1,000 years of study of DNA, that they can design themselves to be however they care to be. And in fact, if you think of the mushroom from that point of view, I think that we might choose that kind of an adaptation if we could have any form we wanted, because it's very non-invasive, very humbly insinuates itself into a situation and grows essentially on waste material in the soil. Yet when it sporulates, it can actually cross the boundary of outer space. And, great economy, great artistry, tremendous Zen-like aesthetics seem expressed in the mushroom if you view it as a designed piece of work rather than an object in the environment. And then finally, of course, the major argument for the extraterrestrial origin of the mushroom, but it's an insider argument, is the content of the experience. Number one, it says it's an extraterrestrial organism, and it has the data to back up the claim. It can show you movies of desert worlds, jungle worlds, high-pressure, high-gravity methane worlds, planets whose cores are helium-4, and worlds where you don't know whether you're inside an organism or inside some kind of piece of machinery, whether you're under the surface of a planet. I mean, literally things that our minds just stop in the presence of. So to me, that's really the interesting thing about the mushroom, is that it can be as friendly as it needs to be, and can even reassure you with a Disney-esque burlesque of dancing flowers and pirouetting pink elephants. But once you are comfortable with it and enter the dialogue and begin to get to know it, getting to know it is an appalling experience, because you can say to it, show me a little more of who you are for yourself. And then, a veil is lifted and your jaw just drops. And then you say, show me a little more of who you, and that's enough of who you are for yourself. And you wonder, while this thing is talking to me, how engaged is the mushroom by me? Is all of its attention focused upon me when I'm talking to it, the way all of my attention is focused back on it? Or is it like a multi-user computer system? Is it able to simultaneously deal with huge numbers of organisms? What is the relationship of psilocybin to the inner life of the mushroom? Is it stoned all the time? Why is it so important that these indole compounds get lodged in the nervous system of mammals? It's almost as though it's a symbiotic relationship, that the mushroom does not truly live its life unless it is taken, unless its unique molecular component can find its way into the synapses of a self-reflecting higher animal. Well, then what is it? What are we for it? And you can ask these questions.
You have to approach them.
Yes, they usually, one reason I think people have had trouble confirming the animate and intelligent quality of the mushroom is you must ask. You just don't take psilocybin and sit there, because it won't do it. But if you take psilocybin and call it, in some sense, whatever that means, invoke, call, try to visualize, then it will begin to come towards you and lift these veils, and this world of zany, pun-like, hyperdimensional intelligence that is revealed is as strange as an extraterrestrial would be. This is, I guess, the final content of evidence for the extraterrestrial origin, is the fact that it just seems so different from anything one could conceive of or imagine. I mean, you cannot, in one of these volleys of hallucination, convince yourself this is only me. These are my memories, or these are distorted transforms of past experience, or because I was trained as an art historian to have an eye for stylistic difference and cohesion of a set of aesthetic canons, and it just blows my mind. I mean, there is more art locked up in these things to be viewed in a single hour than the human race has produced in 10,000 years. I mean, and art of a compelling, weird, breathtaking, awesome quality that just breathes in every pore of itself. This is the other. This is not you. Don't be deceived, my little primate friend. Yeah.
It's like our popular culture has had inklings of that, because if you look at the movies that came out, between 1952 and 1962, so many of those sci-fi movies are about spores from outer space and planets coming down, and these are from very straight people who hadn't taken, psychedelics at all. They're like tuning tuning into what was about to come 10 or 15 years later.
Well, I think, and I'm, so far as I know, pretty alone in this opinion, that information actually, a very small percentage of information is able to tunnel backward through time. That there is a very small counterflow to the forward movement of causal efficacy. And one of the things that shamanism is about is going into that hyperdimensional place and picking up this thin signal from the future and tuning it in. This is why prophecy and seership and all of that has to do with states of ecstasy and intoxication. One way of viewing all religion and all spiritual metaphor making is as an anticipation of the future. These Western religions have this apocalyptic transformation built into them almost as a self-fulfilling prophecy. In other words, they believe the world is going to end because the world is going to end. And since the melting of the glaciers, people of sufficient sensitivity have heard through a vast wall of stochastic noise coming from the future the thin, reedy broadcast station of the true vision of the future. And this seems to be one of the things that you can do with these psychedelics, is tune this in. It's a cliche, and I'm sure you've heard it, that artists are society's antenna for change. That artists are supposed to be somehow more sensitive than the rest of us, and they pick up the new design forms, the evolving aesthetic canons, and then translate it into society for the rest of us. Well, that gains a little more bite if you substitute shaman for artist and realize that this may not be a metaphor. It may not be simply because they pursue bohemian lifestyles and are willing to accept poverty for a life of free thinking and so forth. That isn't what's allowing an anticipation of the future. What's happening is there truly is an anticipation of the future. And visionaries like William Blake or the author of Revelations are actually people who, by virtue of some fortuitous confluence of circumstance, space, time, and genetic constitution, are able to draw these messages out. What is startling is that apparently this is fairly ordinary in psychedelic states. That in fact, one way of thinking of psychedelics is you begin to move through time when you put them into your life. I don't mean while the trip is happening. I mean ever after. I mean, if you're living with a 1960s style mind and you have a strong psychedelic experience, you will come down with a 1970s mind, or perhaps a 2040 style mind. Mind is a temporal style. It's like clothing. This is a specific guide, The Hallucinogenic Plants of North America by Jonathan Ott. And the interesting thing about this is that it's pretty compendious, meaning there are things discussed here that you just won't find discussed anywhere else. Probably because there are so few hallucinogenic plants in North America. This guy really had to scratch to produce a book about it. But this is useful for that. Similar but more broadly based is this book, Narcotic Plants, terrible title, by William M. Bowden. But this book has a lot of visuals in it, and why I value this book is because he has a more liberal definition of psychoactivity than most people do. So consequently, his species lists are longer than anybody else's. So if somebody asks you about an obscure plant, is it psychedelic or not, this is where I look first, because he seems to list many things that nobody else has ever discussed. His name is spelled E-M-B-O-D-E-N, William M. Bowden. And he teaches, I think, at Riverside. I'm not sure, but some of you may know him. I don't. Then, here's another one of these anthologies of writing about psychedelics, also by the same author as Flesh of the Gods, Hallucinogens and Culture, by Peter First. And again, this has articles on mushrooms, on the discovery of LSD, on ayahuasca, on cannabis and tobacco, the biochemistry of consciousness, shamanism as the religion, so forth and so on. It seems like every one of these authors then goes on to edit a book of their own favorite essays. Here's another one, Hallucinogens, Cross-Cultural Perspectives by Marlene Dobkin de Rios, who is a woman who's done a great deal of work on ayahuasca, published a book called The Visionary Vine, and I think another book called Ayahuasca Mestizo Curing in an Urban Setting. Basically a sociologist, also I think at, she's at Fullerton, Cal State Fullerton. Yes, her first name is Marlene, M-A-R-L-E-N-E. Her last name is Dobkin de Rios, D-O-B-K-I-N space D-E space R-I-O-S. This book is published by the University of New Mexico Press. And then this is sort of the granddaddy of all of these anthologies. A very interesting book, hard to get, but fascinating. It's called The Ethnopharmacologic Search for Psychoactive Drugs. And it was the name of a conference that was given in San Francisco in 1967. And the plan at the time of the conference was to have it occur every year. But it never occurred again because, of course, everything was made illegal the next year and this faltered. But to show you to what degree the government was of two minds about psychedelics, it says on the frontispiece of this book, sponsored by the Pharmacology Section, Psychopharmacology Research Branch, National Institute of Mental Health, United States Public Health Service, U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. So it was published at government expense. This is, in fact, a technical publication of the National Institute of Mental Health. And wonderful bibliography, extremely interesting discussion of DMT-containing snuffs, article on the psychopharmacology of nutmeg that you just won't find anywhere else, articles on kava, more unopened mail, and an article on the history of research into psychedelic plants that goes clear back to the medieval herbalists. The title is The Ethnopharmacologic Search for Psychoactive Drugs. The last time we were in the Amazon, we christened our expedition in honor of this book, The Ethnopharmacologic Search for Cold Beer. Because there ain't any, and it becomes an obsession. I mean, when you go, it's so strange what you miss. I mean, I don't even drink beer, so what do I care? After 10 days in the jungle, all anybody could talk about was the possibility of cold beer, and it was still 4 weeks away, so. Then, for somebody who really is serious or technical or plotting an expedition or plotting a research project of some sort, this is really a pretty amazing book. I mean, it's dull as death because it's essentially simply listings from the herbarium sheets at the Harvard Museum Botanical Library. It was put together by Siri von Reis-Akschul, who was one of Schulte's graduate students, and along with Ara Demar de Rosienne and Marlene Dobkin de Rios, some of the few women who have made significant contributions to this field when it was firmly in the hands of dominator male types. Anyway, this book is called Drugs and Foods from Little-Known Plants. And they're not whistling Dixie when they say little-known plants. And a typical entry reads something like this. Let me see what genus we're in here. 2510, Maria Beringo, Panama, Gilbert White, collection number 71, 1938, called Sigella, claimed to be poisonous. All we know about this plant. Its folk name, its scientific name, claimed to be poisonous. Next entry, 2511, Maria sessiflora, Honduras, collected by Junker, Dawson, and Hughes, collection number 5554, 1936, fruit reported edible when ripe. All we know. And you look through this, and some say hallucinogen or reported hallucinogen. But this touches foods. One of the things, it's not part of our concern here, but one of the things that's so frustrating when you do ethnobotany is to realize that people can be starving in environments where there are many food plants. but they don't utilize the food plants because they've accepted the values of a capitalist economy, and because the foods cannot be trucked to market or have a short shelf life, they're called pig food, and nobody will eat it. I mean, time and time in the tropics, I would come upon a plant that I knew to be edible and proteinaceous. Say to your informant or your guide, what's the story on this? It's food for pigs. People don't eat it. But, you know, they're buying canned, tinned tuna fish and spam from the priests at the mission. So this is a way in which people's folk lore and folk heritage is distorted. Anyway, Harvard University Press, Sri Van Rai Satchul. Then a book by a good friend of mine, and if any of you are interested in ayahuasca or plan on going to South America where you may encounter ayahuasca, this book, Vegetalismo, Shamanism Among the Mestizo Population of the Peruvian Amazon. This is a lovely book. This is about the people that I spent most of my field work time with, and you just cannot read this book without coming away with a sense of the depth and complexity of the ayahuasca worldview, its healing classifications, the power allies, the admixture plants, the magical songs. It's by Luis Eduardo Luna, who I know has lectured and shown his films here at CIIS. He's an excellent person, a very good friend of mine. To my mind, probably the person doing the best anthropological work on ayahuasca in the world right now. The publisher, in case you want to try and track this down, is Almqvist, ALMQVIST, and Vilksell International, Stockholm. So it's a Swedish publisher. If any of you are just dying to have this book, order it from Lux Natura. We have 3 copies left, and this is not one of them, so don't try and buy this one from me. Well, I don't know if anybody actually wants them. Do you want them? It's a $20 item. Okay, I'll bring them and you guys can fight over it and decide what you want to do. And then this is the last one that I was going to mention because this could have been the title of our weekend. This is Psychedelic Drugs Reconsidered by Lester Grinspoon and James Bacalar. Lester Grinspoon managed to find his way into Herb Caen as a name freak when he published a monograph on the dangers of excessive cocaine use. Truth. Grinspoon and James Bacalar, also of Harvard. And basically, this is a very reasoned presentation of why psychedelics should be reconsidered for therapy, the case for them, the case against them, the nature of the hysteria that placed them off limits. He has also written Marijuana Reconsidered, and is a very nice person and leading the fight to decriminalize drugs for research. So that's all the books that I brought in to show you. They are, as I say, by no means all. The only resource that I would mention for the serious student of these things that I didn't bring in is nobody should try and deal with this subject without being aware of what's called the Harvard Museum Botanical Leaflets. And these are a series of leaflets that have been published since the 30s by the Peabody Museum in Boston. So write to the Boston Museum Botanical Garden, say you want a list of the leaflets, and they cost between $1 and $4 a piece, and they deal all of Schulte's papers, all kinds of very hard to recover information is available there, and the list, there are about 180 of these reprints on all aspects of all psychedelics and some non-psychedelics as well. So it's important to have this information, to have it at your fingertips. People, the compartmentalization between areas of knowledge that impinge on this always amazes me. I mean, you get psychologists who don't know what an MAO inhibitor is. You get people combining things without knowing how drug synergies work. You get people, just not informing themselves on the importance of setting, dosage, psychic predisposition, so forth and so on. All vital matters that can impinge on how an experience develops. And if you will take the time to inform yourself, you will feel much more sure of what you're doing, and that in itself can alleviate confusion and negative reactions. Well, so then I thought what I would do is sort of go around the world and talk about these things a little to give you an idea of what is available, what's on the menu, and then we'll take a little break, a very short break, and then come back and talk about it.
Can I ask one?
Sure, absolutely.
Did I hear you correctly that the liquid DMSO, drinking 5 to 7 ounces a day for 5 days precipitates a psychedelic experience?
No, did I say DMSO?
That's what I was one clarification. Is it DMSO?
No, it isn't DMSO. If I said that, I didn't mean to. It's dimethylacetamide.
Oh, I thought you said sulfoxide.
I may have said sulfoxide. Dimethylacetamide. And I can show you or here, you just, while I'm raving, you just look it up in there, find it, and satisfy yourself.
Jared?
Yeah.
Before you start, could you explain the difference between psychoactive, psychotropic, and psychedelic? Because I don't understand what they mean.
Yeah, if I can. Psychoactive means exactly what it implies, that you can detect this compound as a higher cortical experience. That's all. I mean, to my mind, a higher cortical experience is a shift of mood, depression, elation, acute hearing, sensitivity to noises. All of these things could be classed as psychoactive reactions to a compound. Psychotropic is a word that I've never been very fond of, and it sort of came in late. Psychedelic, which is a fairly maligned word, but was coined by the psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond, means simply mind manifesting. And I like that because it's phenomenologically neutral. Now, some people have tried to push the word entheogen for these things, meaning literally God-inducing. But to my mind, this carries a huge amount of ideological freight that we may not or wish to buy into. I mean, maybe it's God-inducing, maybe it isn't. But psychedelic, meaning mind-manifesting, is pretty good. And then if all of these make you uncomfortable, you can just fall back on a completely phenomenological description and call them consciousness-expanding drugs. But there are drugs that I would not, for instance, I don't consider, well, I certainly don't consider alcohol a psychedelic, but clearly it's psychoactive. Marijuana is one of these things that's so widely variant, both in how people react to it and how strong it can be. I would call MDMA a psychoactive drug, not a psychedelic drug. And then I use the word hallucinogen a lot. And a lot of people don't like that, even people in the field, and say, well, hallucinogen seems to imply that it's an illusion. But not in my mind, I don't hear that. I'm fascinated by hallucinations. I mean, to me, that is the sine qua non that you're getting somewhere. I guess because it's just my philosophical biases. But a hallucination, it's such an extraordinary concept, isn't it? To see something which isn't there. And I don't mean to misread a surface so that you think it sticks into the room, which in fact sticks out of the room or something. I mean seeing something that is not there. And then that divides into two classes. Seeing an ordinary object, which is not there. And I think this is what most people think a hallucination is. Here is a bicycle. Is it real or not? The drug-crazed victim cannot tell. But most hallucinations are of things which can only be hallucinations, because that's what they are, you know. And so they have this aura of the unexpected and the other, and the intrusive alienness. People have claimed to me that they have seen objects which are not there, which are completely ordinary. That is more typical of accounts of datura users, people who take high molecular weight tropanes, such as occur in Jimson weed and those kind of things. But my brief experimentation with that is, it is what I call a deliriant rather than a psychoactive. I mean, when you take datura, you are so messed up that you literally lose all discrimination. Yeah, belladonna. You can't tell exactly where you are. You can't tell thinking about being somewhere from being there. Well, you're in no shape to undertake a spiritual quest if you're that discombobulated. So, what I like are the things which do not destroy what I call core functions. In other words, there is still an evidence-gathering, observing mind left intact, and the disruption of perceptual input, if you want to put it that way, is pretty much confined to the visual cortex, and then to the metaphor-forming capacity that is relating to the visual cortex. But I don't like things which confuse you, which impair judgment. Salvia divinorum. Well, that's that's an obscure one about which not much is known, although in the past year they've learned the absolute chemical characterization of the psychoactive compound, which is called salvorine alpha. More work has to be done. Anthropologists who have taken it with Indians in Oaxaca describe a very intense experience. When we grew it in Hawaii and took it exactly the way these people said to do it, it was an experience, but it was not clear whether it was psychedelic or merely so physiologically active in such a complex way that you couldn't tell exactly what was going on. The impression, which was not mine, but Kat's and a beloved dean, they both experienced flow. They described experiences as though you were lying in a dirty ditch with this cold fluid flowing from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet, and where this kind of cold, clammy fluid encountered energy obstructions in your body, it would wash them away. But it was a kind of vertigo with nausea, it was a complex experience, but it was not largely mental. It was more a revisioning of the body image. And, this is another one of these things where no research has been done. It isn't illegal, salvia divinorum, but you're not going to do your career any good to get tangled up with this. So consequently, it's pretty much left alone. Salvorine alpha is extremely unstable and breaks down within 12 hours. So that indicates it's probably a polyhydric alcohol or an isoquinone or something like that. It's not an indole. Yeah.
I was curious, and Watson talks about entheogens versus hallucinogens, and he's really against the word hallucinogen.
Yeah, he's the one who proposed entheogen.
Entheogen, right? And so, because his theory was, I guess, that he thought that a hallucination was something that wasn't there completely, and he thought that the experience on the soma or the mushroom was something that you actually are experiencing, so it's not a hallucination, it's real.
Yeah, that was what he said. But if you actually look at the etymology of the word hallucination, what it's come to mean in English is a delusion. A delusion. But what it really means in the original language is to wander in the mind. That's the meaning of hallucination, to wander in the mind. Well, that's a pretty good operational description of what's happening. And then when you add in the visual component, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine how someone could undervalue hallucinations if they had had them.
Yeah, it sounds like he was reacting to the 60s hoopla a lot, the hoopla over LSD and the misreading of what these experiences really were, too.
Well, these guys were very frustrated with seeing this thing turned into a social hysteria. And Wasson, at times expressed great unhappiness with Tim Leary's approach and hated going to Mexico and seeing these mushroom villages invaded by graffiti-covered vans of filthy freaks from Southern California who were disrupting the local ecology. And it was a kind of proprietary approach, this thing belongs to anthropologists, to specialists. Wasson was very reticent to assess his own work. Some of you may have seen Bob Forte's interview with him in that psychedelic issue of Revision, where Forte asks him, how do you assess the historical impact of your work? And he said, I'll leave that to others to decide. He didn't want to deal with the question of the potential impact on his own society. He really looked at it as this exotic, foreign kind of thing. These guys were cautious, this first generation. Hoffman, Wasson, Schultes. These guys are not stoners by any means. I mean, their approach is cautious, and the psychedelic experiences can be counted on the fingers of one hand in a lifetime. So I'm not sure they ever realized the size of the tiger whose tail they had seized. Yeah.
The DMT and the frog, whatever it is, how is that extracted? I mean, how that frog slime or whatever it is?
Toad.
Yeah, right. Okay, now I want to know about that.
Well, I haven't had the good fortune to be present at the milking, so I really couldn't say. But as I gather, you put pressure on the back of the neck in two places, and this exudate emerges. Exactly where, I'm not sure, and probably decency should scarcely inquire. And then it's dried on sheets of glass and scraped up and packaged and so forth. Well, let me start through this and give you a notion of what is available. Whenever you talk about the distribution and cultural usage of hallucinogens, the first thing that you come up against is a curious, unsolved problem in botany, which is no one knows why this is, and we would be grateful if somebody could figure it out. But for unknown reasons, there is a tremendous concentration of psychoactive plants on the South American continent. The South American continent has more known hallucinogens than the rest of the planet combined. Now, why is this? After all, the climax tropical rainforests of eastern Indonesia are at least as species-rich as the Amazon basin, and yet not a single powerful hallucinogen is known with certainty from the old world tropics. All kinds of suggestions have been made that actually there are psychedelic plants common throughout the tropics of the old world, but the cultures have lost contact with them and forgotten them, and hence our anthropologists have not discovered them. Or something in the soil of South America. Very improbable theory. I was talking about this once in a workshop, and somebody raised their hand and said, well, no problem. Obviously, that's where the spaceships landed. Good. Well, we've solved that problem. Now we can move on. North America is extraordinarily poor in hallucinogens, perhaps the poorest of all continents, so that the psychedelic phobia that Europe created against paganism was completely reinforced, or at least not eroded, by the colonization of the New World, or of North America, because there were no plants here to challenge that. The North American Indians tend to ordeal as a shamanic vehicle, the Sundance thing, some of you may be familiar with, or sonic driving, which is worldwide in shamanically oriented cultures without drugs. You should know that not everyone agrees with me that psychedelics are the sine qua non of shamanism. That's what Wasson thought, that you don't have shamanism unless you have psychedelics. If you have people calling themselves shamans and not using psychedelics, then they are cut off from the older level of tradition, and through ritual, drumming, ordeals, starvation, flagellation, they are creating near psychedelic or pseudo-psychedelic states. Now, a brilliant and respected commentator on comparative religion like Mircea Eliade, who I quote whenever it suits my purpose, totally disagreed with this and said no, what he called narcotic shamanism, which means psychedelic shamanism, the choice of the word tells you that the guy had a problem. Narcotic shamanism is decadent shamanism, and the flagellation, the starvation, the ordeals, and the drumming, that's the real shamanism. And it's only when the tradition is abandoned and decadent that a culture will turn to drugs. I maintain this is nothing more than he was a Romanian who became an academic in Paris. I maintain that this is nothing more than his Western cultural bias operating. Also in his youth, he was pretty infatuated with yoga. They will insist to you, that drugs are an inferior path. However, any of you who are scholars of yoga should know that all yoga is based on the Yogic Sutras of Patanjali, 2nd century BC Hindu Vedic commentator. And Patanjali specifically says there are 3 paths to the goal of yoga, and they are control of the breath, control of posture, and light-filled herbs. Says it right there, stanza 6 of the Yogic Sutra of Patanjali. It's never discussed again, basically, in the entire exegesis of the yogic literature. The 3rd path is never mentioned. Well, is that because it's a secret tradition or what? I don't know. When you go to India seeking these yogins, practicing these higher yogas, what you find are a bunch of guys smoking as much charas as they possibly can. And the notion that you could do it without that, it just gets a long laugh from everybody down around the burning ghats. I mean, they deal with it on a practical level. Okay, moving out of drug-impoverished North America, or psychedelic-impoverished North America, where there are more than 20 species of indigenous psilocybin-containing mushrooms, but, and this is interesting, no evidence whatsoever for tribal or traditional usage. In other words, in this Northwest Coast Indian complex, the Shimsham, Tlingit, Nootka group, no reason to believe, other than our own predilection for romantic fantasy, that these people were using mushrooms in pre-contact times, and yet the mushrooms were there. The complex that we're most familiar with as a North American hallucinogen is in the southwest of the United States, peyote, Lophophora williamsi, the peyote cactus. Now, the interesting thing here is we cannot find archaeological evidence of peyote use that is particularly ancient. Peyote use in the Southwest appears to be less than 500 years old. Before that, what we find in Indian graves of the Tarahumara and so forth are the seeds of Sephora secundifolia. Sephora secundifolia is a highly poisonous legume that contains cysteine. This is an example of what we call not a psychedelic, but an ordeal poison. Now, in certain parts of the world, this approach to spiritual growth has been taken, most notably on the island of Madagascar, off the coast of Eastern Africa. What is an ordeal poison? This is a plant where you take it and you are so convinced that you're dying that you have an experience of self-abandonment, getting straight, surrender, and then you live, and you're fine, you know. But you are absolutely convinced that you're dying. Your heart pounds, or fibrillates, or you convulse, or you fall into deep coma, or you have tetanus in the limbs, whatever it is, and then you recover. Well, anybody can tell you this is a kind of psychedelic experience because you're so damn glad you lived that you see everything in a new light. You can be kind to your children and love your wife and tolerate your relatives. And people say, well, it made a new man out of him. Well, yes, because he came so close to dying that he shed neurotic behavior patterns. But this is not a true psychedelic. So what we're assuming is that about 500 or 1,000 years ago, sometime in that span, the Sephora cult was replaced by the peyote cult, which came from a much smaller usage area. Then also in Southern California, there were what were called the Tolach religions of datura intoxication, initiation of young men by intoxicating them with datura and leaving them in the wilderness to fend for themselves. Again, this comes close to being an ordeal poison, although it also has psychoactive properties, but so confusing, such a delirium, that it bears no relationship to the true hallucinogens, which, with the exception of mescaline, I believe all fall into the category of the indoles. Now, mescaline is not an indole, it's an amphetamine, closely related to MDA and MDMA, but it is a true hallucinogen at fairly high doses. The indoles, which are this structurally related small family, they seem to me to be the true visionary extatogens. And I will mention as I go through the list which ones are indoles and which ones are not. Well, no, the only one which is an amphetamine is mescaline, so we need indole and non-indole. A kind of parallel phenomenon to the peyote cult of the southwest is in the deserts of northwestern Peru. There are very large columnar cacti in the genus Trichoceras that contain mescaline. And they have been used for a long time, a lot longer than peyote. We have mocha ceramic dated to before 1000 BC, which show, in fact, doesn't somebody wearing, yes, this gentleman has the t-shirt. This is a Peruvian design. Point out the, yes, that's the chunk of San Pedro being held by this dwarf-like little demon. This is a fang demon, mocha design, 1500 years old. Now in central Mexico, we come upon the first of these large centers of hallucinogenic use in the cultural area in which the Olmec arose, were subsequently succeeded by the Maya, who were subsequently subjugated by the Toltecs. And the plants that were in use in those situations fall into two pretty well-defined categories. First of all, psilocybin-containing mushrooms of several species, and second of all, morning glories of at least two types, convolvulaceae, which contain LSD-like alkaloids active in the milligram range that are highly visionary. And there's considerable evidence in the Codex Vindobonensis and in some of the Mayan ceramics that this was a culture that made a very important place for hallucinogens, and that it was the privilege of the priestly class, and that their obsession with calendrics and astronomy and this sort of thing was also somehow intimately connected to their interest in the psilocybin mushrooms. And again, one of these botanical puzzles. Here is a cluster of 10 or 15 species in central Mexico of mushrooms, and a culture builds itself around them. A similar cluster of species on the northwest coast, the culture seems to totally ignore it and have no use for it. And nowhere else on Earth are there clusters of species of psilocybin mushrooms with a long history of use. Naturally, the export of cattle throughout the warm tropics has allowed the coprophytic mushrooms, the mushrooms which grow on manure, to be spread throughout the warm tropics. And then in places like England and France, you get the occurrence of the diminutive psilocybin mushrooms, Lanciata. But again, only the most unconvincing evidence of traditional use. I mean, I am Irish, Celtic. I would love to have somebody come up with a bunch of evidence that ancient Celtic and Druidic art and magic was somehow related to mushrooms. But to date, the efforts have been unconvincing to any skeptic. It may still be there, perhaps in heraldic devices. Someone should go back and study the escutcheons of the families of medieval Europe, and you do find, for instance, the Morel family, Morelli, noble Italian family, mushrooms on the family coat of arms, and other families in France whose names escape me. Yeah, although that is a coincidence, not.
Well, I mean, not
historical.
real, yeah, but still, that name.
Will the sergeant at arms. Okay, so, let me say something a little bit more about the morning glory complex, because it's very interesting. LSD, discovered by Albert Hofmann in 1937 and so forth, comes from ergot, comes from an organism called claviceps, or Claviceps paspali, which is a smut which grows on ergot, a humbler organism. You could hardly imagine. I mean, this is basically yuck, is how you would describe this organism if you were to come upon it. It looks like a mistake, because it's just an amorphous, slimy black mess growing on certain cereal grains. And one of the fascinating questions to these chemists, once they discover a new compound, is to try and figure out, does it occur anywhere else in nature? Some plants, some fish, some something, and then you can form theories and judgments about evolutionary relationships. So Albert Hoffman, the discoverer of LSD, was amazed when carrying out analytical work for Gordon Wasson on magic morning glory seeds that had been sent to Wasson from Schultes. He discovered the same compounds, or very closely related compounds, as he had synthesized to make LSD. I'm going to slightly jump around here now and say that in India there are 13 species of morning glories in a different family, not in the family Ipomoea or the family Turbina, which are the Mexican families, but in the family Argyrea of morning glories, which contain these ergotamine-like compounds. And this is the Hawaiian baby woodrose. Again, the interesting thing is there is no evidence that ancient India, with its obsession for altered states of consciousness, ever utilized any of these Asian morning glories. So this would be something somebody would want to look at. Did you want to say something?
Just that probably you would never be able to get any hardcore data on the use of mushrooms in varying times, but I was delighted to note in the midst of Avalon, when Wagan was supposedly banished, one of the little fairies from Avalon left her some mushrooms to accompany her on some of her journeys. I don't know if you remember that part.
I remember that part.
Yeah, I went, whoa!
Well, Marion Zimmer Bradley lives in the hills of Berkeley. We can assume she's fully installed and hooked into the myths of the countercultures. But it would be great. Someone told me that they went to the island of Iona, I think it is, which is where the Book of Kells was supposedly composed. And they said there were mushrooms everywhere, that it was just to be there is to be inescapably confronted with mushrooms, and yet this doesn't, no tradition, no mention. Yeah, off the coast of England. It's where St. Columba came. St. Columba came and reintroduced Christianity into England in the 900s. Christianity had died out in England. It was only in the advanced Celtic civilizations on the fringes of the British landmass that the Christian tradition was preserved.
Connection, this may fascinate you or not, but the misinterpretation and deterioration of the etymology of hallucinogen into its delusional semantic meaning, kind of catalyzed in my brain how mythology has de-evolved into a lie. And if you look up the original meaning of mythology, it means the mutterings of eternity.
That's a great meaning. Yes, the mutterings of eternity.
Mythos and the whole thing with Avalon being sort of that place between the worlds that one went to, the mystical part, and then Glastonbury is sort of the other place where all this Christianity existed. And when I was in a mushroom experience one time in a circle and said I was a recovering Catholic, trying to evolve myself and find out what my mind was all about, and this one man, shaman student from down in the Amazon, he said, well, if you eat these mushrooms, you're going to be excommunicated, because the Christians will tell you that once you eat the mushrooms, you're doomed forever to hell or Satan and the devils. Listen, bullshit. You gotta be kidding, but I mean, where would that come that he was maybe the Christian control? Well, looked at these people and said, look, you just like paganism, everything, just like wipe out their connection with the other world.
Well, it's very interesting that when the Jesuits arrived in Mexico and talked to the Indians and found them eating these mushrooms, they said, what do you call it? And they said, we call it tiananacatl. Well, when they got their lexicons out and got that piece together, what tiananacatl means is flesh of the gods. Well, the center of the Catholic mystery is the Eucharist, a sacrificial meal where a small wheaten wafer is believed to be transubstantiated into the body and blood of the Son of God. So then, to place the psychic experience which follows upon a good Holy Communion next to the psychic experience which follows on a good dose of mushrooms, clearly these guys said, this is competition we don't need. We're going to wipe this out. And it is interesting. I mean, think about this for a moment. We grow so inured to these religious forms. Think about the notion of instituting at the center of your religion a rite where you eat your God. And that is what is happening in Christianity. It suggests that this sacrificial meal idea, which can be traced back to even to pre-exilic traditions in Judaism, is probably a memory of a relationship to some kind of psychedelic experience of some sort. Okay, well, let me continue my survey.
I have a wonderful modern-day story about the cultural experiences. I lived in Finland community for a few years. And in the early 70s, I say mushrooms are not illegal in Scotland. I don't think they are still, but they weren't in the early 70s. And in like 1969, 1970, a lot of people started coming to Findhorn, and people regularly ate mushrooms. And between 1970 and 1973, it was arguably the most creative time at Findhorn. And books and music was being done, and the community was being built, and performing arts, everything. And by 1974, 1975, it was no longer acceptable. And they were trying to just be a very proper state community, totally in line with the Christian Scottish environment around it, even though they still weren't illegal in Scotland. Of course, nobody does mushrooms in Northern Scotland. But and it's interesting, when I arrived at Findhorn in the early 80s, people had even forgotten that tradition had existed. And one person, though, when I was looking at the old books, I said, how come people are so much happier back then? They look like they're smiling in these old pictures. Oh, well, everybody was on mushrooms then. This was a man who had lived during that time. He says that, that gradually died out. But it's interesting because he did them for years and years. And at the point that I talked to him, he as well felt like it was not proper spiritual growth and development to be using mushrooms. So,
yeah, well, I think institutions will inevitably substitute a rite or a ritual for the real McCoy, because then priests can control the pipeline to God, and the parishioner can approach with offerings. But if everybody can have a pipeline to deity, well, then the whole priest scam is put out of business. Done what?
Precisely what you're describing.
Suppressing?
No, substituted essentially a ritual, i.e. meditation or some kind of trip, for the experience, and then empowered the priests, i.e. kind of Buddhist masters. In other words, is that process that you're describing in Christianity, which I thought
happened in Buddhism?
Yeah, in your opinion.
Well, Buddhism is a heresy on Hinduism. It was Hinduism that did the dirty work for Buddhism. By the time Buddha came along, it was all priestcraft was an ancient tradition in India. But as I'm sure many of you know, the Rig Vedas, which are these tremendous outpourings of poetry that these Indo-Aryan people created as they came out of Central Asia and into India, the Rig Vedas are entirely devoted to the praise of a mysterious plant, Soma. The ninth mandala of the Rig Veda says Soma is greater than Indra, Soma is greater than Vishnu, and it just lists the entire pantheon. It says Soma is greater than all of these things. By the time Buddhism is getting rolling. Soma is a suppressed ancient tradition, and the Soma sacrifice, which is still being done, is being done with inert materials. If you want to read on this, why read Wasson's book on Soma, and notice how it traces back to Haoma, which is a yet older strata of religious ritual practice that was Zoroastrian and Iranian in origin. And it's very clear, that what we're talking about here is an intensely psychoactive plant, and there's great argument about what it was. Buddhism, because of the long historical record in the East, arises entirely within the historical context. So the suppression of the plant connection was in the earlier stratum of Hinduism. Okay, we discussed the Central Mexican complex. It has minor components, such as were mentioned here, Salvia divinorum, and there are others not chemically well understood, but also not widely or regularly used. But then as you pass down across the Darien Gap and into South America proper, there is just an explosion of available psychoactives. Not only the tropane complex of the Daturas, which now re-emerge in the subgenus Brugmansia, the arboreal Daturas, which we see around town as these ornamentals with the huge pendulous hanging white flowers. All of those tree Daturas, some with yellow, some with orange, some with red, some with white, some with purple flowers, originated in a very constrained area in the Andes and have been used for shamanic purposes for a long, long time. Also, coca is endemic to that part of South America, occurs nowhere else in the world naturally. But more interesting from my point of view are the tremendous proliferation of DMT cults and options based around two pharmacological approaches. One, you orally ingest DMT at the same time as you orally ingest an MAO inhibitor. MAO is monoamine oxidase. This is the enzyme system that oxidizes monoamines. That means makes them harmless. Monoamines are this whole family of drugs we're talking about, and many other things as well. But if you don't have any monoamine oxidase in your body, then monoamines in your body just stick around because the machinery to degrade them is inoperable. So there are what are called MAO inhibitors. This means you take this compound and it causes the monoamine oxidase in your body to be bound. It can no longer do its work. DMT ordinarily would be destroyed in the gut, in the intestine, the upper GI tract. But if you inhibit all the MAO in the upper GI tract, then the DMT is conveyed into the bloodstream, can cross the blood-brain barrier, and initiate a psychedelic experience. So this is the strategy of ayahuasca, also called yahe. North of the Caquetá, it's called yahe. South of the Caquetá, it's named in the Quechua language ayahuasca. Now this is a really fascinating thing for many reasons. First of all, this begins to look like the world's first truly designer drug. Because notice what's happening here. All these other things I've been talking about, peyote, mushrooms, datura, cannabis, what have you, are single plants that require very little preparation. Basically, find it, eat it. That's the way you prepare it. Ayahuasca is very different. It's composed of two plants, neither of which is active except in combination with the other. So somebody figured this out. Well, this may not sound like such an accomplishment until you stand in the Amazon basin and look around you and realize we're talking 50,000 species per square mile. And, 50 million square miles. So how did anybody ever figure out that you take the leaves of the little bush and the bark of the woody vine and combine them in these proportions and boil them and concentrate it, and then you have this fantastic psychedelic drug? This is the only way that I can imagine is somebody told them. And my experience is that these plants talk, that this does not make sense to the rational and discerning mind. But nevertheless, it is possible for one plant to lead you on to another. A perfect example of this is actually in the chemical literature. Melvin Bristol was a student of Schultes in the late 60s, and he specialized in the Brugmansias, the arboreal daturas, and he went to the valley of the Sibundoy, and there they actually add the datura to the ayahuasca. And he took this ayahuasca, and while he was on it, the ayahuasca entity showed him a plant. He kept seeing this plant, and he couldn't get it out of his mind. And the next day, after they came down from the trip, he was collecting in the forest with Indians, and he came upon the plant, the exact plant that he had seen in his vision. Well, he thought that was pretty strange. So he made extensive collections of this plant, took it back to Harvard, analyzed it, and it was, in fact, psychoactive, did contain psychoactive alkaloids. So, see, it's that we're tiptoeing over the surface of some kind of mystery. We maybe can bring ourselves to accept that a voice could speak on mushrooms telling you that you should be kinder to your children or love your mother or not be so hard on yourself. But it's a real leap for us to believe that a plant could tell you, you know that plant over there? Analyze that sucker. And, in other words, real information, not information subject to personal interpretation. The whole of the Amazonian narcotic complex, as it's called in the old literature, is based on activation of DMT by one strategy or another. Either drinking this ghastly beverage, as the literature calls it, the psychedelic beverage, ayahuasca, drinking this beverage, or as you go east into the lowlands, the ayahuasca complex is replaced by what's called the snuff complex, and it is based around a number of species of myristicaceous trees. The myristicaceae is the same family as nutmeg occurs in, though nutmeg is an old world member of the genus. But several members of the myristicaceae contain DMT in the inner bark exudate. And these Indians you go out before dawn, before the first rays of sunlight strike the tree, because when that happens, this resin retracts. So before dawn, and they then strip the bark from the cold side of the tree, and they actually put their hands on both sides and determine the coolest side of the tree. Then they strip these long strips of bark back. Then you take them back to the village, build a fire and let it burn to coals, and then spread the coals out. Lay these long strips of bark on the coals with the wounded side up, the clean inner side up, and this orange resin will be forced out of the bark and onto the surface. And then you can go along with a scraper of some sort, gather the stuff up, put it in a pot, cook it down, grind that in a mortar and pestle, and then you have a dandy paralytic arrow poison, which can also be honked up as an outlandish hallucinogenic snuff. And there are many stories of these Yanomamo and Waika people going out on the hunt and honking up their supply of drugs and just getting their poison arrows out and scraping off the points so the guys can get a buzz on and won't have to go back to the village. Well, it's a very interesting complex. It hasn't been very much researched by Westerners, and the reason is easy to figure out why. Here's how you take this stuff. You get with your buddy, and you have a bamboo tube. Maybe some of you remember this from the Emerald Forest. You have a bamboo tube about this long. You pack about this much of it with this ground bark exudate. And then you hunker down in front of your friend, put the thing with the loaded end into your nostril. Your friend takes a huge inhalation of air and then blasts on the end of this thing and just drives this stuff up into your sinus cavities. Well, everything goes violet. You scream, you salivate outlandishly, you fall over backwards, and by the time you've gotten yourself together, your friend has repacked the other side and is ready to give you that. And then you do that, it goes purple again, you scream, you salivate, you fall over, and then people usually say something like, "Good." Or far out, right.
Hell with that Holy Communion crap.
And then you see, I'm sure you guys have seen Napoleon Chagnon did a film and Juan Downey did a film. This is great filmic material because in these Waika villages, this has actually become, I wouldn't want to say a drug of abuse, but it certainly is a recreational drug. Not only the shamans are doing this, but people just are doing it. And you just see people leaning against walls with a line of saliva coming out of their mouth. And people just say, "Oh, he's doing the Ipina." Oh, okay. And, people in various attitudes of consciousness and unconsciousness. And coca, of course. And which, there's not a whole lot to say about coca. It's an interesting example of a psychoactive, non-psychedelic. The minute you hit the Amazon forest, they are so concerned that you've been misinformed about coca. They say, not a drug. This is not a drug. This is a food. This is a good food. This food makes us healthy. And there is some evidence that this is true, that cocaine bears very little resemblance to coca. Coca is not a spectacular experience. What I found was the way coca works is you've been sitting with these people for hours and they're talking in Witoto or some language that you have no hope of understanding. You're just about ready to excuse yourself and go to your hammock, and they drag out the coca, and the way you do it, and this is another thing, people miss the point in South America because they have no idea how much you're supposed to do. Imagine taking a tablespoon and going into a jar or a sack of flour and getting as much flour as you possibly could on a tablespoon. I mean a high-walled tablespoon, So you get like that much coca. You bring it to your mouth, you put it in. It's dry as dust. And the trick is to slime it over and get it into your cheek and hold it there, all without a break in your conversational flow. And, for a honky, the main effort is not to strangle and disgrace yourself in this scene, because it's usually no women. You're in the longhouse with the men, and these guys are, the authentic, bare-assed, scarified folks. And you're trying to fit in and choking to death on this wad of coca. Well, then it dribbles down your throat, and suddenly, these people don't seem so bad. this place doesn't seem so filthy, and you don't seem so tired, and maybe you can make out what they're saying, and in fact, maybe you'll just try out a little of what you've picked up on, and, before you know it, you're the life of the party. And then, about 20 minutes later, you think, well, maybe now I'll knock off, and then like clockwork, they reach for the tin can again and send it around, and they will do this until it's all gone. Now let's see, which way shall we go? Let's jump across the water now to Africa. I talked a little about Iboga. Fascinating cult. Very, very similar to ayahuasca in the social patterns that have arisen around it. The way ayahuasca is taken in the Amazon, in the mestizo populations that Luna is talking about, is people get together on Saturday nights in windowless sheds to about 1/3 to have the trip, about 1/3 because they have something physically or psychologically wrong with them that they want help from the shaman with, and about 1/3 who are wannabes or just hanging in for the social occasion. And in Zaire and Gabon, where the Iboga cult is operating, this same pattern exists. And these things, ayahuasca and Iboga in Africa, are the major forces resisting conversion to Christianity. I mean, they really are the native people's answer to the missionaries. And as such, they act as a tremendous force for social cohesion. Outside of the Iboga complex in Africa, really, we only have rumors. I mean, you will meet shamans from this place and that place. They even come and have spoken in this school who claim knowledge of extremely powerful plant hallucinogens. But they won't cough up the name or the species or a sample. And until that's done, you have to be very, very skeptical that these things are real. One of the things that was so interesting to me, and I mentioned this morning about how the shamans are like scientists. We would take ayahuasca with these people and sing and cure and go through all these trips and the hallucinations and everything, and then a few 6-7 hours later, as dawn was breaking and all but the most hardcore people had gone back to their huts, the assessing of the trip would begin by everybody. And inevitably people would say, well, this was pretty good, but I remember a time in the Rio YHWH when so-and-so made it, and it was like this and like this. And in other words, amazing dope tales. Amazing stories of other trips in other times and places and what had been achieved. So these shamans were consistently engaged in the search for the perfect high. They were not set in a cultural pattern. They were experimentalists, always on the outlook for rumors of new plants, untried combinations, so forth and so on. Returning then to the African situation, there is a complex of plants and suspect hallucinogens in southern Africa in use among the Hottentots, Aboriginal peoples of South Africa, and in the family of the Mesembryanthemaceae, which includes the lithops, the haworthias, these little ground-growing things that look like stones, the so-called rock plants. Well, some of those contain mesembrine. Mesembrine is an alkaloid of some sort with unresearched psychoactivity, but a persistent enough rumor of its use that it should probably be checked on. Well, then when you turn to the Eurasian continent, the largest landmass on the planet, you discover what I referred to before, this surprising poverty of hallucinogenic plants. You get the belladonna complex, the tropanes, you get the opium complex. Opium poppies are native to Southeast Asia, have been used by people in Eurasia at least as far back as the ancient Scythians. I mean, we have accounts in Herodotus which make it clear. And in fact, there's a considerable amount of Greek archaeological material that shows opium diadems and opium poppies being used as ornaments by various goddesses. So it was understood that it was psychoactive, yeah.
Robert Graves makes mention in one of his books that he suggests that ambrosia, the ambrosia of the Greek gods, were actually psilocybin mushrooms. Have you ever come across another allusion to that?
Yes, well, it's an interesting question. It has to do with Eleusis. And as you probably know, Eleusis was a major prophetic mystery site in classical and ancient Greece, where every September a ceremony would be done. And the rule was you could only do it once in your life, so you never got a second shot. And everybody in the Greek world would go at some point in their life. Plato, Aeschylus, Aristotle, the whole gang, everybody had this experience. And at the center of it, something was drunk and something happened. And there's been great argument about what was it and what happened. And Wasson and Hoffman and Ruck, who's a classicist at Cornell, all wanted to argue that it was an ergotized beer. In other words, that on the Eleusinian plain, there was a kind of rye being grown which was infected with a strain of claviceps that was mild enough that it was hallucinogenic without being convulsive or causing miscarriages or something like that. Because if you just go out and gather ergot smut, claviceps purpura, and you should be very careful with it. I mean, these ergot alkaloids can send you into convulsions, some of them, and they're fairly toxic. But it's conceivable that a strain grew on the Eleusinian plain that was made into a kind of beer that was then this hallucinogenic intoxicant. But Robert Graves, who didn't have the kind of public relations machinery that Wasson had a different notion. And he claimed that the surviving recipes of the sacrament at Eleusis, and there were, I think, 4 examples of surviving recipes, all called for the same ingredients. And don't hold me to it, but I think the ingredients were barley, honey, water, and something else, hyssop maybe. And he pointed out that a recipe for beer in Greece would never specify water because you understand that water is part of beer. So he said these words were code words, and that in Greek, the first initial of these 4 words could be arranged to spell the word muco, which is mushroom. Mucus, the part of the Indo-European language family, believes mushrooms are slimy. This is why the word mucus can be traced back to the word myco, mushroom, mykonos, mycenae. In fact, means the land of the mushrooms. And so the role of mushrooms in generating the religions of early Greece is a completely unexplored area. It's never been fully thought through. And this is called an ogam, by the way, where you take the first letter of a list, and the first letter of the items of a list spells out a secret meaning. And it was a favorite trick of Irish bardic poets, which Graves was very much into that. But now here's a great project for somebody. We need someone to prove that you can brew a hallucinogen out of claviceps on rye. I mean, this ergotized beer rap, it's just a phrase until somebody puts the stein on the table in front of you. I mean, it would be go a great distance toward trying to prove their case. Someone should go to the Eleusinian plain and see if they can still find any cereal grains growing there, and if so, can they infect them with claviceps, or is there claviceps in the area? Now, there's a problem here. I understand there's an oil refinery where the Eleusinian mysteries used to be practiced, but even in California, one could at least take a step toward understanding this, because we have in California a species of grasses called Spartina. Spartina grows, there's quite a population of it on the cliffs above the sea just north of Santa Cruz. Well, Spartina could support Claviceps purpura as an organism. So why not grow Spartina and attempt to infect it with a mild strain of ergot, which you could get from the American Type Culture Collection or something like that? See if an ergotized beer could be brewed. The absence of mushrooms in these places does not disprove the theory, because all of the Mediterranean has been drying out throughout historical times. And there are Greek vases and friezes which do show mushrooms in situations that are ambiguous as to whether or not they're being venerated or exactly what is happening. Now let me see if I've missed anything. I mentioned the Argyria complex in India. That's the Hawaiian baby wood rose. Now that's an interesting one, and I'm always on the alert for these. I'm interested in unclaimed indole complexes. In other words, why was Argyria nervosa never utilized by anybody? It's extremely powerful. You only have to take 8 or 9 seeds, and you don't have to prepare it at all. Just chew it up and swallow it. How come? No cult, no impact on the history of ideas. Well, we don't know. Those 13 species of Argyria are spread from India down through Polynesia. And it's called Hawaiian baby wood rose, but it was introduced into Hawaii 100 years ago. It has nothing to do with Hawaii. The only major complex that I didn't discuss is the cannabis complex. Now, this is one that is this is not an indole, and this is there are many anomalous things about cannabis. First of all, it's what's called a polyhydric alcohol, the only psychedelic polyhydric alcohol known to science. It's an extremely old plant. I mentioned last night the relationship of the metaphors of storytelling and weaving and language, and of course hemp is a fiber plant, and we find hemp and mats go back to as late as PPNB, pre-pottery Neolithic B at Çatalhöyük. There are hemp mats. Well, it's very unlikely with tossing waste from weaving into fires and the oiliness of the seed and so forth, that the psychoactive properties of this thing were not discovered. Cannabis originates in Africa. Originates in Central Asia. The original species is Ruderales. And then very early in prehistory, it divided into the resin race, indica, and fiber races, and then it was carried across the land bridge, presumably into North America, and that accounts for the sativa variant and so forth. Herodotus describes, interestingly enough, marijuana was used for thousands and thousands of years before it was smoked. One of the hardest things to wrap your mind around is the notion that until Columbus discovered the New World 500 years ago, no one in Europe had ever smoked or conceived of smoking anything. It was a New World cultural practice. And if you read Columbus's diary of when he landed in the New World, he was amazed. He wrote, "The natives drink smoke." That was the only way he could imagine. He said, what are you doing? And then, of course, it was less than 100 years before it was a major vice of the sophisticated raconteurs of Europe. Within 100 years of the introduction of tobacco into Europe, tobacco was being buried in the graves of Lapland shamans above the Arctic Circle. So the shamanic nature of tobacco was immediately recognized, even in the European context. Herodotus describes marijuana ingestion as a process somewhat like being in a sweat lodge and then pouring hemp seeds and hemp waste onto the hot rocks and letting it mingle with the steam in this closed space and deep breathing. But nobody ever had the notion of a pipe or anything like this. And it's very interesting, well, for many different reasons. One is that it's a new use for the human body, less than 500 years old in European culture. At Non Nok Thaw in northern Thailand, and in other Neolithic graves, they have found long bones, arm and leg bones, with burned out centers. And they don't know whether this was a marrow extraction procedure or it was a chillum. If you know what a chillum is a ceramic tube, narrow at one end and wide at the other, and you pack it with hash and tobacco, and then you hold it and you do this to it. Well, it may be that smoking was known in Asia in Neolithic times, but somehow died out in the pre-classical period and had to be reintroduced from the New World.
You want to comment about Amanita muscaria?
Yes, good. I'm glad you reminded me. Amanita muscaria is perhaps the old world hallucinogen par excellence, at least in the opinion of Gordon Wasson and a lot of other scholars. The problem with it is it's extremely difficult to get a reliable, positive experience from it. Now, the reasons for this are complex. First of all, it's geographically variant, it's seasonally variant, and it's genetically variant. So only if you have lived in an ecosystem virtually your entire life and have inherited the accumulated knowledge from the shamanic elders of your tribe are you going to know whether you've got a good one or not. Nevertheless, Gordon Wasson tried to argue that it was the hallucinogen, the prototypic hallucinogen of prehistory that was being used by these Vedic peoples who invaded India. In fact, he thought it was soma. I think, and I had correspondence with him about it before he died, I think the soma question isn't settled, and it could well have been a coprophytic mushroom associated with the dung of cows. After all, the role of cattle in Indian religion is very central, and in fact the role of cattle in early religion generally is extremely central. I mean, you do not get goddess religion in the ancient Near East without cattle worship. Cattle and goddesses seem to go very much together. And on the other hand, the Dionysian Mithraic complex is a bull cult, and it too can be traced back into time until it's just lost in remote antiquity. So yes, that's the Arctic mushroom used by Siberian shamans, and it's been made the prototypic hallucinogen because Siberian shamanism was made the prototype of all other shamanism, only because some anthropologist somewhere decided that would be a good idea. Australia is, again, singularly poor in known hallucinogens. I always say in known hallucinogens because somebody could go out into these places and come up with something brand new, something that we've overlooked. This is a great challenge for field workers. And then the other thing I want to say, and then I'll stop for today, is just a bit about this issue about synthetics. Are all psychedelics the same? Are synthetics in any way inferior or superior to naturally occurring hallucinogens? And if so, why or why not? This controversy began for me as like an aesthetic issue. I just felt better about taking plants sanctioned by thousands of years of use, and but I didn't particularly feel that it was a strong distinction. But the more time I've spent with it, and the more time I've spent with Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphogenetic fields, the more I come to see that I really think there is a very large distinction between synthetic and naturally occurring drugs. Now, it's not a distinction that you're going to get a chemist to agree to or a materialist. It is, as far as they're concerned, DMT from a plant and DMT synthesized in the laboratory are exactly the same thing. And as far as they're concerned, a synthetic hallucinogen such as, oh, I don't know, ketamine, let's give it the benefit of the doubt for a moment, ketamine, and a natural hallucinogen such as psilocybin, the differences do not reside in the fact that one is organic and one is synthetic. But I think that these plants take people as much as people take the plants. So that when you have a mushroom trip, you not only are having a mushroom trip, you are contributing to the future mushroom trips of everybody in the future who will take this thing. In other words, you make a small offering on the altar, and that henceforth becomes part of the setting of the thing. So that when you take one, it's like the notion of the Tao of the ancestors. When you take one of these ancient hallucinogens, you're locking into the morphogenetic fields of all the people who ever took it. How else are we to explain the fact that when you take morning glory seeds, you are flooded with Mayan imagery of stair-step cities and hieroglyphed balustrades and people dressed in gold and Quetzal finery and all this, or that when you take ayahuasca, even in this culture, there is a very strong impression of the jungle, of jaguars, of rivers. These things are coded into these compounds somehow. So it seems to me it is, without talking about issues of toxicity and pharmacological uncertainty, it's the content of the naturally occurring hallucinogens is much, much richer. And then one last point that I want to make to sum up this geographical survey of what is available is to say, again, another research frontier is China. There is very little evidence of any use of hallucinogens in China, and yet there are clues. There are clues that mushrooms were understood, that other plants may have been used, the knowledge of which has been lost. And the Cultural Revolution did a pretty thorough job on wiping out this kind of traditional Taoist shamanic data. But a very simple way of focusing the problem is to say there has never been reported from China a psilocybin-containing mushroom. And yet I'll bet if a reasonably informed investigator were to go to southern China and spend no more than 2 or 3 months off the beaten path talking to country people, I'll bet you could come up with 6 psychoactive mushrooms with a history of folk usage. It's simply the question has not been asked. Well, we are going to not have a clear understanding of the historical development of Chinese thought and institutions unless we know what their relationship the invisible world precisely was. And I think the indigenous tradition of shamanism, which became then Taoism, which became the real substratum of Chinese religion, while it weathered various late grafted variants and foreign imports like Buddhism, but that native stratum of Taoistic shamanism hints very, very strongly that there were psychedelic usage of these plants in ancient China. Okay, that's it for today, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Sorry to give you such a burst of information, but this will lay the basis, I hope, for tomorrow's discussion. So think about what we didn't cover, what you hope to hear that you haven't, and then tomorrow we'll try to tie up all the loose threads. Thanks very much. Sure. Okay, it looks like almost everybody is here. There was a woman yesterday who isn't here. I wonder if she was a one-dayer or if she'll show up. Do you all remember her? No one saw her but me. Yes, she sat. Yes. Oh, she will. Okay, well, it's always somewhat late on Sunday morning, so we'll a couple of people expressed interest in this week that I'm doing at Esalen, so I might describe it a little bit. It's quite different from this. It's an in-depth involvement in the mathematics of the I Ching, and then a theory that I evolved out of my engagement with that has to do with the structure of time and analysis of history as a predictable phenomenon. It has no connection with psychedelics other than that the entire thing was dreamed up under the influence of psychedelics. But it's a standalone idea, and if I'm able to control the group, I will keep it quite far from psychedelics, except in moments of rhetorical desperation. But if you're interested in the I Ching, and don't let the word mathematics put you off. I am not a mathematician, and the best mathematicians aren't either. You simply, it's just a way of talking about it and doing analysis that was very fruitful. So that's a 5-day from the 28th of this month till the 2nd of December. And Esalen has given us the big house. And a lot of people will bring their computers. There'll be a lot of machine implementation people. It'll go from Taoist scholars to assembly language programmers. And everybody will have more of a contribution to make than they suspect at the time. So I'm not sure. It was filled, and then I think they switched it. So, because I thought it was going to be at Fritz, but I don't know. Call them and see. That's all I can say about that. Seems like there was something else. Well, hopefully you turned some of this over in your mind in the time that we've been apart. I certainly did, in the sense of trying to figure out what I had missed and whose concerns had not been met. And what I came up with was your interest in the specifics of time, place, and manner, which should certainly be covered because it's operational information. Talking about the various visionary plant complexes that we talked about yesterday, each one of these things has a style, and a set of demands that it makes on its practitioners. And if you look at the ethnographic literature, you then see how the people who've used these things over millennia have come to terms with them, how they have accommodated themselves to these things. For instance, in the Iboka cult of Gabon, what is aimed for is early on in the involvement with the plant, a massive dose is taken, and they say it splits your head open, and you never have to take very much again, because somehow a creode or a predilection has been created, and then you are initiated into this. When you read the ethnographic literature, it's hard to believe how much they say they are taking. I mean, there's a saying in Gabon, Bawiti, which is what they call Iboga. Bawiti begins at 60, and that means 60 grams. Well, even allowing for the fact that they're using fresh root, and you might get a collapse rate of close to 50 or 75%, that still means they're saying Bawiti begins at 15 to 20 grams, which from my own experience with this stuff, I can tell you, is not even a conceivable place to begin. That's not a strong hit. That's an impossible hit. So the mushrooms, and you have to know, pharmacologically speaking, the window of effective activity. Every drug, every compound has a profile which you can imagine as a linear spectrum. Below a certain amount, it's undetectable. Above that amount, it becomes detectable first as this CNS arousal that I mentioned yesterday, and then as a full-blown psychedelic experience, and then at higher doses it begins to have toxic effects. All drugs are toxins, and people often make the mistake of thinking that if you have a toxic substance and you take half of it, then it's not toxic, because there is no you don't register its effects. But of course, everything is incrementally toxic. Now, some things are very safe, have a great range of effectiveness, well below the range where any toxicity begins to set in. Other compounds are active as psychedelics at a level just slightly below the level where you're going to begin to have toxic effects. So you want to know what the profile is of the particular substance that you're thinking of taking. In pharmacology, one of the parameters that they establish is what's called an LD50, which is a fairly unpleasant concept, which you should nevertheless be informed of. LD50 means lethal dose 50. This means we have 100 mice. We give them an unknown drug. At the point where half of them die, that is the LD50 dose of that compound. And there's an LD100, an LD10, and so forth. What you want is for the LD50 to be tremendously high relative to the effective dose. Now, the perfect or model compound in that case is, of course, LSD. LSD is active at the 25 microgram range, 25 gamma. A microgram is a millionth of a gram. It's well below a smidgen. Now, the LD50 for lysergic acid has never been determined. Do you agree? Yeah. It's never been found how much it takes to kill half of the test animals. So that makes it a tremendously safe drug if mortality is the only concern. But of course, I think what most psychedelic trippers eventually realize is mortality is rarely at risk in psychedelic experiences. What's at risk is sanity. And, you know, being nuts is not as bad as being dead, but nevertheless, it can spoil your entire day. So, and it's very reassuring, having taken a compound like psilocybin and to have become totally convinced that you are dying, to just remind yourself that the LD50 is 200 times more than you took, and therefore it's impossible, and you merely have to discipline the hindbrain and take control of your fear, and then you will be all right. And you're a pharmacologist.
But when you're in it, you're really... You're dying.
When you're in it and you think you're dying, you weren't able to say to yourself, now see here, no one has ever died at this dose level, and well, it is a question.
Do you sort of imagine that perhaps there was something in there that wasn't just psilocybin?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Or your heart kit bearer. I thought I didn't take a cardiac, and I thought
pound right out of your chest. That you make a point which I want to elaborate on. We've talked so much about hallucination here, and always because of my particular bent, which I have unconsciously transferred to you. It's we're talking about visual hallucinations, but all psychedelic explorers should be aware of the concept of what is called a cognitive hallucination. This is a much more insidious phenomenon. This is quite simply an out-and-out delusion. The commonest form of cognitive hallucination goes like this. You take mushrooms. An hour and 20 minutes into it, it's getting mighty, mighty strange. And this is especially a problem with first-timers. And you realize, with the force of revelation, that you didn't take psilocybin. You took a poisonous mushroom, and now you are going to die. This is an out-and-out cognitive hallucination, which is as real as a belief. But it's not a disturbance in the visual field, it's a disturbance in the cognitive machinery. A story, a friend of mine had never taken mushrooms and was very concerned about how to do it, and said, and got the instructions from me: silent darkness, quiet room, stay sitting, and took them in his room in silent darkness, and at about the hour and a half point realized with a demonic chuckle that I had been kidding. I had been putting him on, and actually had told him to stay in his room because we were preparing a surprise party for him at the bar 2 blocks down the street. And, you know, chuckling to himself with this realization, he showered, dressed, and went down to the bar 2 blocks down the street, pushed open the door and said, "I'm here." And the guy behind the bar said, "Oh, really?" Well, the trip got wilder from there, because in the wake of disconfirmation of one of these cognitive hallucinations, people tend to become confused, paranoid, and upset. So you have to continuously track your mental processes, and it's really good to stick with whatever rules that you've laid down for yourself. I actually apply this technique in my own life. If I get to the place where I cannot understand what is happening, I try to think back to the last moment when I did understand what was happening, and then do what I said I was going to do then, having given up on understanding it in the moment. The practical fallout from this in terms of psychedelic research is what we call the chain to a tree technique, which is where you just chain yourself to a tree, and providing you don't hang yourself with the chain, this cuts down the possibility of doing something peculiar. Psychedelics this doesn't tend to be a problem, but for instance with Datura, the best intended and most together people lose it completely and then come back into it 12 or 24 hours later to just survey the swath of wreckage that they have cut through their own and other people's lives. I had a friend years ago, a very diminutive, attractive woman who took Datura with a couple of boyfriends, waited hours and hours, nothing happened. They finally decided to go to their homes. She walked them down the stairs, said goodbye to them at the top of the stairs. It actually happened in the Haight. And that was the last thing she remembered until she came to on the 6th floor of the federal building in the San Francisco County Jail. And the charge was assault on the arresting officer, and the evidence was the officer's thumb, which had been bitten off. So she was, an Antioch PhD in medieval literature. So it happens to the best of us. Yeah. Yeah, you can. The problem, the ideal situation, and always I'm only speaking from my own experience, and I may have an odd take on it because God knows I'm odd, but to my mind, the ideal situation is to have the sitter 2 rooms away, and you have a doorbell or the equivalent. Because if the sitter is with you, you start to analyze the sitter. And as someone once said to me in India, face is index of mind. And the sitter can just become an existential galaxy of possibilities because, you can read their history, their intent, their most secret thoughts, your belief in what is their most secret thoughts. People are concrescences of ambiguity that you don't want to get too tangled up with in that state unless you really are ready for the trip to take that particular direction. I don't know if it was in this workshop or the other night that I mentioned, I recall a trip I took with this English guy, and it took me 2 weeks to get his voice out of my head. It just became like this accompaniment to consciousness, this stream of sort of understated English upper-class gibberish on all subjects. And I finally, it retracted. That's called becoming a victim of the transference. All psychotherapists are aware of this. The transference is when you get dragged into the other person's system of values or delusion. There's even a name for this in clinical psychology. It's called allophrenia. Allophrenia is schizophrenic behavior on the part of normal people in the presence of schizophrenics. And this is a real problem. Your friend is put in the place. You go to see your friend to cheer them up. And your friend is not violently insane, but saying strange things, behaving in strange ways. And you, in an effort to relate to them, begin saying strange things and behaving in strange ways, and before you know it, the resident has to break in and escort you to the elevator because you're causing a problem in the ward. The transference is this phenomenon happening among people who are more or less psychologically healthy, but still it can be very disrupting. I think the sitter should be there only if there's a three-dimensional emergency. And the sitter, the notion, I like the word sitter because it's operational, it tells what you should do. And guide is not such a pleasing word. This implies control, prior knowledge, hierarchy, so forth and so on. The best guide sitter I ever knew was a wonderful old guy. He's dead now, but I'm not yet ready to say his name in public. I'm sure some of you know him. But his style was, he read these paperback trash novels, and he would just sit down with somebody, give them the stuff, and every once in a while they would fight their way out of this ocean of hallucination to deliver some insight, and he would just put down his book and turn to them and say, "That's nice, now go back to the music." Pick up his book, and this guy could get 600 pages in a situation where he was nominally in charge of a dozen people who were tripping. So non-intervention, I think, and then there's the question of doing it with another person, and then the question is it going, meaning that the other person is going to be stoned too, and this has its own pitfalls and ambiguities. If it's your lover, your sexual partner, then in my opinion that's probably the best way to spend your time. If it's not, then the sky is the limit. You're going to learn more about this person than perhaps you were prepared to. Sometimes it's easy. It's no problem. Everybody stays who they appeared to be before you took off. But sometimes, the masks just start being hurled across the room in all directions, and you don't know where it's going to leave you. My approach, I guess, is one of two extremes. I guess I sort of belong to the sensory deprivation school, that lie down, shut up, silent darkness, music very judiciously, if at all, and I always do it at night, which some people find that strange, but night is quiet. The energy dies down. There's calm and still between midnight and 4 a.m. The other end of the spectrum is someone like Salvador Roquette, who, gives you 3 drugs, plays heavy metal rock and roll, then you get to see the Auschwitz films. And no, I'm not kidding. I mean, it is an effort to, so far as I can tell, drive you absolutely starkers, and I would not submit myself to that. This same polarity exists in therapeutic theories. Some schools of therapy want you to lose it, want you to weep, lament, rend your clothing, throw yourself on the floor, kick your feet in the air, and this is called getting out your stuff or working through your stuff. What I find about this kind of thing is it resonates too long. It doesn't feel like you've gotten clear of it. It feels like you have simply objectified it. But life is an uncompleted puzzle. I could certainly change my mind. I have never felt that the primary use of these things was to cure what is called in modern parlance neurosis, what I call unhappiness. It isn't for that. It is, and again, this may be the influence of Jung in my background, You know, Jung felt that there was no such thing as normality, that life, the task of life was what he called individuation. And he felt it really doesn't even begin until you approach middle life. I mean, you must leave the 20s behind you because they are so socially and hormonally turbulent that you're just basically trying to make sense of it on a day-to-day basis. But then you settle in and this unfolding takes place. And I really assume that we are all beyond neurosis. Not that we are not neurotic, but that we all have our own strategies and our own take on our own quirks and peculiarities. The psychedelic thing as tool is more to go beyond the legacy of the normal into the transpersonal or the supra-personal and really view life as an open-ended domain to be explored. So I find myself talking to psychologists a lot because this is where this has been seized upon, because it does perturb the dynamics of the psyche. But for instance, I don't think you should give people hospitalized for psychotic behavior psychedelics. They're having enough trouble. They are being overwhelmed by the contents of the unconscious 24 hours a day and have no tool to make sense of it. The rest of us can make sense of overwhelmment by the unconscious if it doesn't go on too long. I mean, I don't think there's any one of us who would wish to take mushrooms, arrive at the height, and just stay there. Because after 48, 72 hours, some situation would arise which would cast us into an extreme state of disequilibrium. It's more like diving. A friend of mine said many, many years ago, the yogin and sub-in, shaman, psychedelic voyager, the yogin and the schizophrenic dive in the same ocean. It's just that the yogin remembers to take his tanks along. And that's what it is, you know. I mean, there is this possibility of inundation and overwhelmment. Well, let's return to the matter of dosage and setting. Yeah.
You mentioned yesterday how you favored organic materials over synthetic. What about, taking organic materials but then refining, narrowing them down, getting rid of all the other ingredients in the plant? That's our Western tendency, is to just take something, refine it down, and isolate the active ingredients, and then take doses of that. Do you see that the other natural ingredients that the mushrooms or ayahuasca, whatever it is, have provided, kind of synergize the active ingredients and make the trip easier or smoother?
Yeah, I think so. Rarely in a plant where you have a psychoactive compound will it occur all by itself. For instance, in the peyote cactus, there is mescaline, there's N-methylmescaline, there's anhalamine, anhaloine, there's a whole family, about a dozen of these things. Similarly, in the coca bush, cocaine and several other canes and several other active compounds. So when you take a plant, you're getting a broad spectrum of these active molecules that have a familial relationship to each other. And no chemist has ever exactly explained to me what's happening, but I think all chemists and pharmacologists are aware of the fact that natural compounds, even extracted and purified, or let's just say even extracted, are smoother than their synthetic counterpart. I recently had occasion to relearn this because there's been some amount of experimentation with 5-methoxy-DMT, which is not like DMT, but it is short-acting and creates a profound oceanic emotion. But it also, in the pure substance, there's a tremendous heart rush in the first 30 seconds. I mean, you just feel like you're in an up elevator that knows no limit. and just about the time that you figure you're going to go into some kind of emergency situation, it tends to back off. So then recently there has been this material in the underground called toad foam, which is actually 5-methoxy-DMT extracted from the glands of a large southwestern toad. Well, when you smoke that, it too is 5-MeO-DMT, but there is no heart rush, and it also doesn't last as long. It's much more benign and easygoing. Even in cases where there isn't a detectably variant spectrum of compounds present, for instance, in the psilocybin in Stropharia cubensis, really there are only two active principles, psilocybin and psilocin is the dephosphorylated ester of psilocybin, so they are basically the same compound. Nevertheless, if you talk to somebody who has only taken Sandoz psilocybin, it's much less animated and interesting than organic psilocybin. Now, the counterexample to this is when Hoffman synthesized psilocybin for the first time, he gave some of it to Wasson, and Wasson took it back to Huautla in the Sierra Mazateca of Oaxaca and gave it to Maria Sabina. And Maria Sabina said, "The spirit of the mushroom is in the little pill." And this story has been repeated over and over again. Well, my assumption simply is, Maria Sabina was a wily old lady. I mean, it's not writ anywhere that shamans have to always tell you the truth. And I very seriously doubt that the experience, I've never had the opportunity to take chemically pure psilocybin. The difference between the morning glories and LSD is one of animation and color. The morning glories, you see, I'm talking now about Ipomoea and turbina, the Mexican species. When you take them, there is a flood of Aztec, Toltec, Mayan imagery. It's just, it's uncanny. You can't believe it while it's happening, that you would see this much glyphs and carved obsidian and quetzal feathers and all of this stuff. Is it the morphogenetic field? Is it the broader vegetable spectrum of the alkaloid rather than the synthetic? Who knows? These things remain to be looked at. In terms of the theory of morphogenetic resonance, it seems to me, some of you probably follow Rupert's ideas and Rupert himself. The problem is that the morphogenetic field is very difficult for instruments to detect. And in fact, I think so far the only instrument that can detect it is the human mind. And this probably means, that it's perturbing a field that is very, very far removed from the fields associated with the 4 or 5 ordinary forces of nature. But for instance, when you go to Tikal, or in Guatemala, or Borobudur in central Java, or Konarak on the Puri coast of India, and you take these psychedelics, the past is present. You see these places at their height, and you can say, well, it's just suggestion, But I don't know. When I take ayahuasca, wherever I take it, I encounter the motifs typical of Amazonian shamanism. The jaguar, the giant anaconda, and to show you that sometimes the iconography of these compounds is not predictable, black people. And everyone in the Amazon says this, that you see black people. Well, there are no black people in the Amazon, not really. In the lower Amazon there are a few, but in the upper Amazon, a black person is as rare as a curd. And yet, everybody insists on this. Well, I have had this experience on ayahuasca, and to call it seeing black people is a very mild gloss on what it is. It's like being at the Apollo Ballroom on a hot evening in 1960 and Aretha Franklin is on stage. I mean, it is deep hit of blackness. Yeah, uh-huh.
So what does it tell you? What does it say?
I don't know quite what to make of it, you know. I don't know why. And Claudio Naranjo gave the ayahuasca, gave Harmaline to urban people in Santiago, Chile, stockbrokers and advertising executives, people who had no connection to the jungle, and they reported jaguars, giant snakes, jungles, and black people. So this, to me, is a tremendously fertile area for Jungians, for morphogenetic field people to look into. Psychics have claimed, since who knows how long, that by holding an object in their hand, they could penetrate its past states of being. Well, it's like all these other occult claims, in my experience, mantra, yantra, yoga posturing, past life recovery. For me, none of these things are possible unless I'm stoned. Then they all become possible. It's just like you just throw the switch. Suddenly mantras work. I can chant mantras till hell freezes over in an unstoned state. The precondition for empowering occult idea systems seems to be a shift in brain chemistry. And it's, you know, to be noted that in these cultures where a lot of magic, a lot of violation of natural law is going on, there is a lot of psychedelic stuff going on. These ayahuasca shamans, say among the Aguaruna Jivaro, for instance, which is a very no-nonsense tribe of head-hunting people in the Amazon, the shamans live continuously in a state of altered consciousness. I mean, they are taking this stuff all the time. It is a food item. And what it would be like to be the shaman of the Aguaruna in the jungle all the time, taking all this stuff, it's hard to imagine, because when you just do it once, all plants have auras, all plants have songs which can be extracted out of them. I mean, they are living literally in some kind of other dimension. Yeah.
Well, that came through me about this whole idea of certain plants or certain substances have certain attributes or certain places that they take people to. I've had the ideation that you're talking about, the visualization of this cat, the jungle, the pyramids, the whole Mayan Aztec jungle, shamanic routine, on LSD, on mushrooms, on ibogaine, the outcome. And I've had clients that have had that same ideation doing breath work.
Well, yeah, this raises a real question. One of the things.
The black people were on ibogaine, which I expected, but not the other one.
Yeah, I don't understand exactly how this works. I will join your side for a moment, because there's a phenomenon I've noticed, and some of you have heard me talk about it. It's possible to do this on psilocybin. It's really easy to do it on ayahuasca. Ayahuasca, in a way, is somehow more open to suggestion. These other things have their own agenda. Ayahuasca will work with you. But one of the bizarre things that you can do on ayahuasca is you can suggest a period, like, let's say, Italian Baroque. You just say it in your mind. And paintings, altarpieces, architectural spaces, balustrades, vehicles, armament, saddlery, clothing, serving utensils, bowls, pewter, candelabra, all of this stuff will begin drifting Victorian, and it is high Baroque. In fact, it is more Baroque than the Baroque. It's obviously what they were shooting for, you know? And then you just say dynastic Egypt, a hawk-headed guy, and you say Art Deco, and thousands of cigarette lighters, coffee tables, and more intensely realized than you ever actually encounter these things in real life. Well, now what does that mean? I have no idea. First of all, the possibilities seem to be that what we call styles, or what we call motifs, are actually categories in the unconscious. But the amazing thing about it is, having looked at the Italian Baroque, dynastic Egypt, and Art Deco, you can also say to it, so surprise me. And suddenly, it can surprise you 100%. It can show you objects that you cannot place to any set of motifs, any historical period, past, present, or future. And then you can say to it, surprise me again. And it gives you surprise B, which is completely different from surprise A, and also not related to any known style. So then you say, well, are styles categories in the unconscious, and how many of them are there? And what does it mean then for a group of people in 1680 or 1930 to suddenly find one of these places and punch into it? And then another question is there a necessary historical progression, or is it by chance? In other words, could the political world of the 16th century have lived with the design motifs of Art Deco? Could we have had Columbus arriving in America in a ship consonant with the best canons of Bauhaus design? Strange questions, friends. Is there necessary succession in style, or are these things pure chance? So, I don't know, returning to and responding to your demonic advocacy, it may be that going to Tikal preconditions you, that pushes the button, and then when you take the psychedelic, you discover that the high Mayan, the classic Mayan button had been set, and then you find all this stuff. It's a little more bewildering to have it happen in your living room. So,
those experiences are available to anybody in various states and in various ways to get there. And I don't feel that it's mutually exclusive to say that some substances do seem to have a certain predilection for certain kinds of experiences. Now, I've had both feelings about it. That range of experiences, that band of experiences is available, and some things are more likely to put me there than others.
Well, LSD is a relative of morning glories. So if you got Mexican imagery off LSD, that would be understandable. It may be that all the indoles resonate together. And, Rupert's fond of saying the morphogenetic, or the thing which is most impinging on the present, is the immediate and most closely related past. But also impinging is the related past moments and the related contingencies. Perhaps all of the indoles can access each other. One thing that I've done on psilocybin, and you might try this. This is an interesting experiment. Once you get it up and running smoothly, then you can say to it, be MDMA. And it will be it. And you can say to it, be LSD. And it loves to do imitations of other psychoactive drugs. Well, I don't know. I don't think you can say to MDMA, be DMT. And it will move. You hope not, don't you? And it would move over into that space. But see, obviously, it's some kind of freely commanded modality in the psyche with which we can have a relationship if we will but evolve a control language and a dialogue, and it remains mysterious. It is a point that I made yesterday that I think is worth repeating. The psychedelic experience is the beginning of the spiritual path. That's why it's not important that yogins claim that they can deliver you the psychedelic experience, because it begins with the psychedelic experience. And then you go from there. I said something like this a few weeks ago at the John Ford Theater in LA, and this guy got up and said, "So why don't you take more?" Which I think is a very interesting question, very valid for me personally. And the answer is, our whole lives we conceive of spiritual development as looking for the answer. You know, is it Taoism? Is it diet? Is it Tantra? We look for the answer. And I think we have become so accustomed to looking for the answer that it's never really entered our minds what it would be like to find it. To have it, yes. And once you come face to face with these psychedelics, the trail ends that you have found the answer. Not because perhaps because you're smart, perhaps because you're lucky, perhaps because you deserved it, perhaps because you hang out with the right people. You have found the answer. Now the question is, what the hell do you do with it? Because the answer is going to make hash out of your life, because your life is based on living without the answer. So suddenly, it's not, I want to be an enlightened being, I want to be a shaman, I want to be a Taoist, I want to be a yogi. Be it. See how you like it. So the answer to the question, why don't I take more, is because I'm attached, basically. It is entirely my own attachments that now impede my spiritual growth. Nobody's holding me back. Nothing is holding me back except my sense of the awesomeness of what is now possible. And this is true of everybody who reaches a certain point. Think of the Taoist sage on Cold Mountain, who has been up there in the fog and the mist and the rock escarpments for 30, 40, 50 years. And the people in the village occasionally mention him to each other and say, is old Fu Si still alive? Has anyone seen him recently? And someone will say, oh yes, I saw him 3 years ago across a valley gathering wood, but when I approached, he ran further up the mountain and disappeared. To be Fu Si is entirely possible, to actually attain what we have previously thought of as unattainable spiritual accomplishments. But I don't think it can happen without leaving everything. Do you really want to be a Taoist hermit circulating the light for 200 years in a cave high up above timberline? You can, there's nothing stopping you once you understand that this psychedelic vehicle is available. I'm appalled at that. It's one thing to change your life to be nicer to your coworkers. It's quite another to change your life to be incomprehensible to 99.9% of all humanity. So once you have the psychedelic tool in hand, then real choices have to be made. What is this to you? Is it simply something that you do once or twice a year to affirm to yourself that it's possible? Or is it something that you can use in some way for your good and the world's? That's sort of where I have come to rest, and I hope it's not a delusion. But I think that there are ideas out there, and that they don't do any good out there, that they only have efficacy if brought into 3 dimensions. And there are all kinds of ideas. In fact, they are all ideas. So we're talking about a more efficient internal combustion engine, how people can learn to love each other, how to save the planet, the most efficient way of packing crackers in a box for long shelf life and low destruction of their structural integrity. It doesn't matter what the problem is. The answer can be found out there. Well, it puts people who are into this psychedelic thing in an entirely different stance from all other spiritual seekers, because all other spiritual seekers are furiously seeking. Psychedelic people are holding it back with all their power, because they are in the presence of the mystery. And then the trick is to get a spigot on it, so that it can be turned on and off, rather than just coming at you like a tidal wave a mile high and 20 miles wide. So it's a different problem, an embarrassment of riches, an embarrassment of access to past, present, future, alien dimensions, mantra-hoarding elves, and promise-bearing demons. And so strangely enough, it creates a certain kind of conservatism. Now, I don't think that everybody realizes this. Many people take psychedelics in order to prove to themselves that they can, and then gain acceptance from their social group. It's a way of fitting in. But those people, you can always evade the mystery. Not always. But if you're trying to, from the get-go, you can evade fully confronting the mystery. And but if it's what you want, you will quickly discover that you have hit the main vein, and that changes the rules of the game pretty entirely.
They'll do it up to a point. I mean, it's particularly sophisticated psychologists and people like that say, well, it'll take you so far, but then there's something else, and you have to quit doing this and give it up and do something else. And in my experience, what that is, it's not true. If you want to keep doing it, it'll take you as far as you want to go.
That's what I think. I think people who quit doing it see something, detect. Because what it is if you think of the self as a diamond, and you begin to, and then what the psychedelic is pressure on the diamond. Well, you can raise the pressure to 1,000 pounds per square inch, and there are no structural flaws. But if you raise the pressure to 10,000 pounds per square inch, micro flaws begin to show, and shear lines appear. And because everything will fly apart at a certain level, one cannot encompass this mystery. I mean, I think finally you have to avert your eyes and just, adore is a strange word, and worship is also a strange word, but certainly give credit to. It is not a program that you finish. And yes, people who say, I learned all I could from it, probably learned mostly that they shouldn't do more of it.
Your psychotherapist.
Well, it threatens to put anybody out of a job, because eventually the contradictions of living in this low-level slice of reality will just become unbearable. And this actually happened in the 60s. I mean, many people quit and dropped out for many reasons, but the seed of all that talk about is, you just say, this is absurd. I am going to sit. That's not absurd. But, what about your stock brokerage? What about your portfolio? What about your divorce in progress? So all of this stuff, you can't... No, I think that the depth of this cannot be taken. And eventually, the male ego in every single one of us, regardless of our gender, will feel threatened, because it's hardly different from death, because you're not going to recognize yourself. That's the point that I wanted to make in talking about the guy up on Cold Mountain. Once he ran a gas station, once he followed the Dodgers, but then it all began to slide in this certain direction, and he is no longer recognizable to himself. Carlos Castaneda has Don Juan say, "You must lose your personal history." Well, I don't know whether Don Juan is a real person or whether he ever said that, but it's interesting, that notion. How many of us would be willing to become unrecognizable to ourselves? And yet, obviously, that's the path that one is on. And so then you just decide, well, is there an obligation to go to the end? Do I have to become a genie? Do I have to become a Taoist sage, an immortal? And I think the answer is no. One doesn't have to do that. Buddhism creates the notion of the bodhisattva. That is, in a way, this same thing. It's where you're just about to go over the hill into incomprehensibility, and then you say, wait a minute, what about the people in the prisons, the naked, the hungry, the oppressed? And you pull back and say, no, I forswear enlightenment until the last being attains enlightenment. Well, it's a noble gesture, but I'll bet these bodhisattvas make this vow with a tremendous sigh of relief. Now they know what they're going to do with their lives. Oh, good, I'm going to work in prisons and counsel the dying and get into political action. Geez, for a minute I thought I was going to go straight into the light. And become unrecognizable to myself and lose my definitions and so forth and so on.
I will. Okay. The two words that struck me interesting was adore and worship. I don't know if I got it right. Matthew Fox Friday nights quoted some theologian, I think it was Desjardins. And it struck me interesting because he said that we have come to a point in history now where we must either find some form of meaningful worship or commit suicide. And somehow that quote came back when you mentioned when one may reach that point of the penultimate truth of the unspeakable or the formless form or the light or whatever you want to call it, and the mushrooms are pointing the way or whatever, breath therapy, that all these things are only something that points you to the ultimate. And when you get there, it moves into the adoration and the worship level, which, interestingly enough, as I say, coming from a mode of being a recovering Catholic, I could never find in any kind of religious community, and didn't want to join a monastery for that purpose. And what I see is partially this neurosis or unhappiness that exists in so many people in the country. They have no contextual format for worship because it doesn't have that power for them to do it.
Yes, well, you have to have the personal experience of something to worship. And this is what has been lacking. I mean, what the churches are peddling is high abstraction, and you really have to work yourself up into a lather to, be able to accept that as worthy of that kind of attention. The psychedelic subset of society is into an experience. And, it's accessible. In a way, we're like Calvinists, not in our ethics or our restraint on behavior, but in our insistence on a direct personal relationship with the mystery. And this is something very new. We have really accepted the idea that truth descends through hierarchies, basically from Newsweek and Time and the Washington Post down to us as consumers of these various images of what is going on. The notion that you might know more about reality than the combined editorial board of Scientific American and the Journal of Foreign Affairs is startling stuff. We always give ourselves away. We don't realize it depends on you, to believe that at Cornell or down at SRI people understand the universe is not helpful. You must understand the universe. And if you don't know partial differential calculus, then your model of how the universe works must do it without partial differential calculus. In other words, it's not writ anywhere that only one model will work, and in fact, I think all abstract models should be highly suspect. It's going to be, it's an opportunity. I mean, we have to view life as an opportunity. What are you doing with it? Are you afraid of it? I mean, some people live their lives, apparently, what they are doing is arranging their deathbed scene. They want it to take place in a large baronial house with clipped green lawns, acres in surround. They want the room in which they die to be filled with fine art. They want their loving heirs to be dutifully assembled while they pass out the final wisdom. And they spend their entire life creating the dramatic scenario of their passage. And of course you have to work hard because you've got to make the money to buy that house. You have to sire all these children, educate them into your values so they won't be stabbing you in the back and misbehaving in this situation. You have to create loyalty, possession, power, all of these things. And then you won't die in a ditch, unknown and abandoned, But on the other hand, what was the quality of that life, Life is an opportunity. How much pressure should you put on it? How many places should you go? How many drugs should you take? How many sexual configurations should you experiment with? How many professions should you... and it depends, I think, the question is, how seriously do you take it? Do you just think life is a lark and it's fine with you that you're going to go into a pine box and be forgotten for all eternity? Or do you have some inner consolation that won't happen and you're going to go off and be with Lao Tzu and Mao and everybody else who ever died? Or, just what is it? And I think of it as a telephone booth being filled with water. And you can see that when the water reaches the top of the telephone booth, you're going to be dead as a doornail. And so you have 30 years to figure it out. We are alive. There's no contest about that. It's extremely improbable that we should be alive, that we should be here thinking, feeling, sharing. The fact that we're alive throws open the whole game. Means anything is probably possible, but I doubt that it's easy. I'll bet you have to be very, very smart to figure out what's going on and get it right. And so I guess I have a sort of private religion of intelligence. It isn't how good you are, it's how wily you are, which was the Greek virtue of Odysseus, that was always his epitaph. Or his epithet was, he was wily Ulysses. Reality is some kind of maze. It isn't to the swift that the race goes. A maze, a puzzle garden that you walk through to try and find your way out. The race isn't to the swift, it's to the thoughtful, the careful, the one who can tease it all apart. Well, for puzzle solving, the psychedelic is this tremendously powerful tool because it extends the domain of mind, and that's what's necessary to make it go. Okay, moving through these things and discussing dosage, probably in order of the likelihood of your encountering them. Mushrooms I feel that people who weigh around 140 pounds should take 5 dried grams. This is a stiff hit. This is a committed hit. There will be difficult moments in a 5-gram trip, but on the other hand, certain questions will be solved forever for you. Because you will validate the existence of this dimension, you will see what your relationship to it is. I don't believe in diddling with these things. People tend to take tiny amounts, thinking that 1/10 of a dose is 1/10 of an experience. Well, that doesn't work like that. I mean, half a dose can be no experience at all. And a full dose can feel like 10 of these experiences. So trivializing it is really, and I use this word advisedly, but sinful, because you're trivializing the only mystery, or it's like trivializing sex. I mean, the ordinary objections to pornography are not my objections. But to my mind, a very strong objection to pornography is that it trivializes. And anything which trivializes anything central to our self-definition is bad mental hygiene, is about the only way I could put it. And taking small doses of psychedelics tends to trivialize them. And there are people who probably take LSD every weekend and go dancing and have done this for years and have no idea what LSD is capable of. The main shift in the use pattern with LSD is from, it may have been childish, but the style of the 60s was, how many mics can you bolt down? You know, have you had the 500? Have you had the 1,000? Have you had the 2,000? Well, eventually it becomes moot because you just dissolve into shimmering atoms for longer and longer periods of time on these trips. But the modern approach, which is how little can you get away with taking and still be one of the gang, is even more insidious, you know, because then people feel capable of talking about these things. And you know, there are people who feel that their opinions on the psychedelic experience should be weighed very carefully, who have only taken MDMA. Well, listen, I've got news for you. I mean, that is to the domain we're talking about like a broken tricycle to a Testarossa Ferrari. So this is a general comment that you should take a committed dose of whatever it is you're taking, so that there is no ambiguity, because there's nothing worse than a sub-threshold psychedelic experience, because what it is it's all show and no go. You know, you feel the CNS activation, you feel the keyboards light up, everything comes on, you start down the runway, you pick up speed, you pick up speed, you pick up speed, and then you come to the end of the runway and taxi back to the hangar, and, you know, well, that was not a flight to Boston, that was just clogging the traffic pattern. So committed doses, and then because you're going to take a committed dose, inform yourself of the medical and pharmacological chit-chat on the matter so that you can feel reassured, you know, and talk to a heart specialist. Questions like, if my heart is pounding, does that mean I'm having a heart attack? What is a fibrillation and how will I recognize it? Because you can have very odd feelings and not be in any danger whatsoever, you know, and your heart can pound, it's made to pound. Look at all these aerobic exercise freaks. Well, the fact that you're sitting still and this begins to happen doesn't mean that you've been shoved to death's door. It just means, you know, that everything is equalizing and coming to some kind of equilibrium, and you're passing through a transition. These drugs do have a kind of mock barrier. In other words, there is a barrier somewhat like the speed of sound. It's a pharmacological and physiological barrier. So you take the compound, the plant, whatever it is, nothing happens for 40 minutes or so except false starts and little things, and you have to go pee, and then you come back and you sit down, and then it begins to come on, and it's like it can have many manifestations, but it can be chills, tremoring, knotted stomach, nausea, just restlessness, so forth and so on. This is what I call, taking a page from the engineering book, Q. Q in engineering circles is vibration in a physical system. And you may even, when they launch the space shuttle, if you listen to the radio chit-chat, they will say, approaching max Q, and then they'll say, max Q, mark, and then they're through that. What that means is that as the system approaches a transition, it begins to shake. It begins to shake as though it's going to shake to pieces. And the Q forces are building on all the air surfaces, the airframe. Then you break through that, Q falls to zero, and you're in the cool, main engine cutoff. You are now in orbit. All vibration has ceased. Noise has ceased. You are in orbit. You are weightless. You are there. It's different. Now you shut down all these switches related to the launch procedure and begin to set a course through a different kind of medium, a medium characterized by smoothness, stillness, and that sort of thing. LSD, I don't see anything wrong with the 300, 400 micrograms as an initial dose. I don't see any point in running up into the 1500 to 2000 gamma range, because in my experience, what happens is at higher doses, there's simply an area where you can't remember what happened. And the higher the dose, the longer that period of time. But since you can't remember anything about it, why, it should be shortened. DMT, 70 milligrams, vaporized in a glass pipe, and 70 milligrams. Yeah.
LSD, I have done large doses of LSD at times, and it's always seemed to me that it's very difficult to process all the stimuli coming in. The biocomputer just, at one point, for me at least, one time I did about 4,000 micrograms, and the biocomputer shut down for a while. I like you said, I forgot exactly.
Yeah, it's overload, and it just shunts it past you. What do we need to cover here? DMT, psilocybin, LSD, MDMA, which, I think probably you all know, 125, 150 milligrams. And because I tell you these doses doesn't necessarily mean I approve of all these things. I'm just saying if you take them, these are the doses. Ketamine, people take small amounts, again, usually after attaining some amount of proficiency with it. I've only done it 4 or 5 times, and always fairly large doses, 130, 150. Interesting compound, but contraindicated because of physiological problems. Depresses the immune system, possibility of epileptic kindling. Certainly, if you were to vomit in that state, you might well strangle because you wouldn't be able to clear your throat. I don't like what I have against ketamine also is you have to shoot it, As I was driving home last night, I was listening to some program, and they were talking about intravenous drugs. And I thought, how interesting. That's a distinction you don't hear made very often. They were saying, we should legalize all drugs except intravenous drugs. Well, so that's, of course, morphine, cocaine, heroin, ketamine, steroids, I suppose, like that. That's an interesting distinction, operationally. Yeah. You can, but I would, I've heard that it's dangerous because yeah, it's IM. It's IM. When they give it as an anesthetic, they give it 600 milligrams IV push, which must be just like being struck from behind by a freight train. I'm sure you never know what hit you. I mean, imagine an exploratory dose is 100, let's say, IM. They're talking about IV directly into the vein, 600 push. That means pressure on the feeder, so it's just like a high pressure filling of your gas tank. You would never know what hit you.
For babies and geriatrics.
Yeah, although now they've pulled it from general surgery, even veterinary surgery, because it seems to depress the immune system. And the worst thing you could do is do surgery on somebody and then put them into a surgical recovery ward with a depressed immune system. So that is kind of out. I must say about ketamine, it did something to me that nothing else has ever done, which is it erodes the observer in a way that the indoles don't. On ketamine, you can get so out there that it is a major intellectual breakthrough to realize that you're on a drug. In other words, there's this situation, and it seems like it's always been there, and it always will be there, and you can't remember who you are, or what you are, or where you are, and this situation continues, and there's something about it, but you can't quite put your finger on it, and there's never been anything else, there'll never be anything else, and then suddenly comes this tiny thought, you're on a drug. Oh, right. I remember now. That's it. I'm a human being. I took a drug. I'm a human being, and I took a drug, and that's what this is. This is a trip. Right. That's it. This is a trip. I'm on a trip. Now I've got it. Now I'm in. Well, what this means is you're now coming down. The trip is now over with because you have, yeah.
Well, I had this experience with memory.
Being so lost that it was a victory to realize
No,
that...
not a victory, but I was just in that state where there was only eternity. There was no trace back to any family member, to anything. I just knew that this person which was sitting was a familiar person. From somewhere I knew this person. And I felt calm with that.
And it was yourself.
No, there was none of my sitter was there.
Oh, I see.
Who was sitting in the next room. But I was for hours just totally no connection to anything which was connected to my personality or to life.
Was that a 5-gram dose?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, I think probably, I would imagine that this is...
It was amazing. It was wonderful to be there, to see that everything is just made up of our mind, and to see how this world is made up. And, why do we have architectures and polys and all this? It's just incredible to think about that. So,
yes, maybe this is the white light. Maybe this is what these early LSD people were so enamored of, was getting so far into it that you don't even know you're into it because you can't remember where you started from. It sort of is not what I'm shooting for because I always want to bring stuff back. See, my conviction is... Oh no, I had my conviction reversed, but my belief is that this stuff is important for all of us, that we're in some kind of lower dimensional slice, and what you see in the psychedelic experience actually has historical implications. And I find this sort of paradoxical because I'm the person who draws everybody's attention to the fact that people have been doing this for 50,000 years. So in a way, that sounds like I'm saying it's not a big deal. It's part of the human heritage. Certain people have always known about this. Yeah.
Where does it start, though? Like that point between where there's nothing and then all of a sudden, coming back in, the observer kicks in. That's the big issue in my life, is like, where did the observer come from? Is it an evolutionary thing? Like animals never have it when they fade into the white light? I mean, do you have anything to say about that little place in between, way in there?
Well, I think it begins with self-reflection. In other words, the question, what's happening? I don't think animals ever ask that question. For animals, what's happening is what's happening. But we are capable of creating a state of distance and posing the question, what is happening? And at that point in the trip, it means you're making your way back to the modality that you left from. You're drawing away from the translinguistic place. And it truly is translinguistic. Nothing can be taken out of it. But at the interface of the sayable and the unsayable is the novel, the new, the never before seen, said, or done. And that's what I think it's important to try and bring out. Ideas. Because I think we are the animals that bring back ideas. Somehow our hunting and gathering adaptation then set us loose in our own minds. And, somebody came back and said, let's throw a chunk of this meat in the fire and see what happens. It's this see what happens attitude. So then suddenly they discovered, well, meat burned in fires is easier to digest and tastes better. And by this means, this let's see what happens approach to things, the ideas come in the mental dimension. The let's see what happens translates those of them that can be translated into three-dimensional space. Let's plant this plant. Let's slaughter this animal. Let's try sex this way. Let's go over that hill this year instead of that hill. And what has come out of this is the entire legacy of our cultural heritage as a global civilization. But all of these ideas began in the mind. And what are ideas? Well, this is the central question of Platonic philosophy. And what are we that we seem to separate the doable from the undoable in the realm of ideas, and then anything that can be done, we do. It doesn't matter how perverse, how painful, how destructive, how grandiose, how wonderful, how sublime. If it can be done, we do it. And then in this three-dimensional domain of space and time, these ideas compete with each other like organisms. And an ecology of mind evolves. That's really what culture is. It's the ecology that mind has created for itself, in the same way that bees create a beehive, and then the beehive is the cultural context of bee-ness. We have created civilization through language, and then civilization has become the context for humanness, and yet we always seek to transcend it and go beyond it. Now, I don't know whether this is something innate in us or whether it is somehow programmed in from the planet at different levels. Because it's very interesting, I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but there are leafcutter ants in the tropics. I mean, they're a major part of life in the tropics. And they march in columns through the jungle, and they can swarm up a tree and take all the leaf material off a large jungle tree in a matter of hours. And what they do with these leaves is they return sometimes great distances with these, each one carrying like a little banner, a chunk of leaf. And they go down into their nests, and they chew it up, and they stick it on the walls. Surface, or some of them go back to the surface, and they gather spores on their antenna, and then they go back down into the anthill, and they inject or inoculate the chewed plant material with these spores. Well, naturally, this chewed plant material is pretty organic and funky, so it begins to grow all kinds of things. Molds, mildews, bacteria, so forth and so on. And what the ants do is they farm this and weed out all these bad bacteria and small microfungi and organisms, and only cultivate this one fungus, which then converts the plant material into a usable sugar. So what this is it's a symbiotic relationship between the fungi and the ant. And the ant is getting an enriched food out of this, and what the fungi is getting is a cultivated situation where all its competitor organisms are carefully kept away and weeded out. Well, this is precisely, in my model, what is happening with the human species at a more complex level. In other words, by domesticating cattle, we have set up an environment that is very favorable to the growth and appearance of what would otherwise be a very rare deep forest mushroom. But because we domesticate cattle and clear land so to do, we have created a huge circumtropical global environment in which these mushrooms can reside. What they make for us is not sugar, but ideas. You know, something we need the way ants need sugar. And these ideas take all kinds of forms, and then we refine them. And see, I'm not sure if I made the point strongly enough in the Friday night lecture. I really believe that human populations that do not have contact with the psychedelic tremendum are neurotic because they are male ego dominated. Yeah, big ego. The reason I call it male ego is because women, by virtue of physiology, basically, are pretty unavoidably welded to the nitty-gritty because they give birth, they carry children to term, and those two things which are biologically dictated. There is also the cultural dictate that women are usually involved in preparing and burying the dead in traditional societies. So women know how weird it is. I mean, surely to give birth must give you a perspective that anybody who's never done it just cannot hope to have. So the male ego floats on this myth of separateness, that no woman has the luxury of entertaining because birth, pregnancy, menstruation, care for the sick, care for the dying, these are boundary dissolving activities that keep women close to the nitty-gritty. The male organism can go off into its own private Idaho, pretty much. Often what child rearing means is the simple act of impregnation. And then that's the contribution in many cases in primitive and modern societies. Death is something the women take care of. Birth in primitive societies, men are never present, and women do it alone or with other women, so forth and so on. So in these Neolithic and Paleolithic societies, this tendency of the ego to tumorize and grow in individuals was kept down by a chemical regulator, which was the psychedelic experience. It was part of the food chain, and it suppressed ego, much in the way that drugs are given in prisons to suppress libido, because it's hard to manage highly libidinous people in an institutionalized situation, especially when it's only one sex is involved. So this natural regulation of the human species by regulating this psychic function called ego was disrupted with the invention of agriculture. And the hunting-gathering society, with its deep involvement in ecstasy, and it was these weekly or bi-weekly psychedelic orgy ecstasy picnics that people used to have, that gave way. And Weston LaBarre makes the point that ecstasy is not at a premium in agricultural societies because it's disruptive. What is at a premium in agricultural societies is the ability to get up before dawn and pick up your tools and go to the fields and work like a dog. And if people have been up all night before dancing and tripping, and they can't do that. And so the psychedelic gods are replaced by cereals, corn, wheat, rye. And of course, at a very early strata in the Neolithic, you do get the emergence. I mean, Fraser is full of talk about the great corn god and Tammuz and all this. So we are living the legacy of millennia of cultural neurosis in Western civilization by virtue of the fact of the untreated growth of the cancerous ego. And we know this. It's simply that we assume there is no cure. We assume that it's natural to have ego and that it's somehow unnatural to suppress it. But wherever you have an outbreak of psychedelic use in a high-tech society, then you see refeminized, hang-loose, communal, caring values come into prominence within the community. Somebody had their hand. Yeah.
Two questions. One is, have you seen a difference in the way men and women react to psychedelics, given the fact that maybe perhaps men embody a stronger male ego than women on balance? And then my other question has to do with the role of kind of the observer ego when you're doing drugs, whether it's marijuana or alcohol or especially psychedelics. So I was just sitting here thinking that the reason that I don't take anything stronger than marijuana is that, as your experience, I mean, I lose myself even in a strong hit of marijuana. I lose my ego completely, and I mean, I guess that's just a different form of the experience if I don't get really fearful and paranoid, but it's easy to get scared when that sense of observer ego just goes, because then I don't remember that I'm on a drug trip, and then it seems timeless and eternal, and then I come down later, as you were saying, the backside of the high, I go, oh yes, I just took some marijuana 2 hours ago, everything's fine, I'll recover tomorrow, and so yeah, maybe talk a little bit about that, and what people can do who maybe don't have a strong ego structure, or whatever it takes to do these powerful drugs. Because I don't think I would be able to handle it.
Well, if you don't have a strong ego structure, chances are you're not a heavy-duty male dominator, because they're sort of antithetical. I think probably cannabis was a major ego dissolver, and that all these things have been used this way. And if that works for you, that's fine. I didn't take psychedelics to lose my ego, although people said that that would happen. I never quite understood what was meant, but looking at it as a mass phenomenon, where you're not talking about an individual tripper, but tens of thousands of people, inevitably this feminizing of values seems to take place. What was your first thing?
Do men and women experience psychedelics differently?
I don't know if they experience them differently. I've never quantitatively looked into this, but my impression is that it's less of a surprise to women, and that they feel less of a need to do it. Particularly, I think this is true of cannabis. I'll bet that 2/3 of cannabis use is male use. And why is this? I'm not sure. Maybe women have too much work to do, too many obligations. I mean, the old man can sit and smoke dope, but somebody has to do the shopping and get the kids to school and pick them up and keep the insurance paid and all that. But women, I think, have a different relationship to it. Women are often shamans. And in fact, the best shamans in many cultures, if you ask the people in the culture, are usually felt to be women. Women are connected up to all of this stuff. Drug taking may not be a male enterprise, but history is a male enterprise. I don't think we would have ever gotten into it if it had been up to women. In a way, the women outsmarted themselves because they had not control in the conscious sense, but they were sitting in the front of the canoe when and then they invented agriculture, and that undercut their own position, because the vast repository of plant knowledge that had been the secret knowledge of women, it no longer really mattered. As long as you knew how to grow corn and a couple of other things, the vast encyclopedic data on wild plants became less important, and it becomes more labor intensive. And men, because they had evolved toward being efficient hunters, probably did have a physical edge on women in terms of stamina and an ability to, work with a hoe for 8 or 9 hours a day. Because what the women did when they were in their, in the prime cultural situation was they gathered, they looked at stuff and talked about it with each other. And this was this domain in which language then arose. And gathering is not hard work. It's just steady work. And it's lots of fun if you do it with your friends. And, the cliched notion about Aboriginal peoples is the women chatter. This phrase, the chattering of women in primitive situations. It really is true, I think, that women avail themselves of language much more than men in these pre-literate situations. The men are hunters, and they act like hunters. They're stoic. They hold it all in. Literally, I mean, the larger bladder size of men is thought to be related to the hunting adaptation and so forth. So the men are stoic, they're holding it in. The women are information freaks. It all rides for them on information. Where do you find it? How do you cook it? What does it look like? Is it poisonous? What time of year is best? What soil is best? What do you combine it with? Is it good all year round? What do the flowers look like? What does the fruit look like? So, data, information. How could you ever understand the use and location of 600 plants or more unless you had a tremendously evolved vocabulary for this kind of thing? Yeah.
A couple of practical questions. One, the physical weakness that follows substances like psilocybin, is there any way to prevent that?
Well, the physical weakness, these things take energy. I mean, obviously during the trip, energy is being sucked into the moment. I mean, a trip is hard work, even if you're just sitting still. So then there's going to be an energy debt. one way of assessing the toxicity of a drug, in the course of this weekend, I've named several ways, and they all need to be used together. But one way of assessing the toxicity of a drug is how do you feel the next day? Psilocybin, what I do when I take mushrooms is I usually take them about 9 at night. By 1 or 2 in the morning, it's usually past. And then I eat before I sleep so that I don't wake up in the morning with a protein debt. And that's very important. If you will eat before you sleep after a trip, it won't be nearly so hard to come down. MDMA, one of the things that's really appalling to me about it is here it is, this pretty minor psychoactive, and my God, the day after is tough sledding. I mean, for a hangover like that, you should at least have seen God, you know. Now, LSD, we said if you drink a lot of water, that cuts the thing. Yeah, vitamins are never a bad idea at any point in these things. LSD, which I said yesterday, was so effective at low doses that on that scale it appeared very non-invasive. I feel terrible after taking LSD. I mean, it takes me 24 hours to put it back together. The interesting exceptions to this, and the causes, you know, it always seems to cut my way in terms of favoring the ones I think are most interesting. DMT is again the anomaly here. DMT is the most powerful hallucinogen there is. If it gets stronger than that, I don't want to know about it. And 15 minutes after you do it, you feel as though you had never done a drug. You are down 100%, mentally, physically, spiritually. It just returns you to the baseline. Ayahuasca goes DMT one better, and ayahuasca is the only one that I know of that does this. And I maintain the reason these things behave this way is because they are so similar to brain chemistry, ordinary brain chemistry. Ayahuasca, you actually come out slightly higher than you went in, and it isn't lost. You know? I mean, you feel great the day after an ayahuasca trip, usually. I mean, it depends. If it's your first trip and you spent 8 hours vomiting, you're probably not going to feel so good. But if you had, if it was a ordinary ayahuasca trip, then you're going to feel much better the day after than you did going in. More connected, more alert, more energy. Well, this must have something to do with the fact that the constituents of ayahuasca, harmine, harmaline, DMT, all occur in the human brain. And DMT, same thing. Now, why this doesn't happen with psilocybin, I don't know. Psilocybin doesn't occur in the brain, but it is a very, very close relative. I think DMT is absolutely fascinating from every point of view. Why is it so benign? Why is it so powerful? Why is it so short-acting? Why is it so hard to get any? That's the $64 question. Believe me, every book on drugs that you will pick up will say it's easily made. You know, people are making. They ask you to believe that people are making it in their kitchens all around you. Well, I don't know. A recipe?
You're talking about 5-methoxy?
No, not 5, but DMT, NN-DMT. It, I've seen it botched many times. The literature doesn't tell you that. I mean, botched, ruined. If somebody comes to you with a grainy, dark brown syrup, forget it. You know, that is not what it looks like. That means they swept the floor after they dropped the retort or something. What it looks like is it looks like orange mothballs. It looks like a crystalline, waxy, orange to pale rose to yellow kind of substance, and it's very aromatic. And if someone shows you a liquid or a stuff which looks like brown sugar, or, you know, it's a mess. We were appalled. We got samples of underground DMT and ran high-pressure liquid gas chromatography on them. It literally looked like the guy swept the floor. And these people had actually done it. I mean, I wouldn't have given it to a rat, much less a human being. The notion of someone actually taking that stuff was just hair-raising. What you should have is a very, very steep spike at 620 nanometers. And what we got looked like the Himalayas, you know, just running around all kinds of stuff. There has been DMT around which was shootable DMT, which is the hydrochloride. And since I don't shoot things, I didn't pursue it. Although what people tell me, and this is interesting and something to bear in mind, is shooting is not as effective as smoking. People think that shooting a drug is the most effective way because you see it all go into your body or something, I don't know. But if you shoot DMT, it takes about 5 minutes to come on, and it lasts about 45 minutes. That's why if you read in the literature how long does DMT last, it will always say 45 minutes. But if you smoke it, the peak experience lasts 400 seconds, something like that. I mean, it's extreme. That's why it's so astonishing, because it is so intense and the onset is so sudden that it's more like something has happened to you rather than that you've taken a drug. In other words, it's, and sometimes people come out of it saying, you know, what happened? Have we done it yet? Or was there an earthquake and the roof fell on me just as we were about to do it? It has the quality of an event rather than an experience. And also it has the quality of an event because it does not touch the core observer. You are not changed. What's changed is the sensory input is changed. You are still who you are. You don't think you're God. You don't feel bad about yourself. You are exactly who you were before you did it, with the same set of concerns. But you have been whisked into an alien dimension, one you never had imagined existed or could have a moment before have conceived of. And suddenly it's 100% in place, 360 degrees around you. And then, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 10 minutes later, you're raving to your friends, and it's as far away as that trip to Majorca 4 years ago,
So you make a major distinction between 5-methoxy-DMT and NN-DMT in terms of the quality of these products?
Oh yeah, they are day and night. I mean, 5-MeO-DMT, some people like it. It's a feeling, is what it's been for me. It's this huge feeling that kind of sweeps through you, and it's velvety, and it's hard to describe, actually. But the main thing that I'm noticing when it's happening is I am not hallucinating. And of course, the main thing that's happening with DMT is you're having hallucinations so intense, so three-dimensional, so highly colored, so sculpturally defined that it's more real than reality. And by that I mean, if you look at this room, notice how all edges are slightly feathered. There is, at all boundaries, a slight indeterminacy. But on DMT, it's hard-edged. Everything is just defined. Sometimes people say it's as though all the air had been pumped out of the room. You're seeing it with that lunar starkness and clarity, and unimaginable objects off the art scale, and entities. DMT is the only one of these psychedelics where I have seen the entities. On psilocybin it speaks and it's audio. On DMT it's you see these things, and I don't know whether it's my personal mythology. For me, DMT is the center of the mystery. I mean, I fear it, I love it, I thank God for it. I wonder if I'll ever understand it. It takes a huge mustering of courage on my part to do it, because it just is so... I mean, we talk, change, transformation, other dimension. This is not talk when you do that. I mean, you just do not know the parameters. I feel like I know more about what could happen to me if I'm in the Amazon jungle than I know what could happen to me when I'm in that place. And after many, many DMT trips, I've finally been able to paint a picture for myself of what is happening in there. And what happens for me, and I don't know anybody who's done it as much as I have. I wish people did it more and talked more about it, because boy, if there is a landscape where we need some consensus, this is it. I have been present when people did it, and they come back babbling about the same thing that I think I have encountered. I mean, they come back, and one woman said, it was a carnival. It was a carnival it was an extraterrestrial midway. And somebody else came back and said there were gnomes, there were elves, and yeah, this is getting close to it. I mean, what happens to me when I do it is there's an initial period of kind of hysteria and confusion. It's almost as though time speeds up, even before you take the first hit. Many people say, just before you do DMT, there's this funny kind of impression in the room, almost as though there is backwash from the event about to happen. You're caught in the psychic field of this event, and everything is moving faster and faster. This is like the Q phenomenon. And then you take the hit, and it's building up in your body, and your heart is pounding and everything, and then you break through to this place, and what it's like is the first impression is of the first impression is of the sound of cellophane being crumpled. That crackling sound, as if someone had just taken a bread wrapper. Yes. Crackle that cellophane for us. That's it. More of that.
Are you there yet?
Would that it were so easy. A friend of mine says that's the sound of the radio intellecti of your soul tearing out of the organic envelope. Which is what it sounds like. It sounds like your body has just been wadded up and thrown into a corner, and now you're a radio signal, approximately 4 light seconds in diameter, spreading out through an alien universe. And the next impression is of a cheer. It's, hurrah, welcome, welcome. and it's them, and they're waiting, and they can hardly wait. I mean, there's a moment when they're not on me, just a moment, and then they say, "You're here, we're glad to see you, why did you stay away so long?" And then they come toward me, and the main thing for me in the DMT thing is to struggle not to go into shock of wonder, basically. I mean, because there is a tendency, a strong tendency, and for the first few trips I couldn't conquer it. I was a victim of it. I mean, I just go into this. And I would say, heart, okay, breathing, okay, but I'm looking and I can't believe my eyes because I'm in some kind of domed place. And the impression, don't ask me why, but the impression is of being underground, even though it's a huge vaulted space and highly colored. But what is, of course, riveting my attention are these beings. And they're small, and they're like, I've described them as machine elves. They seem partially machine-like and partially elf-like. Yeah, no, they are not so mundane as that. They don't have a fixed body outline. And in fact, that's one of the things that's going on in this space that's so baffling. They come toward you, they're singing in this alien language which you somehow understand. It cannot be translated into English, but you understand it in that moment. And what they're doing is they are using their voices to produce objects. And so song becomes thing. And there are dozens of these things, and they're coming closer and closer, and the songs they sing condense into objects, and the objects themselves can sing. And these things come and they're saying, look, and they're holding this stuff out to you, and you look at it and you're fighting wonder because your entire being is caught up in this can't be happening. And yet they're saying, just look. And what these things are devices, toys, works of art, objects. But whatever they are amazing. And you look into it and you can't, and they seem to be shifting, even though they're made of metal and glass and gems and pulsing. Everything is migrating and shifting and changing. And they say, look at this one. It's the most astonishing thing you've ever seen. And you just look at it and they say, look at this one. Look at this one. And they're piling up. And these things are coming toward you, and then they jump through you. They can pass through your body. And they're running around chirping and singing and making these objects. And what they're doing is they are saying, do what we are doing. Do what we are doing. You say, I just want to go back to New York. Say, later for that. And the implication is, and this is the mystery of my life, I'm teasing it out, trying to understand it, but the implication is, and the promise is, that ahead of us in time, 6 months, 50,000 years, is a visible linguistic channel of communication. That the thin channel of audio communication composed of small mouth noises is just a provisional kind of communication. And what is being proposed in this state is a true telepathy. Now, I always thought, that telepathy means you think, I hear what you're thinking. What it actually turns out to be is you speak, I see what you mean. And I don't mean that metaphorically, I mean I see what you mean. so that your linguistic intentionality condenses as a three-dimensional object in front of us, a sculptural modality. So then we both see what you mean. You made it, and I'm your conversational cohort, and we're both looking at your meaning. And we can walk around it, we can adjust it, and notice that no common dictionary is necessary here. If you're Witoto and I'm Polish, I still see what you mean, because what you mean is an objectified three-dimensional modality, not a string of Witoto words. So that, and it's saying, do this, do what we are doing. Well then, this took me about 15 trips to get this far. And then I began to experiment with sounding in that state. And I discovered that they were right. That is a 3.5 foot wide, 8 foot long, magenta curved surface with lime auras. And that shifts the lime auras into rose pink and adds gray silver pinstriping along one edge. And I thought, my God, what is this? So then when you break out into actual chanting, actually linguistically modulated sound, you discover you too can make these objects. And what they apparently are, how this could be, don't ask me, they are apparently syntactical sculpture. Sculpture made of syntax. Syntax suddenly becomes not the rules that govern spoken languages, but the rules that govern the assembly of three-dimensional thought objects. And as though words were the shadows of hyperdimensional intentions that can actually be broken through to. Well, my God, I just thought this takes the cake. I mean, I've never heard of such a thing. Nobody's ever suggested to me this is possible, so forth and so on. So then, as is the case with most things, if you look long enough, you discover precursors. And what I discovered in a wonderful book, and any one of you would love this book, I'm sure. It doesn't deal with the psychedelic experience by name, but it is a psychedelic book. It's called The Phenomenon of Life by Hans Jonas, Jonas. And if you can find this book, what a read. It's a group of essays. And one of the essays, he is talking about the etymology of the word Israel. And he says, following Talmudic thinkers, that Israel means he who sees God. That this is the actual etymological basis of the word Israel. So then, did I say that we're talking now about the writings of Philo-Judaeus? Yes. Philo-Judaeus, in discussing the etymology of the word Israel, says it means he who sees God. And then he says, what does this mean, he who sees God? Well, as you probably know, in the Hellenistic world, there was this phenomenon called the Logos. And the Logos was an informing internal voice that tells you the right way to live. It's like a spirit ally that speaks to you and informs you. So Philo-Judaeus said, what would be the more perfect Logos? And then he goes on to answer his own question. He said the more perfect Logos would go from being heard to being beheld without ever crossing over a quantized moment of distinct transition. This is precisely and in fact what is going on in these states. Because now I have learned or have found out how to evoke this DMT phenomenon in the more controllable environment of the psilocybin intoxication. And it happens like this. First of all, I form the wish for it to happen. I usually follow a line I learned in an old I Love Lucy rerun where she's explaining to Ethel how she contacts flying saucers. And she says, I just say, come in, little green men, come in, little green men. So on mushrooms, I do this. I say, come in, little green men. And what begins to happen is this sound like bells, like very distant bells. And then it becomes louder and louder. It's sort of like bells with wind. And it becomes louder and louder and more complicated and more complex. And at a certain very, very hard to precisely define moment, it begins to spill over into the visual cortex. And then I see the language and I can interact with it. Well, it is apparently a more perfect logos. This is what I had in mind in the back of my mind yesterday. Remember when I talked about how smoking was new to Europeans and they couldn't understand what it was? And then I made this offhand comment that it was a new use for the human body, only 500 years old. Well, it proves that there may be undiscovered uses for the human body. I mean, we've only been around playing with our bodies for 50,000 years, and we've discovered most sexual configurations and all these acrobatic things and amazing things that people can do, like make pyramids of 10 individuals and so forth. But smoking is pretty basic, and yet only 500 years old. Well, it seems to me that right under the surface of human neurological organization is a mode shift of some sort that would make language beholdable, and that if we could somehow kick over into this alternative mode, we would become unrecognizable to ourselves. Now, I realize this sounds pretty far-fetched, but you always have to have reference to context. In a universe where there were no people, that would be a pretty far-fetched idea. But the fact that we already possess language seems to argue that we are in the process continually of evolving new applications for our bodies. And that when language, spoken language, burst on the scene 35,000 years ago, which is most estimates, I mean, think of it. 35,000 years ago, people invented language. What must it have seemed like to them? It must have seemed like a miracle. Hardly anything sets you up for it. I mean, the difference between a 9-hour recitation of oral poetry and 3 chickadees on a line is quite a leap. And I'm suggesting that somehow there could be a leap forward in the communication dimension, and that this is, in fact, what shamanism is all about, what the end of history is all about, what psychedelic drugs are all about. We are edge-walking on an ontological transformation of what it means to be human. And the mode that this transformation will come in, it will not be political or technological. It isn't starflight. It isn't socialism. It's a whole other way of making our minds known to each other by being able to show each other our minds. And in psychedelic states, you can do this. Yeah.
Do you think there's any relationship to the Australian Aboriginal belief that the world, that the forefathers actually sung the world into being, that the song, that concept doesn't seem too far off?
Well, there was a word that was sung.
That's right. Well, yes, as you say, in our own tradition, in principio et verbum, et verbo caro factum est. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh. That's the whole story. What we need to do is pass through this transition and make the Word flesh. In other words, objectify the Word, somehow the word, and believe me, I talk about these things, but the pictures are provisional. I don't understand how it could be done. I mean, I'm an engineering type on one level. Is it an acoustical hologram? How in the world could I make you see a concept in my mind as though it were hovering 3 feet above the floor? Is there a way? And I've noticed on psychedelics, and again, I don't know whether this is a false trail or whether this is part of the mystery, but I've noticed on psychedelics that if you get a candle, if you get a person between yourself and a candle so that you have them in profile and they are raving and you can see the candle past them, there's something coming out of their mouth. It's like, you know how when you agitate oil in water and you see the swirling oiliness of water, or when you're in a swimming pool with too much suntan lotion in it, there's this kind of roiling discontinuity in it that's fairly subtle. Well, something like that is happening for about 8 inches in front of people's mouths when you look at them under certain conditions. Maybe it doesn't need psychedelics. I don't know. That's nothing. It's that air goes into your lungs and is heated and then is returned to the colder air of the room, and what you're seeing is the mixing of warm and cold air, which have different refractive indices, and so it shows up as a kind of wave-like distortion. Could be. I'm a reductionist on one level. If it's not real, I want to know that it's not real. But I'm not sure that that's what it is, because it seems to me they are beginning on a very small level to do this thing. And language seems to me to be a continuous spectrum. And because I'm a public speaker, because I work with language, I think about these things a fair bit. It seems to me language begins in total inarticulation. I mean, basically, kind of stuff. And then it moves on to operational speech. Give me this, bring me that, change my diapers, this kind of thing. And then you introduce the notion of communication. I mean, at what age do children become capable of saying, I feel X, Y, and Z? What this means is they are beginning to move invisible interior modalities out into the linguistic domain. Say, I feel sick at my stomach. I feel too awake to go to bed. So on. Well, then you get more complex ideas where people are conveying abstract ideas. And then you get eloquence, a speaker who can make you listen and who can rivet your attention. Well, then beyond eloquence comes poetry. And supposedly in the Irish tradition and in other traditions, great poetic feats were undertaken, and poets were magicians. The difference between a poet and a magician was practically nil. And that's where we're asked to believe that it ends, in great poetic eloquence. But it seems to me it's possible to just keep going. And one of the curious things about the way we think about language is when we talk about clear language, we always use visual metaphors. To understand someone, if you understand someone, you say, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Seeing is the sense that we trust. And someone says, he spoke clearly. Visual metaphor. She painted a picture. I see what you mean, as though we unconsciously sense that language is an uncompleted project at this point, moving toward a visual mode of expression. And I think if we say the psychedelics are catalysts on imagination, then what is it that they are catalyzing? They are catalyzing the further concrescence of language. And who knows how long this is? Looking back at the invention of language, you kind of have to suspect that it happened rather suddenly, that people went from not speaking to speaking quite suddenly. They had all the machinery, the physical machinery, the lungs, the vocal cord, the coordinating mind, and apparently, if you follow Chomsky and his school, the genetically laid down foundations for syntax. And syntax, Chomsky has shown, precedes language. I mean, the chimpanzees and squids show evidence of syntax, but their language is extremely rudimentary. Somehow you can't have language until you have syntax. Syntax are the rules which define language. But then, at a certain point, language has this capacity to become truly self-reflecting. I can't imagine what a world would be like where this ability was mastered. I suppose you would have to say it was a psychedelic world. Yeah.
Earlier you were talking about this possibility, and you started mentioning, I can't imagine how you could do this, and you started talking about it, and to me it felt you were talking about something hovering. And at that point, you could almost see that it would be possible to continue. When you said hovering, I got hovering. I could almost see something hovering. And so it seems like there's really an evolutionary thing, as you were mentioning, that once people get used to really hearing each other, that it'll just begin to happen, that little by little we'll get used to it. We may not even know it, and maybe it's happening now, that language is being used much more in different ways than it used to be.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, my fantasy is of a workshop where someday we get it out. I mean, that's really what I want to do, is I want to punch a hole into the other place and have this linguistical, syntactical, intentionality-directed stuff pour into this universe and fill it to the brim. It seems to me that this is a real possibility. Whenever I'm stoned, I have this notion of, I call it the last conversation. It's where it seems possible to sit down with somebody of goodwill and say, we're going to have the last conversation. We're going to start from here, and we're going to work our way in, and when it's over with, there will be no you, there will be no me, there will be no here, there will be no there, because we will have carried out some kind of Derrida-type deconstruction project on the apparent reality, and we'll be left with bedrock. I think this, I don't know if that's the same program as the visible language. What I do know is that on ayahuasca in the Amazon basin, this is what's going on. They call it singing, but it's a visual art. And, you know, some of you, our little company sells ayahuasca songs. Well, they are audio recordings, but they are visual works of art. How they sound doesn't matter. It's how they look. And when you're sitting in a blackened hut with these people, you'll hear someone lay down a riff which manifests as a fluorescent pink line with gray undershading. And then the shaman sitting, and it's a wavy line, and the shaman sitting next to the singer will then go back through and place a mirrored green dot in the trough of each wave. And the sound is lost in this. The experience is entirely visual. Well, is it only abstract colored patterns and moving fields of light? Or could I sing you my grandfather and you would see him with his blue visor and his pegged pants and his crew cut. It's this kind of thing, you know. This is why I believe the psychedelic experience has some kind of historical role to play. If we take seriously the idea that it's an enzyme for the imagination, and if we take seriously the notion that language is the carrier wave of the imagination, then probably what we're involved in here is a quantized evolutionary leap to a higher modality of language. And it will come out of our biological organization, see? It's not cultural, and it's still less technological. It's in the bones and tongue and brain and lungs of human beings. Yeah.
Ernst, when you're in one of these circumstances and you speak to the little people, if someone were in the room with you, would they hear you speak?
Oh, yeah.
Well, so you actually acoustically verbalize this conversation from your side?
Yes, it's a kind of glossolalia, or that's what we would have to call it. Glossolalia, as you all probably know, is speaking in tongues, but this has characteristics that glossolalia doesn't have. For one thing, people who do glossolalia have a kind of disconnectedness from it. In other words, in these Pentecostal churches, when someone will go into glossolalia, often when they come out, they will turn to the people around them and say, did I speak in tongues? Did I really do it? In other words, there seems to be a kind of occlusion of the observing mind. The other thing is, glossolalia of that sort involves pretty radical physiological changes. Some of you may know Felicitas Goodman, who wrote a book on glossolalia. She measured pools of saliva 18 inches across, having originated from a single person during a 20-minute burst of glossolalia. Well, that's a pretty lathered up, hyped up state to be in. The glossolalia induced by DMT and psilocybin is controlled and willed. It's as though the language forming, the English forming part of the mind steps away, and an Ursprach, a kind of primordial language, steps in, and it's highly modulated. It doesn't have to be screamed, sung, or chanted. It can simply be done at conversational levels. Now, when you do this in the stoned state, it's wonderful. And when you make tape recordings of it and listen to it in the unstoned state, it's either alarming or silly. I mean, people have said to me, soft pedal this part of it because it's too weird.
The place I was trying to get to is that in order to form these sounds, there is some sort of, presumably, if you use today's electronic model, some sort of electronic neurological something going on in the synapses that cause the muscles to form the sounds.
Right.
Well, that's a radiation of electrical energy that starts the mechanical, acoustical coupling to the vocal cords. And in trying to figure out, you were discussing earlier the mechanism. How would you make this work? And would you actually see the sound coming out of the throat? It would seem to me more reasonable to pick the electronic model on the radiation of electromagnetic energy rather than acoustical to project this information.
True, although it is interesting that sound can be used to form holograms, which are three-dimensional objects. In other words, there are what are known as acoustical holograms, not generated by lasers, but generated by patterns of interference that are acoustic waves. So it took me for years in these psychedelic states. I could hear this translinguistic stuff, but never do it. Then I became able to do it on the drugs, and then after many more years, I've become able to do it pretty much on the natch, or at least give a reasonable imitation of it. But when I do it and I'm not stoned, it doesn't transport me. But it has syntax, it has order. I'll give you a short sample of this so you can see, and then we'll go to lunch. If I can do it. If I'm at all self-conscious or anxious, something shuts down and I can't, and I know I'm faking it and it's not real. He waksi kai midike pichikt pipin. It teftiem waksi ki pipit. Edejeveng wow angak dead ordivi inkepekektetan. It's like that.
It's a beautiful song.
It sounds to me, it's far removed from English. It sounds to me like a very primitive language. The image that comes to my mind is of pygmies around a fire. One guy raving. He's telling a story. Edejeve mengo quai paktiket. Eftonque etece mystike fidig. There's something in there. You know, it feels like meaning, but it doesn't compute to a dictionary. But when you do it on your own, you just can do it for hours in that state, and it's very, very satisfying. What you're hearing is the shadow thrown by a hyperdimensional object that the person making the sound is actually seeing. And they're rotating this thing, looking at it, going into it, expanding it, taking it apart, melting it, fusing it, remaking it. Strange stuff. I've played this stuff for linguists, this very straight linguist. I played about a 30-minute burst of it, and he smoked his pipe through it all. And when it was over, he said, no O's. Did you want to say something?
Did you just make that up? I mean,
did I just make that up?
I mean, that's not like something you memorized, or that's not.
No, I just made that up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have any images? What was going on? Can you describe what was going on inside of you when you were doing that?
I was trying to stand aside. I was trying to not do anything to it. I was just trying to let it be. Because, there'll be a part of it and I'll think as it goes by, sounds French. Or the main effort is to just relax and let it be. The way I discovered it was when I smoke DMT, I can't stop myself. And at first I would yell it. And, that got me, my friends were concerned. And so slowly I've been able to bring it down into this conversational level. But it just goes on, and has a feeling, has a tone, very satisfying to do. That's why I think I said on Friday night, I had this in mind. I think language existed for millennia before meaning. Meaning, bowl, bison, reindeer. Meaning is just some kind of late thing that was tacked on to language to make it a more practical enterprise. But I think people were taking drugs and amusing each other with artistic compositions of the sort I just did for you for a long, long time before they did anything practical with it.
Terrence, have you?
I was just wondering if you thought that language may have changed around the time that agriculture came in, when things were, all of the diversities were narrowed down to a few commodities. And if that's any...
Well, I think language goes through tremendous periods of impoverishment, and that was one. The origin point of language is placed at about 35,000, although on what basis they do this, I'm not sure. There is a flute in existence that's 26,000 years old. That's pretty interesting. And that's not the Museum of Atlantis artifacts either. That's the real thing. So, the Pythagorean faith that number, musical tone, language, proportion, it's still alive. I mean, there's still something to be learned there. A perfect science, an appropriate science, a science of harmony, resonance, proportion. That is and remains, I think, the shamanic ideal, the Orphic ideal, the Pythagorean ideal. Well, let's break for lunch and let's come back around to 2 or a little after.
Well, we have a couple of opportunities to ask some questions.
Yeah, we'll do that. Why don't we pull together here? And basically, we seem to be going pretty strong at lunchtime. So why don't we just pick up where we left off, if anybody still has unresolved things they want to say or questions that occurred to them through lunch.
About the MAO inhibitors and the certain amino acids, I heard if you have any kind of MAO inhibitor in your system, it's dangerous or something. I heard.
Well, I'm not sure what that refers to. You do not want to take certain hallucinogens if you're taking an MAO inhibitor because it will prolong it and cause it to behave in unpredictable ways. Now, there are many MAO inhibitors commercially prescribed, some quite strong. I mean, in other words, that act for weeks. I think even after a single dosage. What are those things for?
The common scenario is Marplan, which is a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And what that means is that's the enzyme. Monoamine oxidase is the enzyme that destroys monoamines. So if you are taking that particular drug, and then you take something that builds up in your system, like aged cheeses or
lentils.
I think even mushrooms may be part of it. It's aged cheeses, wines, fermented kinds of things that have lots of amphetamine type of chemicals in them. There's a overload at the synapse when this happens because it can't break it down, and your brain basically, deteriorates. And there are a lot of, well, not a lot, but there was at one time before they knew of this, where people did this and died. So apparently the hallucinogen has some of that buildup, and it can't be destroyed properly, so that's why there's the warning not to take it.
So the hallucinogen is a monoamine, and then if you inhibit the monoamine oxidase, which is the compound which oxidizes the monoamine, then the monoamine will accumulate. Now, it's important to know this because we tend to move in a yuppie environment, and a typical yuppie buffet of good burgundies and good brie is just going to load your system with tyramine, tyrosine, these kinds of things, and they are monoamine oxidase inhibitors. Well, then if you 12 hours or 24 hours later take a hit of ayahuasca or something, why, it's just going to send you skittering all over the board, and you won't understand why unless you are aware that this monoamine thing is working.
And then the idea of the precursors of certain neurochemicals. Like I heard the ayahuasca diet, specifically Luna gave a talk once in New York about it. He said it was like smoked fish and plantain. Mm-hmm. And possibly this is the precursors of certain neurotransmitters.
Yeah, this is a more complicated question than simply yes or no on the monoamine oxidase inhibitors. Serotonin, which is, of course, the neurotransmitter that runs the nervous systems of all higher animals and occurs in all animals, is very strongly present in bananas, for example. So you can load your system with serotonin without realizing it if you eat a lot of bananas. In fact, it was very interesting. there was a group of people in tribal Africa who had actually lost the gene for the production of serotonin, or of serotonin B in any case, one subspecies of serotonin. And they didn't know that that was what was wrong with them. All they knew was that whenever anybody left the tribe, they would become psychologically ill and like go mad. And then when they would return to the tribe, this situation would immediately normalize. Well, so then they looked into it and they discovered that these people were eating bananas as a huge component of their diet. Consequently, even though the serotonin gene was deficient, they were always had a sufficient amount of serotonin because they were getting it from a dietary source. But if somebody left the tribe and left the forest and went to Kampala or something and got a job and stopped eating so many bananas, they immediately appeared to become mentally ill. This is because they were then finally forced to confront the fact that on the natch, they could not produce enough serotonin to stay balanced. So this is an example of how foods and neurotransmitters and all these things work. It's really astonishing, the fact that evolutionary biologists, in talking about how human beings have come to be, have never, so far as I know, talked about the evolutionary influence of diet. You see, the fact that under pressure from dwindling rainforests, we ceased being fruitarian, canopy-living creatures and instead became omnivores and meat-eaters on the plain. In going through that transition, we subjected ourselves to a huge amount of mutagenic influence. There are all kinds of compounds in plants that will break chromosomes, interfere with ovulation, interfere with lactation, interfere with fetal formation, control or accelerate tooth decay, interfere with acuity of vision, digestive enzymes that may or may not work in certain situations, so that if you start just eating things randomly or testing things to be foods, you're exposing yourself and your progeny to an immense number of mutagenic influences. This may explain why the human somatype, the human body type, went through this period of rapid change about 50,000 years ago. This is when the brain size doubled. And then nothing much has happened since, physically, to human beings. All evolution has gone on in the cultural domain. But this sudden explosion in the size of the brain case is occurring at the same time when there is this dietary shift. And one of the things I mentioned the other night is the preservation of infantile characteristics as part of our species, not necessarily simply infantilism psychologically, but also, for instance, our hairlessness. Most primate babies are born hairless, but we're the ones who stay hairless the whole time. The suppression of secondary sexual characteristics. For instance, our rumps don't redden when we're in estrus, and all these things that we see happening in other primate species are suppressed in human beings. So, and there's a lot of debate about why these things go on. Why, for instance, there isn't a mating season in human beings, or why it is that female human beings can keep pregnancy a secret for quite a long time before it becomes apparent. How does this feed back in then to primate social organization? What do males do if they think a female is pregnant or not pregnant? And how does this work into the evolutionary thing? So there's a lot of thought that needs to be given to all of this, and MAO And how it works is one of the most easily influenced of these internal enzyme systems, because there are MAO inhibitors in so many things that are human foods: pulses, all beans, fish, cheeses, dairy products, so forth and so on. The very things that were probably fairly prominent in the primitive diet.
Does that affect psilocybin?
Yes, it also, all monoamines will be more active in a human being who has taken a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. Now, one of the strange things, and I mentioned this yesterday, is that in the Amazon they have figured out how to make this work for them. Certain DMT, for instance, cannot be taken orally. It's destroyed in your gut. But if you inhibit MAO, then it isn't destroyed in the gut, passes through to the bloodstream and through the blood-brain barrier. They figured this out. It's only been since the mid-50s or something that the monoamine oxidase system has been understood by Western medicine. These people apparently intuitively figured it out thousands and thousands of years ago. Yeah.
I have a chemical question, but I can't help but interject that a little promo for the rind of citrus and the pulp of citrus, which contains the bioflavonoids with ascorbic acid, because that's exactly what happened to Homo sapiens during its fruitarian era, when we ate so much naturally occurring vitamin C in the fruits that our enzyme systems just said, well, why synthesize ascorbic acid in the liver? We have this so much abundance of ascorbic acid in the fruits. So we lost the enzyme to convert sugar, glucose, into ascorbic acid. And Linus Pauling based his whole quote-unquote vitamin C theory on every animal that still is synthesizing, like goats synthesize 10 grams of ascorbic acid per day, pigs 5 grams, and so that's how he worked it out, that we need about 2 to 3 grams of not vitamin C ascorbic acid, but the vitamin C complex, which contains asparagine and rutin and bioflavonoids. And when you since I've done that and put those together, I have never had a cold. The misunderstanding in the culture is people go to Safeway and they buy 500 milligrams of ascorbic acid USP, and it doesn't work because it doesn't have the other synergistic parts of the team, just like in the mushrooms, all these little extra fairies or parts that make the thing work. So that banana...
Yeah, that's a similar story.
That's one, when they left the tribe, the body just said, well, we don't need to make this kind of synthesize this kind of serotonin. It's in the bananas. Why waste that energy?
I had heard, like, the day before that you do medicine, if you take a lot of ripe bananas, it could make the trip a lot more gentle.
Well, it probably, you see, these things compete with serotonin for the bond site. They are, in fact, inhibitors of serotonin, many of them. And I don't know if it makes it gentler, or if maybe you have a huge amount of serotonin in your system. The serotonin can actually mitigate the trip. It's a gentler trip because it's not as strong a trip as it would be had you not loaded yourself with serotonin.
Some people do. I mean, that's the whole theory of why people get depressed. So certain people have higher levels of serotonin and certain people have lower, and if you got higher levels, supposedly it correlates with how naturally high you are and why some people get depressed.
Yeah, although it's been sort of hard to nail this down. When they first started doing psychedelic research, they thought that it was the so-called psychotomimetic theory of psychedelics, that these things make you crazy, therefore being crazy must be a natural state of producing these things. And so, for instance, they measure DMT in the blood of people who are diagnosed chronic schizophrenic. The problem is there's no visible correlation. Some people have more, some people have less. It isn't as simple as that mad people are people who are making their own psychedelic molecules. There was great hope for this in the 50s, but it didn't quite pan out. A thing to bear in mind, sort of related to what you were saying, is disease, which we accept as part of life, is actually something fairly unusual in nature. The only places in nature where you see a lot of disease happening is in insects. Insects are highly subject to viruses, and there's a huge family of insect viruses. This is the basis of many pesticide design strategies, is to spray crops with viruses that attack insects. The other area in the animal world where you see a lot of disease is human beings and the animals they have domesticated, so that cattle, pigs, poultry, and people are all fairly subject to disease. But for instance, birds of prey are not greatly subject to disease. Many fewer diseases. Fish, all animal groups have some susceptibility to diseases, but really human beings and insects seem to be the most set up for this. And the reason that is advanced for this is that these are the social animals, the insects and the human beings. And wherever you have intense social activity, for instance, in some species, a male and a female will encounter each other only once in the life of each individual, then have sex, and that's it. There is no social life. Well, so that's no disease can get a foothold there, because diseases require transmission and contact. The AIDS thing is a perfect example of this. The statistics are that a professional prostitute has perhaps 5 or 6 sexual contacts in an evening. A person at high risk for AIDS with a very active homosexual lifestyle may have 3 or 4 times that number of sexual contacts. Well, no virus is going to pass a chance like that up. It's just like a super intense environment for transmission. The diseases want to be able to move from one person to another. The reason I mention this is because the rise of this susceptibility to disease is something that apparently also was going on at the same time that we were acquiring language, beginning to domesticate animals, switching our diet. What we really are the evolutionary wreckage of a very chaotic and crazy series of pattern shifts that went on between 50 and 100,000 years ago. Now we are the inheritors of that. Very interesting, as long as I'm on this subject, very interesting relationship between disease and spirituality, because pilgrimage sites are the great disease vectors of the ancient world. You can imagine, here you have a temple, everybody comes there to get cured, and everybody comes there and leaves sick, because all these infected people have been there. There's a wonderful book, I can't remember the author, but the title is Plagues and Peoples, and it's a study of epidemiology and the history of disease and its impact on human populations. And very interesting, and has a lot to say, I think, about psychedelic use as well, by implication, because psychedelic use also brings people together under very close and intimate circumstances many times.
Let me ask my question.
Sure.
Please. This is a chemical question in terms of, I have never done
these substances that you're talking about. Specifically, I mean the NN dimethyltryptamine and the 5-MO dimethyltryptamine. And what you're talking about is ayahuasca, which is a hybrid of an MAO inhibitor and DMT, correct? Correct. Now, those are the chemical names of these substances. Are there generic names or so-called, street names for these things that you are aware of? That's the first part of the question. And secondly, since those are pure chemicals, unlike mushrooms, which contain maybe 3 or 4 different synergistic psychedelics, the possibility in my chemical mind was, 5-hydroxytryptamine is 5-hydroxytryptamine, and what is the scenario for synthesizing it?
Well, I'm not sure I have it all. First of all, 5-MeO DMT doesn't occur in ayahuasca. The synergy, the way ayahuasca works, the MAO inhibitor is a beta-carboline. Harmine, harmaline, tetrahydroharman. Now, these things are hallucinogens in their own right, but only at uncomfortable doses. I mean, if you took 600 milligrams of harmine, you would have hallucinations, but you would also have so much discomfort and icky feeling that you couldn't call it a trip. 5-MeO occurs in Anodonanthera peregrina and in the toad foam that I mentioned. It's interesting that the toad foam is the only animal-based hallucinogen that we know anything about. There are, DMT does occur in certain fish, and these fish are eaten for psychedelic effect. The DMT is psychedelic in its own right, but not when taken orally. But when taken with the harmine, it becomes orally active. You only have to take, if you combine 200 milligrams of harmine, which is a subthreshold dose of harmine, with 50 milligrams of DMT, which is a subthreshold dose of DMT, you'll have a tremendous trip.
And that's called ayahuasca.
That's called ayahuasca. But it comes from these plant sources.
And you
drink it. It's a beverage. It's a fluid. Tastes terrible. Yeah.
I wanted to ask one question about set and setting. You were saying, I think what you were saying, what I heard you say, I just want to see if this is what you were saying, is that your sort of recommendation would be to do a committed dose, like say 5 milligrams.
5 grams of mushrooms.
5 grams, 5 grams. Of mushrooms in a kind of silent space, preferably at nighttime, and also alone.
If that's your predilection, if you're comfortable with that, if you're uncomfortable with that, get a friend. Is that your question?
I guess that's my question, because it seems to me, like from reading Stan Grof's books, the point that he makes is that these substances are basically physiologically very safe. The danger is in psychological acting out, and it's for that reason that you have a sitter, in order to prevent a kind of confusion of what he calls holotropic and hylotropic, i.e. you decide you can fly, so you jump off your balcony, because you're confusing your psychic reality, which is that you can fly, with the physical reality of your body, which will fall off the balcony and hit the ground.
Well, if you had that delusion, you would certainly want a sitter present. In 99% of the cases, what the sitter is there for is not to restrain you, but to tell you that it's okay. Just to say that it's okay. This is immensely reassuring to people, no matter how uncertain the sitter is, that it is okay. I mean, you could almost have a button which you push which says, "You're okay. Don't worry. It won't last forever." Something like that. I guess I'm sort of in a funny position on the sitter issue, because I find them so distracting. But you do want it, the one time you need them, you really need them. The other thing is this issue of should you do it indoors or outdoors? Well, what I found is that I really like keeping it mental. I like keeping everything, that's my way of controlling the situation. And if you go out into the world, we all know this phenomenon called synchronicity, which is where it's weird for no reason, you know? Well, if you go out into the world, you will just stoned, you will just discover that it is a maelstrom of synchronicity. And I don't like being swept away into strange and unexpected adventures. I remember, well, this is an example of how this works. I was at Sarnath once, outside of Benares. Sarnath is the place where Buddha preached his first sermon after attaining enlightenment. He was enlightened at Bodh Gaya, then he walked south many, many miles to the deer park at Sarnath and gave his first sermon there. And there's a stupa there, an ancient stupa, 2nd century BC, and manicured green parks, and very nice place to take a psychedelic, I thought. So I took this psychedelic. It happened to be mescaline, with these two women who were friends of mine, and nobody could be seen, you know, just nobody around. It was very early in the morning. We were sitting up on this little knoll under a tree, and it began to come on strongly. And I was looking out over this green expanse, and almost at the edge of discernible vision, I suddenly see two people, two people moving orthogonal to my position, moving across my field of vision. And I'm just watching them, and they stop dead. These two people, they must be 500 yards away, 1,500 feet away over these rolling green lawns. They stop dead, and then they scan, and then they start toward me. And I cannot believe my eyes that these people have changed course 90 degrees and are now headed right for me. And I kept telling myself, it's a hallucination, it's an illusion. They are not getting larger in your field of vision. You are not going to have to confront these people. Please, God, make it so. No reprieve. They're just getting larger and larger and larger and so I said, I'm going to make this go away by not looking, and I'm just going to sit like this. And I sat like this, not moving, until the guy's feet entered my field of vision. And then I didn't move, and I didn't say anything, and then I just looked up, and he said, "You're from which place?" "You have been how long in India?" And it was the grilling, which any Indian tourist knows. Any citizen of the subcontinent can approach you any time of the day or night, anywhere, demand to know your name, how long you've been in this country, and then the kicker. "And what do you think of India?" And this question is asked for the specific purpose of observing your discomfiture, because they know damn well what you think of India. And so I looked up, and I gave this guy my most penetrating gaze, and I said, "I cannot be interrogated." And then I just put my head down and waited, I don't know, an hour. And when I looked up, they were gone. But only in that circumstance of being so stoned would I have ever behaved that way, because the normal tourist reaction is, and they watch this happen to you, you just go into a tailspin of, it's their country, everybody's a person, I'm a stranger, I should be nice, they're harmless, what's so bad about this anyway? And then, and so then you pair it out, you explain, I'm from San Francisco, California, I've been here 3 months, so forth and so on. A friend of mine told me a funny story about taking the Bombay-Calcutta mail and arriving in Calcutta on this train, 4 o'clock in the morning, and he gets off the train, and there's a little sadhu man over there, and the guy starts toward him and comes up to him, and my friend said, "Wait a minute. Before you say a word, my name is Nathan Jones. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I've been in India 3.5 months, and I hate it." And the guy said, "Oh, you're great, Baba. You're reading my mind. You're reading my mind." You gotta be fast. That's all there is to it. Yeah.
Over the last couple of days, you've said that the mushroom basically creates its own agenda. You've also given examples of how you've directed it. So which of those is true? And if you can direct it, are there ways to direct it to specific regions by doing specific things?
What kind of a region?
Well, the first thing is, do the mushrooms have their own agenda? And second of all, if you have some control over it, how do you get to where you want to go? Whether you want to deal with certain issues like death or the body or whatever, or to get to certain regions of consciousness.
Well, it has its own agenda in that it has this. It has certain qualities, this extraterrestrial, outer space, a planetary, history is ending, apocalypse, millennia kind of thing. You can direct it if it likes the way you're going. It's sort of like a strong horse. You know, if you're going the way it wants to go, you're fully in control. Otherwise, not. I mean, I can remember situations with mushrooms where I hadn't taken it for a long time and I fall into confusion, and it usually revolves around, am I doing the right thing? Whatever the right thing is. So then I'll take mushrooms and wait until properly, and then put this question, am I doing the right thing? And it reminds me of a press conference that Lyndon Johnson had once, shortly after he became president. Somebody asked a question that he didn't care for, and he said, "What kind of a chicken shit question is that to ask the President of the United States?" So when I go to the mushroom and say, you know, am I doing the right thing? It basically said, what kind of a chicken shit question is that to ask me? And I think that was a very good answer. That was what I needed to hear, you know. I mean, are you kidding? So, you know, it can be, you know, my father used to say you can drive a horse to water, but a pencil must be lead. And I think that that's sort of the situation with the mushroom. If the question pleases it, it will answer. If the question doesn't please it, you'll hear about it. And it is amazing how it gives people what they need. You know that Rolling Stones song, you don't always get what you want, you get what you need? I have a friend, dear friend, but arrogant. No doubt about it. This guy is arrogant. He definitely thinks he has the truth by the throat in most situations. And he won't take mushrooms because it gives him such a hard time. You know? I mean, and it says, you know, you're arrogant. You want to know what we do to arrogant people? So for God's sake, lift it off me. So a certain amount of humility. It's a relationship, like to a crusty Zen master or something like that. And it is really like another entity because you cannot predict the answers. I mean, I remember a dialogue that I had with the mushroom early on where I said, what are you doing? on this planet. And it said, you're a mushroom, you live cheap. And so he said, He said, listen, this neighborhood was not so bad till the monkeys moved in. To you it may look like a mess, to me it was paradise. The mushroom is very, very weird. I'll tell one more story, then I'll try and get off stories. And all these stories, why am I doing all these dialogue? But why am I doing all these ethnic imitations? I'm not sure. There's one in this story, too. I was in Malibu with all these fancy film people. And we went out to dinner. Ralph Abraham was there, too. And there was this French woman there, a film producer. And she was seated next to me at dinner. And before dinner, we had been talking about the mushroom, or I had been introduced to her as the mushroom man and this and that. And she said to me, and you'll see why the story I just told relates to this, the story about you're a mushroom, you live cheap. And she said to me at dinner, she said, you say that the mushroom speaks to you, but I do not understand exactly how this works. And I said, well, it's sort of like it has many faces that it can show. Like sometimes it's like the role that Rod Steiger played in The Pawnbroker. And at that precise instant, Steiger shows up at the table to shake hands with everybody and slap a few backs, and then he just drifts off into the recesses of this restaurant. And Ralph Abraham, who was sitting across the table from me watching this whole thing and had heard what I said to this woman, reached across the table to me and said, you see, the mushroom is showing us that it can touch us anywhere, anytime. Strange stories. Synchronicity. Yeah.
How do you remember to bring back what you've learned?
Oh, that's a good question. That's an important question. That's a key question. Roland Fisher, who was a great psychedelic researcher with psilocybin and later retired to Majorca to be Robert Graves' next-door neighbor, coined the phrase state-bounded. This means you can't bring it back. And I'm sure you all have had the experience of dreaming, being caught up in some incredible dream with strange people, foreign countries, exotic costuming. The alarm goes off, and as you stagger out of bed, this is just melting like an ice cube in a blast furnace. And by the time you're out of bed and fully dressed, you have nothing, not a shred, not a hint, not a clue. It's absolutely gone. This is a state-bounded memory. Chemically, what's going on is apparently short-term memory transcription is just not occurring. You're having the immediate impression of these things happening, and then it's not going to disk, so to speak. It just is lost. Yeah?
My experience is also with dreaming is to not to be afraid that I'm losing what I'm dreaming. You know, in the moment I'm afraid that I'm not getting hold of, I know that's gone. And in training myself in knowing everything, and so I'm how do you say that? I'm tuning my body to remember everything what I'm getting. I mean, before going to bed, or I'm taking my dreams as learning. Also, like being learning during the nighttime, and it's that I'm telling my body to take everything. So even if I don't know it really consciously the next morning, it's there, and I make the experience that it's really there. Sometimes I have just a feeling, and I'm noting down the feeling. I'm trying to just to feel it again, and I'm knowing something happened, and I shifted something tonight, and it was like this and that. And I know that I did my work, also if I don't know exactly what was going on. But it helped me a lot in just knowing that my body has so many possibilities to memorize, that it will memorize. So I'm not giving airs to fear that I'm not memorizing. what I'm doing.
And the dream is not truly lost in that situation where you wake up and it melts away. And the proof of this, and I'm sure you all have had this experience, is then you go off about your daily business. And then there will be, and it is almost always by coincidence, an image, a chance phrase, a view of a street or something, and it will cause you to remember the dream. And once you get a hook into a portion of the dream, if you then work on it, you can probably bring a lot of it out. How this works in psychedelics is if I have an insight or something that I particularly want to remember, first of all, I will say it aloud. This is strong imprinting. And then the real imprinting is to repeat it a few minutes later, and then a few minutes later again. And if you can carry it over a number of minutes to several different levels, it won't leave you. A very useful shortcut for this is a tape recorder, where if you play the tape of the trip back after the trip, you will just a phrase spoken will set off a chain of associative recall, and you will retain it this way. But to my mind, this is one of what shamanic training must really be, is mnemonic training. If you want to bring the stuff back, you have to train yourself to bring it back. Now, this state-bounded thing, it's important to notice. We talk about how dreams are state-bounded, how psychedelic experiences are state-bounded, but what we fail to notice usually is that ordinary reality is state-bounded. I mean, if I were to ask any one of you, what did you discuss with the person you had lunch with yesterday? It's probably very touch and go to actually put this together. I had lunch yesterday with Richard. We discussed his television transmission system, but that was new to me and therefore easy to retain. And also, Richard and I haven't had thousands of hours of conversation together, but the person we are most familiar with is ourselves. Well, I don't know if it works for you like this, but I am, let us say, cleaning my house, vacuuming, doing dishes, making beds, and I'm thinking, all the time, thinking. And I understand why Rome fell. I realize what I said wrong to somebody 2 weeks ago. I recall a telephone obligation that I have to fulfill. I think about things that happened years and years ago. And then the doorbell rings, and I go to the door, and there's someone there, and they say, "What are you doing?" And I say, "Nothing." This is because the ordinary state of consciousness is highly state-bounded. We don't... One thing these Buddhists have certainly gotten right is that attention to attention is the key to taking control of your mental life. And for most of it, it's just like a river flowing by, and every once in a while we check to see if the river is still flowing by, but we don't attempt to retain it. So memory training is great psychedelic training. And of course, as I'm sure you know, there were arts of memory in the past. We are very poor memorizers because we rely on technologies to do it for us. But people in the past had all kinds of technologies for allowing them to remember things. For instance, the most common one in use in late antiquity and up through the Renaissance was the memory palace approach. This is where you think of a place, a big place preferably, a place you know well, a school, a hospital, a cathedral, a university, but big, and sit and think about it. Think about how it looks as you go through the main doors, and then what you see when you turn to the left, and what you see when you turn to the right. Learn this building until you really can command it with reasonable vividness in most situations. Then, if you want to remember something, imagine yourself walking through the front door of this building, turning to your left, and there near the water fountain you will place an emblem of this thing you want to remember. And then you will go down the hall and around the corner, and by the fire extinguishers you will place another emblem of the next thing you want to remember. Well, then the act of remembering this long list of things is the act of mentally moving through this imaginary building that you know. And when you come to the water fountain, the clue will be there. When you pass the fire extinguishers in your mind, the emblem you placed there will be there. Now, I know this sounds highly unworkable and unwieldy, but it actually is extremely workable. And people like Catullus and Cicero, the great late Roman orators, were able to speak for hours on end with lists of virtues and vices and interconnecting causes and this sort of thing, because they were masters of this mnemonic memory palace technique. Well, psychedelics are a vivid, this is another one of these things like mantras, yantras, and so forth that works on psychedelics. You can do this. And so when you're on a psychedelic and you have an experience that you want to remember, place it in your memory palace. And the next time you come past that point in your memory palace, this thing will be there. Now, the other trick is, any of you who are interested in this, the last word is The Art of Memory by Frances Yates, which is a wonderful woman, great scholar of Renaissance magic. And the final trick is to make the image extremely vivid, so that, for instance, if you're about to give a speech to your collegium on the 7 deadly sins, well, then one of these sins is lust. I chose the easy one because I can't remember what the other 6 are. Shows you where my problem lies. So you don't just place the word lust in the memory keeping spot. You place some vivid and shocking image. Yeats suggests the image of a nun lifting her skirts. I think this was a classically suggested one that people were taught to use. Well, then, when you come around the corner and meet the nun lifting her skirts, you think, aha, lust. That's the first, and then you go on and so forth. And books, some of the most astonishing products of the medieval engraver's art, are these books of what are called emblemata. Emblemata are surreal juxtapositions of things and animal parts and bodies and machines that are memory emblems, made as grotesque, surreal, and bizarre as possible in order to make them unforgettable. That was the technique. And the surrealists used this very consciously. There is something about the unexpected, the grotesque, and the surprising that is, almost by definition, memorable. And this will work very well in the psychedelic state as well.
If you ask, just like that thing with your I Love Lucy, when I did the mushroom experience, and there were certain issues, certain things I went to that ceremony with on my agenda to be healed from. And one of them was to be released from some of my early Catholic conditionings that I felt were hanging me up. And when I was in the experience, they talked about los niños, as the little helpers that would come. And I asked, just like Lucy, I said, I need some help. What can you help me with? And I looked at my hand, and how could you forget something like this? The fucking blood started to come out of my hand, and right in the middle of my hand, this blood came right out of the palm and started dripping. And I'm bleeding. It's like, it doesn't hurt. I'm bleeding to death here, and this isn't even hurting. It was like the whole suffering stuff of what Catholics are conditioned with, and I came to reality with the stigmata, And I looked at my other hand, the same thing was happening, and I was going, my God, I'm feeling this crucifixion, thing, and the St. Stephen, and my name is in the martyr, and all of this martyrdom shit I've subjected, on and on. I mean, I could talk for another 30 minutes about how meaningful that was to me, but talk about, if you want an image, you want a vision, ask the mushroom gods, give me a vision, they'll give you one.
Oh yeah, ask and you'll receive.
I'm really interested in the legal aspect of this thing. You're talking something about highly illegal. As far as the law is concerned, how do you handle it? Anybody that drives around with a license plate that says NNDMT, I wonder, are you paranoid about it? Obviously not.
No, I'm not paranoid about it. If they wanted me, they should have come a long time ago, because I was much more vulnerable then. I've sort of covered my ass. Naturally, if you speak about these things, you can't do anything particularly illegal. And perhaps I'm foolish in the sense that I shouldn't be worried about being arrested, I should be worried about being shot. If that's how they play the game, then I'm in big trouble, because they'll just come and shoot me, and you too if you get into this. But if we actually have a legal system that works, then this is called advocacy, and it's not a crime. It's an exercise of the First, Fourth, and a couple of other amendments to the Constitution. Henry David Thoreau, you don't get more American than that, said that if you are right, you are a majority of one. And we live by majority rule. I don't feel heroic. I mean, it's not false modesty or anything. I don't feel heroic doing this. This is really humdrum to me. I just could not behave any other way because of what I've seen. I mean, this transcends laws. All that is it's seen as preposterous. I mean, there are. I believe in universal laws. You shouldn't kill people. You shouldn't lie to people. You shouldn't inject yourself between lovers. Most cultures, I think, recognize a set of universal laws, but thou shalt not smoke marijuana? Surely the god of Mount Sinai has better things to do than worry about that sort of thing. We have to create a new option. All social progress is made by people taking chances. If I am an anomaly, some kind of dangerous sociopath, then my message will be swamped and lost in the noise of the tumult of the world, because there are thousands of messages out there. If, on the other hand, this is a great and important domain of truth, then they are crazy to try and repress it, because it cannot be repressed. They have tried to repress it.
Why have they tried to repress it? If use of psychoactive drugs is so good for their psyche, why have they repressed it?
They sought to repress it because there's something in the Western mind that is very nervous, that gets very nervous when you try to talk about the bedrock of ontology. McLuhan talked about this. He met great resistance, and all he was saying was that print had created certain kinds of unconscious biases in society in favor of uniformity, linearity, and like that. And he was amazed at the violence of the reaction against this. And he concluded that those cultures that have evolved from the phonetic alphabet are so removed from the stuff of the world, as opposed to languages like Chinese or Mayan or something like that, where there is a retention of the image in the written language, that the cultures descended from the phonetic alphabet are extremely paranoid about questions about the nature of reality. And that's what this is really about. The psychedelic issue does not relate to the drug issue at all. I mean, in fact, it's important to make this point. Drugs and psychedelics are not two members of a family. They are antithetically opposed to each other. The pro-psychedelic position is an anti-drug position. Now, how can this be, since we are accustomed to thinking of psychedelics as drugs? Well, it's like this. What is it that we object to about drugs? And I think everybody can agree, maybe not everybody, but most people can agree, we do have a drug problem. I mean, if you live in the inner cities, you see people getting all twisted up behind this stuff. We have a drug problem. So what is it about drugs that we find problematic? Well, I think that what is objectionable about drugs is that they cause unconscious, obsessive, destructive, self or other behavior. Unconscious, obsessive behavior is intolerable because we are conscious people accustomed to injecting choice and meaning into our lives. You cannot have meaning if you do not have choice. This is why we don't have to spend any time at all talking about whether the world is predestined. Because if the world is predestined, then I'm not saying what I'm saying because it's what I want to say. I'm saying what I'm saying because I can't say anything else. And you're sitting there because you can't not sit there. So it makes the world very dull and uninteresting. Compulsive, unexamined, obsessive behavior is the quintessence of anti-human behavior. It was Bertalanffy, the founder of general systems theory, who said, people are not machines. But in every situation where they're given an opportunity to behave like machines, they'll go for it. So in that sense, the psychedelics are almost the answer to the drug problem. And the early use of psychedelics reported spectacular progress with alcoholism. Well, now see, the people who believe that alcoholism is a disease, and I don't follow this literature closely, it seems to me this is a preposterous statement. I mean, a disease? You mean like influenza and smallpox and AIDS? Alcoholism is a disease? Can you get it if you don't practice safe sex? Or do you have to wash your eating utensils? It isn't a disease. What it is it's a failure of self-image. And the reason LSD, in many cases, had a tremendous impact on alcoholic behavior was because it just showed people what they were doing. It said, this is you. You're a drunk. You're a burden to your family, a bore to your friends. You smell bad and you're useless. How do you like it? And so somebody said, I don't like it. I said, well, then stop drinking. That's what it is. That's how psychedelics cure addiction. And nobody, when they talk about addiction, nobody ever talks about what is called self-restraint.
Terrence, there's a new book that came out about a month or two ago that's incredibly, I don't remember the name offhand, incredibly controversial.
But alcoholism?
Yeah, about
How
alcoholism.
heavy drinking? Myth of alcoholism is a disease.
Right, yeah. And the man takes the position that the last 30 or 40 years where we've seen alcoholism as a disease is just, more bullshit from the medical model. And we need another alternative. And of course, AA and everybody's just up in arms about the book.
Well, yeah, AA has
I don't remember now.
What did you say?
John, what's the book?
The name of the book is it's by Finnegrette. It's called Heavy Drinking: The Myth of Alcoholism as a Disease. Basically, he discusses the fact that it's a rationalization to say that it's a disease. I mean, there are certain people I think that have certain chemical reactions to alcohol, but they're in the minority, and that this is very important to me as well because this is work that I'm interested in. And alcoholism has also touched my family, as it has a lot of families. And
yeah, I think the disease model
has
there's no responsibility involved, And AA, their position, their goal is not to understand the nature of the universe. They're not in the philosophy business. They're trying to get people to stop drinking. So to maximize that goal, I think that they go far overboard. First of all substances, they say, if you're an alcoholic, then you must forswear everything. I don't know how they relate to tobacco. But see, what you've got to understand is we are set up for addiction. It's just like language and cognition and all of these other things. We are the animal which addicts. Other animals don't addict. And addiction is a way of relating to the world. We don't not only addict to drugs, we addict to each other, to chunks of territory, to behavior patterns.
Is it like attaching ourselves to what we see?
Exactly. It's attachment. And we attach to everything. And it's very real. It's physiological. I remember years and years ago, a woman left me for a homunculus. And I was appalled. And it became I was like vomiting every 4 hours, could not sleep, would burst into tears in inappropriate situations, of which there were many in my life. And heroin withdrawal cannot be worse than that. I mean, are you kidding? Vomiting every 4 hours? And then one night, in the middle of the night, I was just frantic because I felt like when I was awake, I felt like I wanted to be asleep. When I should have been sleeping, I couldn't sleep, and I was just dragging myself to classes. I felt, this is crazy. I should turn myself in, but they don't have crisis centers for broken hearts. What are you going to do? So then, in the middle of one of these bouts, I went to the medicine cabinet, and this woman who had left me had left all these pills there. And I sorted through all these pills and came upon a small bottle of tranquilizers, of a very mild tranquilizer, like Valium or something. Well, I had never taken a Valium. So I said, I'll take half. And I took it, and the next morning, or a few hours later, I went out to breakfast, and somebody came up and sat at my table and said, well, how are you coping since Hermione left you? And I said, who? I just jerk, and it really gave me respect for tranquilizers. I mean, I was appalled. I was appalled that something so real to me, so much me, half a tab, I didn't care, let him go. And then I realized all the people around me, this is how they deal with emotional crisis. Nobody wants to feel anything. I mean, the moment that an unpleasant emotion rears its head, people go take Valium or something else and cut themselves off from feeling. We addict to people. That's the point of that story. And when they leave us suddenly, it's just like having your heroin taken away and you become a mad thing for months, years sometimes. I mean, I still vibrate from this event, and it was 15 years ago. We addict to territory. This is war, our turf, our land. Now, this arises, again, a consequence of agriculture. Before agriculture, nobody had land. Land was something you walked around on as you migrated behind your herds. Once it was cognized as an object and fixed upon, they were ready to knock the other guy's brains out for setting foot on your territory. We all do this. I mean, we are addicted to caffeine, outrageous caffeine addictions, money, sugar, praise, television. Now, this is the favorite one to talk about because television is a forerunner of very insidious drugs to come. It's just the crudest and the first. But imagine if after World War II, a drug had been introduced into this country of right-thinking, hard-working, decent Christian people, such that 20 years after its induction, the average American citizen would be spending 6.5 hours per day involved in this drug. That's the figure for television consumption in this country. The average American watches 6.5 hours a day of TV. It is an electronic drug. It is an obsessive behavior pattern, an unconscious behavior pattern, and a physically destructive behavior pattern. I mean, it's done more for the rebirth of hemorrhoid specialists than any other single force in our society. So, but people say, well, that's not a drug, that's entertainment. 6.5 hours a day of entertainment? You know, before electronic media, a person could regard themselves as a great patron of, let's say, the musical community, and maybe they would hear 12 live musical performances a year when they would go to a theater. I mean, how many people in Beethoven, how many experts on Beethoven in his generation or the generation following heard, let's say, the Ninth Symphony more than several times in their intellectual life? Because, you know, you have to get a lot of people together and cooperating to perform the Ninth Symphony. To us, the Ninth Symphony is an object. Listen to it. Listen again. Listen again. We are able to turn experience, we are able to objectify experience and then addict ourselves to it. Well, is this bad? How can it be bad if it is so written into us? I don't think it is bad. I think what we have to do is choose our addictions, choose our behavior patterns. I mean, one can choose to be addicted to punctuality. I'm accused of this. Other people are addicted to always being late. One can be addicted to, meaningless sexual encounters.
Some difference between a habit and addiction.
You mean because of the physiological angle? Well, I think that's been much overplayed. I think, should we not fall in love because we pheromonally lock together with this person and become a single unified set of drives and goals? The physiological aspects of addiction have been, I think, very strongly overdrawn. I smoke cannabis every day at most opportunities and have for years and years, since I was 18 years old. Every once in a while, I stop just to see what that's like. It's trivial. It's utterly easy. All that happens is a shift in behavior patterns. I read more. That's what happens when I stop smoking cannabis. And yet I'm supposed to be breaking out into cold sweats, wandering aimlessly through the streets of the city, staring up at lighted windows. Yeah, right. So I think we give each other too much permission to be weak in this area. What is never talked about in talk about addiction is self-restraint. For heaven's sake, just take hold of yourself. Responsibility. And if you tell people addiction is a disease, it's because you're black, it's because you're poor, it's because you're this, it's because you're that, you have just given them a whole bunch of reasons not to take responsibility for their own situation. And what is needed in these addictive situations, I think, is the shock of recognition. I believe, that if you don't take drugs, you're unbearable. And I can't think of a society on earth where people don't take drugs that any of us would want to have anything to do with. Let's take Calvinist Geneva, say. I imagine that as an example of an environment of moral rectitude. I mean, these people did not wear bright colors, didn't listen to music, never drank coffee, never smoked, forget about alcohol, sex for procreation, so forth and so on. And they are paradigms of the male ego frozen in place, didactic, paternalistic, all-knowing, filled with hellfire and damnation. Everything is seen in terms of a moral dimension that makes impossible demands on the human animal. Rather, I think what we should realize is that somehow our evolution into a civilized, self-reflecting being is caught up in these synergistic relationships that our conscious mind has with various things in the environment, so that we should choose our addictions. Now notice that addictions, to my mind, and you can argue with this if you want by choosing extreme examples, but addictions to natural substances are harmless. Let me name some natural substances that you might disagree with me on this point. I think probably the strongest one would be, people would say, well, what about opium? Surely this is the scourge of mankind. Actually, opium was never a problem in human populations until it was conceived of as a problem by British colonial policymakers who decided that they could manipulate the opium trade to get an entree into China. Alcohol was never a problem, particularly, until the discovery of distilled alcohol. And, of course, heroin is distilled opium. Morphine also. Sugar is a refined vegetable substance. In every case, it has required the intercession of science and technology to take harmless habits and turn them into dangerous addictions, so that everybody has a solution to the drug problem. I think what I would suggest is something called the Vegetable Drug Act, where you just say, if it's a vegetable, it's not a drug. This was the position until very recently with British common law. In Canada, mushrooms were legal. Mushrooms aren't psilocybin. Psilocybin is a refined chemical. If it is technology which allows us then to create these super powerful addicting substances, and there will be more and more of them downstream, you may be sure. So I think what we need to do is think of human beings as hardware, as the computer, if you will, and drugs are forms of software. And the software that you run determines the kind of functions that you can perform. If you run distilled alcohol software, well, then you take on the persona of the alcoholic. I believe that cannabis is probably the most harmless and benign drug around. It carries out this feminizing that I talked about. It lowers the profile of the male ego. Instead of wanting to duke it out, people just say, well, if that's your thing, And that's what we need, I mean, that practically boils down to what we call tolerance. So I think that this disruption of our relationships to psychoactive plants is what set us on the long, hard, downward path into neurosis. And it began with agriculture, with the narrowing of our spectrum of plant awareness from many, many plants down to the rye, the oats, the barley. And it's interesting that then out of this came the cultivation I think beer preceded wine. Beer is an older thing than wine. That comes out of the fact of having created surpluses, because the way beer was discovered was through the fermentation of grain that was stored. If you didn't have surpluses, you would never discover the psychoactive properties of fermented grain. It's very interesting. In Nepal, the Newari people have an alcoholic beverage that when it's put in front of you, it looks like a bowl of granola. It's dry. They pour it out of a sack into your cup, and you say, this is beer? And then they come along with boiling water and pour it over it, and then you get this foamy, lightly fermented, contaminated grain water. And to my mind, that clearly is then how fermentation of grains and production of alcohol was established. Notice that it was also the accumulation of surplus from the agricultural adaptation that creates the need for defense. Because now you've got a surplus. Now you have to guard your surplus from everybody who doesn't have any. The other thing that creation of surpluses caused was the invention of barter and money and this sort of thing, because now you have something that you can trade for something that you don't have. So all of these adaptations, also a nomadic people cannot move a grain surplus with them. So if your harvest one year, if you're a semi-nomadic people, that's a people who, like in the Amazon, they plant things and then they leave them and go away, and they have like a yearly peregrination, and when they come back to that place a year later, there's all this food ready for them. Well, imagine a nomadic people who were doing that kind of quasi-agriculture with cereal, and then there's 1 year of great weather and great rainfall, and when they arrive at their little wheat patch, so much wheat has been produced that they can't move it. They can't take it with them. So then they say, well, but we have food now, so we don't have to keep hunting, so let's spend the winter here. And this interruption of the cycle of nomadism to deal with unexpected surpluses obviously spawned the idea in people's minds, well, wouldn't it be great if we had surpluses every year? And then that says, well, that won't happen if we're as careless as we have been about our sowing and harvesting, but maybe if we're very careful and till the land and carefully plant and do careful weeding, we'll have to stay here and weed, but then we'll get this tremendous payback in the end. So, to my mind, the invention of agriculture broke our relationship to the wild plants and the lowered profile of the male ego, and set us on a path of defending wealth, creating fortifications, supporting more specialization, larger populations, so forth and so on. And from there to the present predicament, it's only a moment. Pardon me?
Lot of consequences that stem from that too. Such, fear of losing your wealth, then consequently fighting to protect it.
That's right.
Lot of consequences.
And also this idea of our land, because you want to hang on to this good cereal growing land, so it's yours, you say, and then you put a wall around it, and then you defend it, and so forth and so on. Well, yeah.
Where do you see this going? Where do you see this taking us? This break of nature and the predicament we've gotten ourselves in. How do you see it?
Well, I think that we're now, things are very far out of hand, and we're caught up now in the end game of history, and that we are going to have to create a way out of this impasse that is probably going to mean a complete redefining of who we are and how we relate to each other, and space and time and life and death. And it appears that technology is now the thing that is guiding us forward. We are not being led into the future by politicians. Politicians are running frantically along behind the wagon of history, trying to jump onto it. What is leading us, what's pulling the cart, is technology. And I think technology is the program of realizing the practical concerns of the imagination. And that really where we are headed is the imagination. It's a place. I don't know whether it's in solid-state circuitry or in the bones of the planet or in artificial arcologies in deep space. The future will figure out the details, but we are close enough to it now that we can anticipate it. It's what the shamans always said was possible. A world of value and meaning lived in the light of nature. And I think if we can get through this narrow neck that rationalism has imposed upon us and overcome these poisonous paternalistic philosophies, we will return. That's why I call it the archaic revival. It's the myth of the eternal return. History is something that you finish with as quickly as possible and then return to the archaic mode of eternity. And I think that's the adventure that we're all caught up in. That's the agenda that the plants and the planet have always had in front of them. It's just that we wandered away from an awareness of what was happening by deluding ourselves with our own inflated self-image. You know, man as master of woman and nature. And this distorted part of our self-image has now become so dangerous to us that we have to abandon it. We have to draw back from it. And under that kind of pressure, I think we will. So, harking back to another question, the reason I do this, and the reason I don't feel any great trepidation about it, is because I believe that historical momentum is with us. This is what is destined to come to be. We are going to take control of who we are by taking control of the physiological and psychological foundations upon which the self rests. And that means the chemical re-engineering of ourselves into the state of Edenic innocence that was lost when we set out on the long trail of the sword and the hoe, basically. That's it. End of weekend. Thank you very, very much. It's a political point of view, you see, and as a practical matter, there's no better way to succeed in politics than to champion the most out of it point of view. And now we live in an era where beige fascism is apparently the rising rule of the day. Well, that means if you want to be on the cutting edge, you have to embrace something very akin to psychedelic anarchy, the absolute antithesis of the fascist state. And then you will participate in the turning of the tide and the vindication of this point of view. And it will be vindicated, there's no doubt about it. All other points of view are bankrupt on the face of them. End of footnote.
When I was a kid, it seemed like quicksand was featured in every major movie, TV show, and cartoon I saw.
Danger, quicksand, flump.
But now, 30-something years later, and I've yet to encounter quicksand in the real world. But of course, that doesn't mean it isn't real.
In Utah, an eye in the sky likely saving one hiker's life. This drone footage capturing the man trying to dig himself out of quicksand.
In fact, just last year, Austin Dirks of western Colorado was rescued from quicksand on a popular trail in Arches National Park. As it turns out, quicksand is real and very deadly, just not for the reasons you think, which got me thinking, why does quicksand exist? What makes it so deadly? And what should you do if you ever get stuck in it? Which is why I built this. And what I discovered is quicksand isn't what we think it is. Quicksand is what is known as a non-Newtonian fluid, which means it doesn't behave according to Newton's laws of viscosity. And one of the best examples of non-Newtonian fluid is oobleck that you can make at home using cornstarch and water. Oobleck flows much like any other liquid as long as you aren't moving very fast, but punch it or step on it and it behaves more like a solid. Oobleck is really pretty cool, and a lot of people think this is what quicksand is like, and it makes sense. Be still and you sink, resist and it locks you in. But despite what the internet might say, oobleck is actually the opposite of quicksand. Both oobleck and quicksand are non-Newtonian fluids, but oobleck is what is known as a shear thickening fluid, meaning it gets thicker the more shear or force that is applied to it. Quicksand is the opposite, a shear thinning fluid, because it gets thinner the more force that is applied. Shear thickening fluids are quite rare, but shear thinning fluids are pretty common. Like, have you ever noticed how ketchup doesn't really want to flow out of the bottle? Ketchup is a shear thinning fluid. It wants to stay more or less solid unless you apply some shear in the form of tapping the bottle. Then it'll flow quite easily. This is exactly how quicksand works. It looks solid until you step on it, applying a lot of sudden force, thinning the fluid, causing you to sink. The more you struggle, the deeper you go until you stop from exhaustion when quicksand firms up, trapping you inside. Now, most of the accounts that I've read, people who get stuck in quicksand either had to be rescued or tragically died in the sand. No account that I've read talk about self-rescue, which makes me wonder if it's possible. Now, I could go out and intentionally get stuck in some quicksand, but that seems really irresponsible. So instead, I'm going to try to replicate quicksand here at home. The question is, how do you do that? So I did a little research, and a lot of people seem to think that quicksand is caused by upwelling water that pushes in between individual grains of sand, reducing friction and allowing the sand to flow like water. This creates what is known as a fluidized bed. You may have seen Mark Rober's liquid sand hot tub, where he creates a fluidized bed using pressurized air. It does kind of look like quicksand that you might see in a movie, but there's two problems I see here. Mark only gets stuck when the flow of air is turned off, which is not how quicksand behaves. The other problem, there are no natural forming beds of pressurized air that I know of, but with the right conditions, there is a way that this could happen with water. Imagine a bend in a stream caused by a solid rock cliff face with sand deposited at the base. With just the right conditions, water could flow through the sand and be forced upward due to the cliff face. With enough flow, the sand particles would separate, creating a fluidized bed. Anyone unfortunate enough to step out into the sand would sink a lot like quicksand. The question I have, does a simple upward flow create a shear thinning fluid? I'm not so sure. So to find out, I created a simple fluidized bed in this 5-gallon bucket. Very similar to what Mark did, I built a manifold and drilled lots of tiny holes to put at the bottom of my bucket. Then I filled it with sand and about 40% water by volume and turned on the pump to create an upward flow. Okay, I got the manifold at the bottom, the intake near the top, and water coming through the pipes. When I stick my hand in, it does sink a lot like quicksand, but it doesn't get stuck. It just sort of makes a tunnel in the sand where the water can then flow more easily. A fluidized bed does make sand behave more like a liquid, but not a non-Newtonian fluid, which means this isn't quicksand. So if quicksand isn't oobleck and it isn't a fluidized bed either, what exactly is it and how can I make some? To avoid any more dead ends, I decided to speak with one person who has actually managed to replicate quicksand in a lab.
So I am Daniel Bon. I'm a professor of physics at the University of Amsterdam, and my specialty is soft matter or complex fluids. Quicksand is an unstable soil made primarily of sand. There are two other essential ingredients, which are clays and salt. So what the clay does is it stabilizes very loose sand packings. Instead of the sand compactifying itself, it actually remains very fragile. And the salt destabilizes the clays, and that means that once you start moving in quicksand, it all of a sudden liquefies. There's no upwelling of water.
Imagine these rocks are scaled up grains of sand. All quicksand really is loose sand stacked on top of itself like these rocks. As long as you are careful, it can support weight, but apply too much sudden force and it will collapse on top of you. This by itself is enough to trap you because the sand collapses around your leg. But if you add a little bit of clay, two things happen. First, the clay acts like putty that helps hold the sand in its loose stacked position. And two, it acts like a lubricant so that when it does collapse, it collapses more fluid. After talking to Professor Bond, I mixed up some small samples of quicksand based on his recipe, and after a little bit of fine-tuning, I found the perfect mix of sand, clay, water, and salt. Now it's time to make a batch big enough for me to get in. So I bought this 275-gallon tank off of Facebook Marketplace and mixed together 3,000 pounds of sand, clay, water, and salt. Okay, that should just about do it. But before I put my body on the line, I want to do a little bit of testing with this mannequin leg. But before we get to that, did you know you can camp for absolutely free in places just like this? It's called dispersed camping, and it's allowed in certain areas of almost all public land. The trick is knowing where it is allowed and where it isn't, because there are no signs, no public designations. You have to go to each individual Forest Service website, click on dispersed camping, find the name of the road or area that you're looking for, and then cross-reference that on a map. Or you could just download onX Backcountry. onX just added this feature to their Elite service. All you have to do is turn on the dispersed camping layer and you will see all public roads that allow dispersed camping. For instance, along this entire road, you can pull over and camp anywhere you can find a spot. No fees, no reservations, just pure wilderness camping that is far superior to any RV park. And that's just one of the newest features onX offers. You can still use onX to download offline maps, see recent satellite imagery, and find hikes by difficulty, mileage, and more. Go check them out through the links in the description or use the QR code on your screen, and be sure to tell them you heard about it from me. Now, back to quicksand testing. Initial tests with the mannequin leg showed really good signs. My quicksand mix was behaving like a shear thinning fluid, mostly solid until force is applied. The next big question, will the leg get stuck? 109 pounds to pull this leg out, and after letting it sit for just 5 minutes. After several pulls from the sand, the mannequin leg was requiring an average of 90 pounds of force to be pulled from the mix. It was about this time that my son asked me, how much force does it take to dislocate a leg? Which is a really good question that I hadn't really thought of. To try to keep myself safe, I installed this winch with the thinking that the worst case scenario, I can just pull myself out. But I didn't seriously consider I might just rip off my legs. A quick and dirty Google search revealed that 160 pounds of pulling force is enough to dislocate a human leg. With the force meter showing 90 pounds, I was confident, or at least crazy enough, to try getting in myself. Okay. I wasn't able to do a pull test with shoes on because my mannequin didn't have shoes small enough to fit the little bitty mannequin foot on there. So I'm expecting this to be quite a bit harder to get my foot out with the shoe on. And if I'm being honest, I'm just a little nervous about it. And at first, it didn't seem like there was too much to worry about. My first step sank up to my ankle, my second and third step sank up to my shin, and that's all it took. No? 3 steps is all it took, and I was stuck in a way that would be pretty frightening in the wild. Every step I took to try to free one foot just caused the other to sink deeper. Oh my goodness. And I realized it doesn't look as dramatic here as Hollywood portrays it. I didn't get swallowed up, I was in no danger of drowning, and so long as I stayed still, I wouldn't sink any further. But keep in mind that in a true wilderness environment, there would be nothing around me to grab onto, nothing to support my weight, nothing but quicksand to try to free myself from quicksand. I tried digging myself out with a poop trowel. I tried laying my trekking poles down in an X formation. Nothing seemed to work. And we realized we had the benefit of a calm, controlled environment.
I think that if I found myself in this situation, I would panic pretty quickly. I'm not thinking clearly. I'm just like, I'm strictly thinking, this is it. Like I'm going to die here. It would take me talking myself through calming down for quite a while before I could think my way through and out of a situation like this.
Which is what this is all about, trying to figure out if there's any way that you can self-rescue. And I've got one idea that just might work. Okay, so we tried the trowel without much success, but since then we've had a better idea. What if we just dug down to our shoelaces and then untied our shoe enough that we could get the foot out of the shoe? Okay, we got the shoe untied. Let's see if I can get it out. Oh yeah. That's the trick right there. This seemed to be the most viable self-rescue option. Untie your shoes, abandon them in the sand, crawl out on your belly, and then hike out barefoot. And I'm free. That's the best tactic we've had so far. Now I'm really curious to find out how much force does it take to get these shoes out of here. But before we do that, you may be wondering, how realistic is this mixture of quicksand? Well, there are two things that give me confidence. For one, I had the opportunity to speak with Austin Dirks, who was rescued from quicksand late last year. He didn't want to speak on camera, but how he described his experience closely matched what I was seeing in my garage. He told me he stepped into what he thought was solid wet sand and sank to his ankle, tried to pull that foot out and sank to his knee. Very similar to what happened to me, with one big exception. Austin wasn't able to dig himself out because the sand would just flow right back in faster than he could dig, probably because he was stuck in the middle of a stream that was flowing over the surface of the quicksand. I wasn't able to replicate a stream, but I did want to add some more water to see if it made things worse. I did some initial tests barefoot and decided pretty quickly it was too risky to try this with shoes on. So instead, I tried to force my shoe onto this mannequin leg and then into the wet mixture to see just how much force it takes to pull the shoe out. Okay. I don't think the shoe's going to come out, but let's see. Oh! The shoe came with it. I've reached the max on the meter. Can you hear it? It's giving me an alarm. 146 pounds of force, almost 147 pounds of force. I do think that that would dislocate your leg trying to get that out of there. And this shoe doesn't even fit this mannequin. Okay, so what's the takeaway here? Well, quicksand isn't quite the way it's portrayed in the movies. Still really dangerous, but not because you'll drown or get swallowed up, but for the same reason why you wouldn't want to get trapped under a boulder. Anytime you are immobile, you are vulnerable to the elements, and if the weather turns cold, you could get in trouble really fast, especially in cold, wet sand. And a lot of quicksand is found in the estuaries of rivers, where rivers meet the ocean, which makes the danger of drowning in the tide a real possibility. So no matter what, you don't want to get stuck. But hopefully, my tests show that you can free yourself by digging down to your shoes, untying them, and abandoning them in the sand. Even with our wet mix, we were still able to dig a hole capable of reaching the tops of our shoes, but who knows what might happen in the real world. I should note that Professor Bond recommended wiggling your feet back and forth to get free. I did try this, but without something solid to hold on to, it only caused me to sink deeper. So be safe, and then be sure to like, subscribe, and do all those other things. And as always, thanks for watching. I dropped my phone in the oobleck.